just a test. I don't know if we are live with this test, so we're trying to start for 9:30. You'll be able to wait if you start a bit later. This morning has not been that lucky.
Bluetooth mode.
Prova. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3. This is just a test. It's a volume test. Is it too high? Is it too low? Is it okay? Okay. 1, 2, 3, this is just a test. 1, 2, 3, this is just a test. All work and no play make Jack a dull boy. Il mattino lo rimbocca. Redrum, redrum, redrum. Come si sente? One, two, three, this is just a test. Si sente? Ok. Posso spegnere o lo tengo acceso? Spengo o lo tengo acceso? One, two, three. All work and no play make Jack a dull boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Posso spegnere? Solo l'audio. Okay. Hello everyone, we're starting in 5 minutes, so if you want to enter the room and take your seat. Hello everyone. Sorry for the delay, but there have been many problems with train lines in northern Italy this morning, so not everyone is still in the room, but they will be arriving, so sorry for this 30 minutes delay. So thank you for being here. Thank you to the people who are following us live. My name is Fabio Cristi. I'm the project manager at Event Horizon School, and I would like to welcome you to the first edition of Women Create Games. Please applause. So, during this day, we're going to give you some recount about the stories of 6 extraordinary women that had very interesting careers in the European game industry. I would like to encourage the people who are following live to ask questions in the chat if they have them. We will try to answer them live. So let's cut to the chase, since we're going to try to recover the delay during the day. I would like to welcome to the stage Chiara Rizzarda. Unfortunately, we are going to have a little change of schedule. We're not having Fiona Cherbach, unfortunately. Chiara joined Event Horizon School recently. She is the course leader for the Milan campus, and she will introduce you the speakers and their talks. So let's give it up for Chiara. Give her the mic.
Thank you, Fabio. Okay, so how many of you play video games? Can I see a show of hand? Okay, well, a lot of people, as I expected. How many of you play games? Those of you who didn't raise their hand? Everyone plays games. I don't believe you. Okay, so women make up for at least half of the video game players. And yet, they make up for 25% of the video game industry. Something doesn't match. So if you close your eyes and picture a video game developer, you'll see something. Today, we are going to try and change the picture you have in your head when you close your eyes and think of a video game developer. All right? Okay, so we will cover the whole pipeline of how a video game gets made. We will have a producer. So Alessandra Tomasina, can you wave? She will tell us what's the dirty job that people need to do to make sure that a video game actually arrives at your computer, at your console. Then we will have a game designer. So can I see Carola Pettinato? She will surprise us with what a game designer actually does. And then we have a couple of artists, a lighting artist, can I see? Okay, Arianna Fusetti. Because what you see is made by the light. If something isn't illuminated, you don't see it. So she will talk about that. And then we will have, am I missing? Environment artist, Lisa Gobbi. Hi. And not one, but 2 programmers, and UI and UX developer, Irene Filoscia. And Elena Silletti. We will talk about code, but we will talk about people, as far as I understood what the talks are going to be about. So without further ado, I will leave the stage to Fabio again, and let's get this thing started, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara. Okay, I think we just recovered a lot of delay because it's 10:05, so we're just 5 minutes late. We're magicians. So, I would like to welcome to the stage the first speaker of the day, Carola Pettinato. Okay, so her assistant will go. Carola, it's up to you.
Hello. So welcome everybody. My name is Carola Pettinato. I am an associate technical designer at Criterion, EA. So does anyone know Electronic Arts? I'm pretty sure that majority of you would know about EA being famous for games like FIFA, Sims, and so on. So today I'm going to introduce you to my journey to this amazing career, and I'm going to talk to you about a little bit what is my job, what is game design, and I'm going to hopefully share with you like my passion for this career. So, sorry. So I'm going to talk to you about, of course, who I am, and how I ended up being a game designer, and what is, in the end, game design. And I'm going to touch a little bit like some of the roles that you can find in this craft, because there is like so many. And I'm going to focus especially about like some of the choice that we have and we make in game development as game designer. And then I'm gonna leave probably like 10, 15 minutes for you to ask questions if you have, or if you wanna raise something up, we can chat about some of the game design topics that you love to discuss. So of course, let's do that after. Next. So who I am. So again, my name is Carola. I was born and raised in Messina, Sicily, so I'm from the south of Italy. I always had a passion for games, but I never thought about making them. So I am a 1992 kid, so back in the days, I think it wasn't really like a career path that you would normally like grow up and, you know, and be like, hey, I want to be a game designer or a game developer. So I think I was definitely not ready or like aware of, you know, that at some point of my life I was going to end up being an actual game designer or work in the game industry. So I started actually initially studying modern literature. So I wanted to be a reporter, a journalist, and I started this career path when I was a little bit younger. But then I didn't really feel that that was the right choice for me. So I felt like the urge of going away and exploring a little bit more, and I decided in 2018 to move in London, UK. So that's basically where my journey starts in the game development. Next. So, yeah, that's a pretty good game, right? So, my actual game development revelation was through, you know, this game. I learned what it means to love this career. I actually love this game, The Last of Us, so much that I wanted to then become a game developer. I didn't know back then what I needed to do in order to begin this career. And all I knew was that this game really changed my life because I actually consider it a pretty good game and a masterpiece in the game development history. And that brought me to really, you know, begin and research ways to kind of land a job in the industry and become a great or a good game developer, I guess. Next slide, please. So I actually started my journey into the game development. So after, like playing this game during lockdown, I then decided to go back to university in 2020. I did a little bit of research. I yet didn't know quite well that I wanted to be a game designer back then, but I knew that probably starting a university course would have helped me to gain all the skills that you need to, become a game developer or start, a job in this industry. And I'm pretty sure that if you, like me, start an academy or a university, then you end up like gaining a lot of skills. So that was pretty useful for me because I learned a lot about like very different stuff in the game development, industry. Also stuff like modeling or programming or designing, in fact. So I started at University of Westminster initially, but it was a course that was very focused on programming, and I learned that I completely hated programming. Sorry. Not sorry. But yeah, so I didn't feel it right, and I actually then kind of shifted to Staffordshire University in London. So I studied in London, and that's me and my pal Calvin. Me and Calvin did university together, and also like we ended up our first job at EA together as well. I basically just graduated this year in July 2024. So you start normally a course that is 3 years long, and then in the UK also they give you the opportunity to kind of like take a year off to gain professional experience. So that's why I graduated from 2020 to 2024, and this is my final project, Astra app. So you in university learn a lot of things. I'm also quite passionate about extended reality, the extended reality field, and I developed this project in VR. Is an application that makes you learn about stargazing and also like the importance that the mythology has behind it. So you have a lot of experience. So when you start university, you kind of like touch every craft of like game development, from extended reality to like paper design and stuff like that. So I definitely recommend like doing, especially if you're not sure of doing like a professional course or an academy or a university, because it really kind of like clears your mind. Next slide. So yeah, how I landed in this industry. So in 2022, again, I was mentioning that before, I kind of like decided to, I was totally willing to have a professional experience in the industry while I was still in university. So I started applying for tons and tons of jobs. Probably like applied for quite hundreds of roles around there, and in the end I managed to get my first job in the industry as a game designer intern at Criterion EA. And Criterion is a studio that is owned by EA, and I'm pretty sure that you probably like played some of these games. So they're quite popular for shipping titles such as Battlefield, Star Wars, Battlefront, or Need for Speed. So these are mainly the title they're most popular. Next slide, please. My first actual project was Need for Speed Unbound. So I was pretty lucky to land not only this job, but also like work on a pretty sick game. So I actually played this game a lot when I was a kid, luckily enough. And yeah, I worked here, and I was able to kind of like have my first game, to end up in the credits of such a really cool game. So next slide. In this experience, I kind of stayed in Criterion as an intern for a year, and during this experience, mainly in Need for Speed Abound, I worked there, and I worked as an economy designer. I worked on some of the session challenges that you have in the game, so I was basically the person that was looking after these aspect of the game. Was like crafting, what sort of like side missions you do in the game, aside from the campaign, and how much money you get doing this little missions and stuff like that. So it was quite fun. And yeah, it was pretty much like during this experience that I had like, oh my God, I want to be a game designer because it's so cool. So next slide, please. So yeah, after that, and after graduating, I managed to stay in the company. They just offered me a permanent position as a technical game designer, and now I'm working on Battlefield, and I'm sorry, I cannot say anything else. Next slide. So, what is a game designer? Does any one of you know what is, like, raising your hand, what is a game designer? Okay, 3 people. Okay. So, game designer, I think is a quite interesting job because, you don't know what a game designer is, but if you think about games, actually designers are the people that are in charge of, crafting and delivering the gameplay experience that, you have in the game. And often, like, they define what is the game that you're playing. So it is a quite important job. And some of the skills that you kind of like have to have, of course, in this job, other than being like really creative, would be stuff like being a good communicator, write a lot of documentation, being able to express your ideas quite clearly to a large audience, collaborating with direction along with different teams, and that's a nice to have, but not a lot of like designers that I know know also how to prototype stuff in games. So if you can program, like if you have like coding knowledge, is a nice to have skill, but I wouldn't say that as designer you definitely have to be able to code or stuff like that. But yeah. And then, yes, being curious, always being like very open about like, oh, I want to learn this. I want to always look for like something that inspires you and builds your creativity. So I would say these are the main, like the skill set that a game designer, needs to have. Next. So now I'm going to kind of like walk you through very briefly to the different types of game design jobs that you can find in the industry because, like being, hey, I'm a game designer is, quite like broad as a statement. So game design is also made of, very different things, and some of them are so different between them. So I'm gonna just touch a little bit of, points out there about different roles within this industry, this craft especially, and I'm gonna kind of like highlight how we think and the power of the choice that we make in games. So if we can go into the next slide. So starting with level design. So if I need to explain what is a level designer, probably the most logical things to say would be like, oh, level designers are people that would literally like, for example, laying out this space here, or there are people in charge of like designing like the actual space of gameplay that you have in a game. So there would be like people that are able to kind of like combine all the elements of all the gameplay elements of a game in order to be fitting together very nicely and make sure that everything feels good and kind of like work all of this together. So if we look on like level design specific topics, you know, like or terminologies that we can find, you know, we have like stuff like blocking out, you know, like blocking out space. I want to build like a building that looks like this, and I need to make sure that it feels, you know, correct size-wise or gameplay-wise. And that's why we kind of like end up building a gym level or test levels, which are all things that make sure that, you know, like space feels correct and, you know, like actually playable. Or we can also talk about like some of the examples that we can find like in level design. So stuff like affordance or what is spatial communication. So like, again, like making sure that, you know, a space is good sized, it feels correct and stuff like that. Next. So again, I'm sorry for repeating this, but I love this game. So this is, so this is like an example from The Last of Us 2, and you know, like level designer literally start from scratch, like from pen and paper. There are people that are like actually able to bring, you know, this little paper here to life. So, you know, it's a very interesting job because, you know, like you literally need to make sure that you have your ideas very, you know, you need to be confident about your ideas, you need to put them in paper, make them work, and then implement them in software, which is not like, not you know, an easy job. So if we can go into the next slide. That was originally a GIF. I'm sorry if it's not working, but yeah. This is also like a continuation of this concept that like, what I love about level design in The Last of Us is that it is made so good that, you know, players are almost never, it's almost never possible to get lost in these levels. And I believe this is what it makes level design, like a good level designer would be a person that is able to explain you the space around you in a way that you know exactly what you're doing, which is quite an interesting concept, and you know, is definitely like very important. Next slide. And yeah, so how, as a level designer, how do we communicate these things, right, to the player? So how do I communicate, for example, that a door is locked? If we have like 50 doors, how do I know that which door is working or not? So stuff like putting a lock in a door immediately, you know, alarm the player, oh, this door is not available, therefore I might go to the next one. So it's these little things that really makes, you know, make games great, because if you think about it, it's not really easy when you have like For example, I'm using this example of the door where you have like so many doors and you don't know which one is working. Little things like putting a lock really helps player to kind of understand what you need to do in the level. And that is a concept that is called affordance. So affordance is like the ability of game designer and level designer in general to kind of like guide the player towards a direction without actually communicating verbally, which is quite a cool concept. Yeah, so next slide, please. That was for level design. So moving on, we also have jobs such as narrative designers. So narrative designers within the the game design craft would be the people that are literally in charge of creating the story of the game, including dialogues, character, quest, and building different scenarios in the game. So of course they will be very good at writing. And one thing that I like about narrative design is also like this power that narrative designers have to give like different choices to the player, which is quite interesting. And if you look like games such as Until Dawn, made by Supermassive Games. Supermassive Games is a studio that really focused very heavily on narrative design. So if you're a narrative designer and you like kind of want to look at roles out there, these are studios that would be like intensively focusing on narrative design. So if we go on to the next slide. Yeah, so again, like giving player choices is a part of an important job as narrative designers. For example, here I'm talking about like the example of Red Dead Redemption 2. And like in Red Dead Redemption, of course, and in many games, as a game designer, as a narrative designer, I craft different experience to satisfy different gameplay style that different player has. So, like I want to be a bad cowboy, I want to be like a good cowboy. So you kind of like need to have, the ability to craft all these different experiences and put them all together to kind of like satisfy different players. Next slide. And then we have stuff like technical designer, which is something that I'm currently doing. So I would define technical designers as people that are mixed in between game designers and also programmer. So they're people that will be very skilled in problem solving, of course, and also very, they learn about, like they know they're able how to implement mechanics or gameplay features into software, so they're good at scripting, and also they have this, gameplay knowledge. So technical designers would differentiate from game designer for being like, hey, I, for example, know to implement a jump or a mechanic or a punch or something like that in a game. But what is that make that mechanic really good? That is something that is, embedded in the game designer role, because we have that experience of like, hey, I know how to, implement this jump in the game or in the level, but what does it make it feel really good? So it's a really interesting job, because you kind of like end up being a mix in between like both. It's quite cool. Next slide. And then in the end, also we have roles like combat or encounter designers. So if you think most likely, like pretty much every multiplayer game or Call of Duty, first-person shooter games, so these are all, these are all games where there is a lot going on in a very limited time, or everything is happening so fast. So definitely combat designers or encounter designers are people that have that technical and creative skills, but also a very, very good eye for details and in understanding, pacing and balancing correctly a level. So you gotta have to think about stuff does the player has enough coverage? Do I have enough ammos, pickups, and all this, question. You got to sort of repeat yourself, oh, this, does it feel right? Is it happening in the right way? And stuff like that. So if we go into the next slide, so this is an example from a level that I built in Hammer, which is the software for games such as Team Fortress 2, and this was actually a Team Fortress 2 level. So we start from, of course, having a reference of a level. For this one, for example, I was inspired by an abandoned hospital. So I created this experience basing myself on the abandoned kind of vibes, hospital experience, and then the goal of, for example, this game is you have two teams, you're fighting between each other, and you have to capture, this point in the middle. If we go into the next slide, so when you're designing these spaces, as I was saying before, you definitely need to be aware of a few things. For example, what are the conflict points? Of course, in this scenario, the conflict point will be in the middle, so you have to kind of be, hey, there is a lot of stuff happening here, so you gotta be careful, have enough coverage, hammers and pickups here, and therefore you have to make this decision, accordingly. Then you have things like choke points, so particular areas of the level where you create on purpose, areas of difficulty for players to kind of trap enemies and make things a little bit more difficult. Or also stuff like sightlines, so, oh, am I able actually to, see a player coming from this corridor here, for example? Or am I giving too much advantage to, this player over here? Am I covering enough, both areas and stuff like that? So these are some of the questions that you have to ask yourself as an encounter designer or a multiplayer designer when you're designing these levels and spaces. Next slide. And last but not least, sound designers. So sound designers are people that are in charge of creating the music or audio effect in a game. And if you think about it, if you think about horror games, how important is sound design, how if you think about a game like Silent Hill with no sound, how bad would be? Very bad. So, sound designers are, especially important because they build up the atmosphere of the game. And if we go into the next slide, we also have a very iconic music, in games as sound designers. I still am very fond of like all the Final Fantasy, pretty much like soundtracks, or if you think about games like Death Stranding, like how beautiful is that soundtrack when you're playing this game in this large, fields of space where you're doing your mission is quite powerful. So it is a very cool thing to be a sound designer too. And next slide. So of course, like within game design, there are like a lot more of roles out there. This is like a sheet taken from Hitmarker. Hitmarker is like a website, if you want to check it out, to like give you like a little bit of like career advice, or it's mainly built for looking for jobs in the game industry. And you can also find things like this where they kind of explain you, all the different roles that you can have in the game industry. So these are really powerful tools, especially if you're not really sure about like what sort of like career path you want to take in the game industry. It's good to like kind of like have a night out there and start like think about like, oh, am I good at this, at programming or designing or modeling, and start to answer that question through like just having like a look at these jobs and like being like, hey, I feel like I can fit in this role rather than this one. So yeah, again, like there are a lot more game designer roles out there, such as multiplayer, UI, UX, like roles. So it is a really like a wide kind of like career path. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna explain what every game designer role we can possibly have. I wish I could, but we don't have time. Next slide. So that was all. Thank you so much. And if you have any question, now is the time. But yeah, that was me. And thank you, Sharon, for helping me with the slides.
Okay, you took 5 minutes less than expected, so we are still recovering, our initial delay. If you have questions, we have 10 minutes to answer, so I hope and I'd love that some of you has some question for Carola. Okay, I would be breaking my legs before the end, but here it is.
Hello. I'm Hartley. I'm an aspiring game designer. Okay. I would like to ask, as a technical designer, do you interface and communicate also with the artist when you design a mechanic? For example, when you design a jump, do you also talk to them to decide the animation duration, the frame, etc., or is someone else that talks to them?
That's a very interesting question. Thank you. So as a technical designer, as any really role in the industry, especially when you're crafting something in the level, I would say that you always have to be very clear about your intention, and if you need help with a feature, it's always very useful to reach out to your colleagues and be like, hey, I'm not sure about this point. Can you give me some advice, or do you think this is correct? So yeah, making sure that you're always aligning with the other people in your team, I would say that's definitely a thing to do. But yeah, you end up working on a daily basis, with your colleagues, and then when you do your stand up in the morning, you always if you have a doubt, or if you're not sure about something, I'll be like, hey, we're gonna have a chat later. It's okay. So yeah, it's definitely a good point. Yeah, definitely always aligning, making sure that you are working correctly with the other people is something that you do.
Any other questions? Because it seems that we have one question from the chat we will be answering at the end.
Hi, I'm not a designer, I'm just a gamer. So I have a kind of like a technical question. You studied Unreal Engine in university, and then you started working at EA Games, which, as I understand, works with the proprietary engine, Frostbite. How long did it take for you to learn how to use Frostbite, and what points do they have in common?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, if you end up working in like AAA studio in general, you end up like having their own engine. I'm not gonna say that I love Frostbite. Yeah, that's that's a funny story, but yeah, for another time. But yeah, as pretty much like every engine, they have like very like a lot of things in common. So they work differently, and it takes a long time. I'm still learning. So I think also with stuff like updates in the software and stuff like that, you always end up like learning always like this stuff. But yeah, I would say like like they're very similar with Unreal, or like probably more with Unreal that rather than Unity. But yeah, you never stop learning. When you choose this career, you never stop.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions from the room? Okay, Ariana?
I have one. It's more of a curiosity on my side, but the fact is, when you wish to become a game designer, what should you present to a company? Because for artists, it's kind of direct. We show pictures, and they say, I like this picture, you're hired.
Uh-huh.
But for game design, I think it's trickier, because I don't think they've got time to play a whole game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when you're like interviewing for a game designer role, like when I did my very first interview, they asked me like a really random question, like why do you like this game, or like what is this feature of this game that you like the most and why. So it's a lot of like always like thinking about something and making sure that you give the most plausible answer, and trying to be like straightforward about like what you like and why. So you always end up like having to explain why you do this, why did you do this feature or build this feature and stuff like that. But yeah, and then I would say like it's maybe a little bit different when you end up working as a level designer, because you actually have like something to show. Because then it's like spaces, I built this space because of this, blah blah blah. So that's probably more like the most similar like artist job that you have like in the game design craft. Cheers.
Do we have any other questions from the room? Okay. Very happy about that.
Hi, how much do you think going outside Italy impact your career, and do you suggest to junior in the game industry to do so?
Sorry, can you say it
Yeah,
again?
pretty
That's
fast.
okay.
Sorry. How much do you think going outside Italy impact to your career, and do you suggest to junior in the game industry to do so?
I would definitely say that if I had stayed in Italy, not only in the south of Italy, I would never be here. Like that's how I feel about it. I think really like the UK gave me the instruments, the tools, the knowledge, and the inspiration to like begin this career path. But yeah, I think like this is something that we need to align nowadays. Being or working in the game industry is not impossible, but we need to like work collectively to, like help people to understand that this is a real job and this is like, like a career path that you can do, especially nowadays. We're getting better, but like when I was still living in Sicily or in Italy, we're talking about more than 10 years ago. So yeah, I don't want to say it out loud, but yeah, it was a long time ago. I think nowadays things are better, so it's more possible for people like to hopefully stay in this land and continue, like start this career path here.
Thank you, Carola. Any other questions from the room? Okay, Irene. Then we are moving to the chat question.
Thank you, Carola, for this very interesting talk. It's very nice to see also. I wanted to ask you this. You said that you're a technical designer, and that's a professional figure that I find really important, even if it's not present in every game development studio. But in order to do that, you had to study a little bit of software development, right? What made you think about that when you were choosing your career path? Why didn't you go straight for the narrative designs, for instance, since you studied literature beforehand?
Yeah, so if it was actually for me, I think I would continue being like a generalist game designer. I had the opportunity to join the technical design role at Criterion just this year, and I took it because of multiple reasons. I'm sorry, I cannot dive into it. Like I will tell you later, but yeah. But yeah, it is, like I am a person that is always eager for learning. I love learning new things, so that was a challenge immediately that I wanted to take, and I just went for it.
Now I think it is. Okay, we have 2 questions from the chat, from the live chat, from our spectators. So the first one by Beatrice Lavazzini. She's asking, what are the 3 essential titles to play, in your opinion, from all of the video games history for someone who wants to become a game designer, excluding the 2 The Last of Us, of course?
Well, that's I would say that's very personal, but as a game designer, like a lot of the Uncharted game. I'm sorry, this is not I'm not praising Naughty Dog, but yeah, it's they do really make good games. I would say Uncharted has a really level design or narrative design concept that are quite important for this career. Also, Rockstar games are pretty good, right? GTA or
Red Dead Redemption.
Exactly. Also, I love stuff like Bully. I don't know if you remember that.
I remember.
Yeah. So yeah, Final Fantasy games have they're really they have quite intense story, and the gameplay also elements are quite helpful if you want to take over this career path. What else? There are a lot of good games out there. I also love really silly games Untitled Goose Games. Or Hotline Miami. I love an old game. I still play Hercules, the game from the 90s. So it's there are a lot of good games. They're quite still good to play here nowadays.
Okay, we are answering another question from the chat. There are more questions, but we're going to answer them during the break, so Carola will join me for a very short session. If any other question, then will come up during one of the breaks. But last question for this session. This is Carlo De Michele, who is asking, hi, I am Carlo, an aspiring combat designer, and I wanted to know how important do you think it is for a figure like this to know how to program, visual scripting, and prototype AIs or their behaviors?
That's an interesting question. I would say still as a designer, the most important thing that you need to be able to do is like to create, the spaces or, the gameplay experience in the level. If you can implement these features, that's a plus. But if you end up working, I would say, like in a studio, maybe there is going to be like a programmer looking after those things. So I would still say if you want to be like a combat designer, it's not essential that you need to be able to like have that skill, like that technical knowledge. It really helps, but it's not essential. Then of course depend on like what kind of studio you're looking to join. If it's small studio, probably you need that.
Okay, we have two other questions, but as I said, we're going to answer them during the break. So because the 45 minutes have finished and we don't want to run late. So thank you, Carola.
Thank you.
Okay, so I would like Lisa to come up for a talk. Julia, you can go to the computer.
Hello, people at home. All right, let's wait for the slides. Let's see if they work first. Spoiler, okay. Hello, so I'm Lisa. I'm a senior environment artist. I'm currently living in London. And today we're gonna talk about how it felt to move abroad. And I'm gonna tell you a little bit about all of the pros and the cons so that at the end of the panel you will have a clearer idea what it means to leave Italy. And you can, take your consideration. So let's see if this works. Yes, yeah. So this is a table of content just to let you understand what we're gonna talk about. It's a lot of stuff, but we're gonna, make sure that we can tackle everything. What I'm going to talk about, like the topics are generally focused on the journey from Italy to UK, but it's actually valid for generally like any country from the south of Europe to north or any other country in the world. So, but let me introduce myself first. Next. So this is me. So I'm currently working in Avalanche. We are famous for Mad Max, Just Cause, Call of Duty, The Angler, or The Hunter. So a lot of cool stuff, and a lot of cool stuff that open world as well. So it's very fun environment-wise. I'm a Women in Game ambassador since 2019, and I recently joined BAFTA, and I've been a member of the Italian video game tax credit for the past 3 years. So a lot of cool stuff. It's I've been in the industry for 8 years, I feel like, and it has been a nice ride ever since. This was me when I was younger, of course. My brothers used to enjoy dress me up as a Saint Seiya or Knight of the Zodiac, stuff like that. But I always like robots, so to me that's a robot. Next. First thing, what is an environment artist? Environment artists create immersive world, making sure that all of the elements fit and support all of the artistic, the gameplay, and the functionality of a video game. In order to be a good environment artist, you need to have a mix of hard and soft skills, and it's very important. It's very important because I believe that people will always remember you mainly for how you made them feel and how you treat them rather than for which task or bug you close, generally. I mean, both are important, but yeah, don't undervalue that part. So hard skills, yeah, hard skills. Technical proficiency means as an artist working in the tech industry, you have to learn a lot of softwares like you were talking about earlier. It's very important to be updated and be able to use, I'm not saying as many software as you can, but of course the more you know, the best it is. And also it refers to the singular techniques, so modeling, UV mapping, topology, all that beautiful stuff. Yeah. A strong general knowledge is super important when it comes, for example, to when you create environments, if you want to make them more realistic, if you have some historical knowledge, geography knowledge, or architecture knowledge is super cool, super important. Creativity, meaning, yeah, both like in the sense of being able to problem solving anything that comes up, and also how to make these environments more immersive, more realistic. You have to make sure that you are able to convey a player from point A to point B, showing them the path, but without, making it too obvious. So it has to be very immersive, very natural, and it takes a little bit of work and exercise to do that. And storytelling, for example, yeah, storytelling is everywhere. It can be in the single asset, like in a small piece of paper, but it can also be in the whole environment. So like if you set up your gaming during the medieval times, it's important that you are quite aligned with what it is, what it actually represented. So, and also it enhances the experience of the player. So it's good, you make environments that make sense, let's say. When it comes to soft skills, from my experience, it's very important to, maybe it sounds very obvious, but it's not, trust me, it's not that obvious. Collaboration. Collaboration because, to make video games is not like a work that you do by yourself. It's actually, a teamwork, so you need to be able to collaborate and communicate in an effective way. So leave all of the ego outside and make sure that you kind of, work together because you're going in the same direction. Your goal is the same. So it's important that each one of us do their best. Constant learning, meaning that, as I said, we live in a tech industry, so you have to be always updated to the latest news of the market and also the technical side. So it's like, we got AI now. AI now. So that's another whole panel, of course, but it's like very important that you understand what's outside. I do know that as long as you are in a school, you're still learning, and maybe it's hard to get over and to look out over what you're learning because you're focused on that. But once you start working the industry, trust me, it's very important to being as open-minded as possible. And time management, another very important thing. It might again be a bit hard to understand at the beginning because you're still learning. So maybe you still don't know exactly how long it's going to take for you to create an asset. But as soon as you start doing it and repeating, you're going to know, like, okay, to create this building, it's going to take me like 5 days, depending on the complication, the details and stuff like that. And connected to the collaboration part, it's very important that you always keep the team updated, your producer specifically, because if there are issues, you have to make sure that you say that, because again, you're working in a team, and it's important that kind of everything works. So if there are issues, raise your hand. Don't be scared to say that you need some help, because everybody's going to need help. So yeah, it's important to be able to do that too. Again, no ego. We are all in the same boat. Let's go in the same direction. And adaptability, again, we were talking about engines, different engines. So yeah, you need to be very flexible to what your studio, what your company needs. Maybe you enter in a company as an environment artist. Maybe like in Carola case, maybe you have to change or to change your path, maybe to work VFX or anything like that. If it's something that you like, that can be suitable for you, do that. You never know. Like I really like environments, so I feel like I found my spot. But you know, we will have to work for the rest of our lives, so I'm not excluding that maybe in 5 years I will move to level design, or I don't know. Just keep all the doors open. This is not going to take too long. This is my experience. So I actually got a degree in economics. Very fun. I started working as an administrative clerk back in Verona area. I didn't like it. I was a bit depressed. I like numbers, but not that much. So the destiny wanted that year, Digital Brass Game Academy open for the first time. So I decided to move to Milan, started the school. It was 1 year long, and so it was full time. And I had these are the guys. Oh, the first year we were in 30. I know that now it has escalated to 90 people, so that's a good thing. But it was one of the best years of my life because, obviously, even you guys, you wake up, you go to school, you talk about video games, you go back home, you play video games. It's all about video games. It's very cool. So after that, I actually landed my first job opportunity. It was an internship in Ovosonico, where I worked on my first game. That was last year of June. I encourage you to check it out. It's a nice indie game, cute. And that experience has been teaching me a lot. It was a very good school. I stayed there for a while, and then I decided to move to Milestone, that you all know, most likely. And I stayed there for 3 years, I think, yeah. And I joined the prototyping team, because at that time they were switching from their own engine to Unreal. So fun times, again. And it was good. And after 3 years, I felt like I needed some challenges. Milestone is the biggest company in Italy, so and at that time, it was 2018, yeah. At that time, there weren't as many studios as there are today in Italy. So I was like, okay, let's move abroad. Let's check it out. Let's see how they work abroad. Let's learn something. The initial idea was to stay for a couple of years. After 5 years, we're still there. So I took the courage to move abroad. I will always remember, how it felt. I was crying the whole weekend because I got an offer from Codemasters, and I didn't know what to do. I was very scared. When I started working in video games, I would have never ever thought about moving abroad. I don't know why, but I didn't care. It was fine as it was. But now I'm I should have moved abroad earlier. Yeah, and I'll explain you why in the next slide. But after Codemasters, I stayed there for 1 year, where I worked for 35. And I heard about Avalanche, which is this Swedish company that was opening in Liverpool during COVID. Of course, good situation, yeah. So we started working all from home. The team was established during COVID, so we were very used to work remotely. And after 2 years, I feel like, we released Call of the Wild the Angler, which is an open world fishing game. We are working on it still. Next. The UK gaming industry. This is just to let you understand a little bit why I picked UK, some data. Yes, data. And UK industry, the gaming industry in UK is definitely the most developed in Europe. Those are all the money that they make. But from my point of view, the important data is these two, because just to give you a comparison, in Italy we have like 2,000 something of developers, while in UK 2,000 are the companies. So it's a completely different universe. And also, they introduced the games tax relief in 2014, so it's like 10 years ago. And that really, really, really helped a lot. Like, we got it in Italy right now. It was introduced 3 years ago. It can be tricky, of course, but it's helping as well. And I'm pretty sure that the situation will get better with time. To me, moving to the UK was a bit crazy. Like, the first 3 months were very interesting because I didn't move to London immediately. I moved to Liverpool. I even didn't know where Liverpool was. I had to check it on the map. I was like, okay, let's check it, let's see, let's go. But I didn't know. I wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared for the accent that they have. Shout out to all my Liverpool people. But it was very hard. It was very hard to understand what they were talking about. And at the beginning, it was, I had like chronic headache because I had like 3 months of probation. And then I had to, show them that I was able to do my job in Codemasters. And at the same time, to do that, you have to understand what they say. I was like, okay. It was hard, but they were extremely welcoming. Like, they were amazing. When I moved, they lost my luggage, I remember. So when I moved for a week, I didn't have anything. So they were super, super friendly. They gave me, okay, whatever. That's another story. I picked the UK because there are a lot of developers, which means a lot of networking. They have events every week about anything, and it really makes you feel like you're part of a community. And you are doing an actual job. Let's talk about the reasons now with another slide. Okay, so here are the juicy part of the panel. All the pros and cons about moving abroad. Like I said, this is my experience in UK, but a lot of things are in common with other countries. So the first reason were the high salaries. I didn't know that we could earn that much. So, of course, the salaries are very different. Of course, people are like, you earn more, but you also spend more because the cost of life is higher. It is true, but it's not. It really depends on where you move. Like Liverpool and London are completely different in terms of cost. I was like comparing Milan to Foggia, I don't know, any other place, basically. But, I mean, it's still money, so you can, if you are good we managing them, you can really, do something good. And also when you come to Italy, you feel like you're very rich. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very transparent. Another thing is the diverse job market, because like I said, there are more people, more companies, bigger projects, and that means that there are more chances for you to understand what you want to do in your life. Like I said, you can start as an environment artist, but you can, I'm going to move to marketing or whatever. And the opportunities are actually there. From big project to smaller project. Maybe, yes, there is a bit more competition, but I feel like that is, that really helps you a lot in becoming a better developer, let's say. Yeah. And networking, like I said, is infinite chances to do that. And the best things always, usually, come via networking. We have this thing that are called referrals, that in Italy, maybe they are like, oh, you got referred. But in the industry, that's actually how it works, because maybe they open a job role and there are like 1,000 of people applying. As a studio, as a company, how can you get through that? You need people to refer you, so it's easier maybe to even have a interview opportunity. I know it's weird, but yeah, it's a completely different world. This is probably the best part, the stuff that I like the most. These have made me grow up a lot as a human being, because it's crazy when you, I don't know, maybe you're at lunch break and you're sitting at the table with your colleague from Japan, your colleague from India, another one from Canada, and we are all talking about, normal stuff. Like, I remember we had a chat about how they celebrate Christmas in their own countries. That was super interesting. And then I found out that all of the moms in the world are the same, because they're always like shooting slippers, but anyway. So apart from this, it was interesting to see that we all come together with the same passion from all of the most different parts of the world. And also, moving abroad, yes, okay, in this case it's UK, but wherever you go, by the time you leave your own country and you start settling down in a new environment, it's quite natural to start comparing the place you are with the country you're from. But not just for the development part, it's like life in general, like transport, for example. So that really puts you in a position of reevaluating your own country, and it opens up your mind to, oh, okay, so we are like this. Why we're not doing that the same way they do that? It would be so easy. So you simply have like a outlook on your own country, on your own reality, which is super helpful, because you always have to, look at your life from a point of view in different ways, let's say. And yeah, this was the best part, probably. Especially London is the multicultural center, so yeah, it's crazy. And English proficiency, yes, you're gonna learn English. It was very hard at the beginning. We learn English at school, and that's a bit academic. It's like, hello, how are you? Or stuff like that. I'm not gonna talk much about this, all of the experiences that I have, because it will take ages. But learning English is super important, regardless you move abroad. Again, it's something that can open up more doors, even if, again, you stay in Italy. We live in a post-COVID world, and also in a industry that for the past 2-3 years has been through a lot, and is still going through a lot. So from a point of view, not knowing how to speak English is quite limiting. You're limiting yourself, because you're only going to find, hopefully, job in Italy, but you should point to everywhere, basically. And personally, learning English has, of course, allowed me to expand my horizon, but also to not be forced to listen to a single source, of information. How our journalists are a bit, whatever it is. So it's important to be able to verify information by yourself, and news always come like 3-4 days later in Italy. So in order to be always on top and updated, it's important to speak English, at least understanding that. So yeah, these were the main reasons. And I would add on just the industry abroad, I mean in UK, yeah, really made me feel welcoming, welcome, but it's also there is a big meritocracy, and I'm not gonna lie, I found like a lot of more dignity in my daily life, let's say. Italian industry still has a long way to go. I know we're getting there. It's just slightly slower. And of course, we got the cons. Cons, yeah, that'll be relative, let's say. High cost of living, like I said, rents in London are crazy. So you need to be careful with your money, let's say. I know it's something that even in Milan is happening, so yeah, again, it's not just the rent, of course, it's all the rest, so pros and cons. Climate, yes, in UK is a bit worse, but I found out that as soon as you pass the Alps, the weather kind of sucks a little bit everywhere. We are very lucky in Italy. It rains slightly more and it can have some effect on your mental health, unless you are from Pianura Padana, because it's probably the most hostile place in Italy. And I'm very happy to be in London right now because we don't have mosquitoes. We don't have 40 degrees. We don't have fog. Yeah, it's all good. I'm very happy. But if you come from the south of Italy, I do understand it might be a struggle, and yeah, you can get a bit homesick. Homesickness is a real thing. It's connected to loneliness. You have to make sure that you are ready for that, because unless you have family or you have close friends abroad, it can happen that you're gonna go through a lot of very lonely times. Making new friends as an adult, yes, it's possible, but you know, it really depends on where you are, because London, for example, is a city where everybody's like hustling, so they don't even have the time to meet up. Maybe you want to meet up with your friend, but they live on the other side of London, so it takes like 15 minutes. It's crazy. But I got some homesick sometimes. Every week I'm like, should I go back to Italy? And every time I'm like, no. But but I can come, like, London is very good when it comes to connections. So I'm basically at home once a month, so it's not even that bad. And yeah, Brexit. Yeah, Brexit was a bad thing, and it's complicated, and it keeps on changing. If I'm not wrong, now you can get in UK only if you are hired from abroad, only for specific type of jobs, very professional, and your salary should be at least 38K, something like that. Yeah, so which is a lot. It's a experienced senior type of salary. When I moved to master, I wasn't earning that much. So yeah, it's very, yeah, you gotta be careful with that. It's not impossible, but yeah, it's harder than what it was before. Next slide. And here, yes, here, so this data actually are taken from Giorgio Catania research. Last year, he asked more than 100 of Italian developers living abroad a few questions, and it was very interesting to understand how the situation is. These are, from a point of view, one of the data that are the most interesting. The people that move abroad are generally young and under 36 years old. And that doesn't mean nothing, because the majority actually managed to have a very good and fast career and to move to seniority very soon. Like I said, it's a very meritocratic environment. Another important information is this one. The majority are full-time permanent. That means the market is quite stable, and the contract and the people are respected, let's say. These are the salaries. We don't need to talk about it, but yeah, this is a nice chunk. And these are the top 3 countries with the highest amount of Italian developers. Apart from those, I'm pretty sure we have US and Germany, France, China too, yeah, Japan. So a lot of countries. And another thing to point out is that after COVID, we are still working, the majority of us are still working either from home or hybrid. I'm completely full-time from home right now. And this is a good thing. It really gives you a lot of time and work-life balance. Next slide. Yes, so this is what I was talking about. Coming home. Yeah, we would like to come back home, but there are some things that are missing, and these, of course, are the main ones. Like I said, salary, benefits, and contract stability are probably the things that count the most and that give you some sort of dignity. The work culture needs to mature a bit. Like in abroad, you can see any sort of organization from the big AAA companies to indie studio. It's not that everything is roses. Abroad is. You can find a lot of things though. So in Italy we have is a completely different environment, let's say. Work from home, hybrid opportunities are very important. COVID really hit a lot, but I feel like all of us kind of got used to work from home, and as long as you are productive, that's what is important, because we don't need anybody to control you all the time. You have to responsibilize yourself and to show that you can do your job. And yeah, higher profile productions is like less indies, maybe more interesting project, maybe some collaborations with studios from abroad. So I'm pretty sure this is happening. It's maybe slower, but I know that it's happening. So yeah, I think that was it. Change the slide. Yeah. So if you have any questions, I mean, if you're shy right now, you can send me a question in the email, or you can add me on Instagram, because I'm young. And and also, of course, LinkedIn, Lisa Coppi. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, you finished on time, 32 minutes. So we have time for Q&A. So do we have some questions for Lisa here in the room?
If you want to.
Okay, so let's start with Alessandra.
First of all, very interesting talk.
Huh?
I have one question. What is the most shocking thing you found in the UK when you moved? Both culturally and professionally speaking.
Okay, this is another panel. Okay, so culturally wise, they are very different from us. Yeah, like a lot different. Apart from the food, of course, I'm not going to open the parentheses. But no, I really like, so what I believe Italians have that no other country have is the ability of be flexible, because we are used to do a lot, to work a lot, right? Like even, for example, these indie companies have less people, but these people can do a lot of different stuff, like marketing. One marketing guy is actually the producer, and he's also a little bit of an artist. So what I found out is that work-wise, we tend to work harder, which is good. At the same time, it's like they tell you, please calm down. Please, you don't have to work overtime. Don't show the other people that you're working overtime because that's not healthy, for example. That's a classic. But the ability of freestyling, like problem solving specifically, is something that I couldn't find, let's say. I'm talking about UK people, but I'm pretty sure that even North Europe are like that. Maybe it's slightly harder to be flexible in general. Coming from, our hard reality, I found it easier. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I had to work like 3 times less, and I was earning twice just when I moved. Now it's even better. So that was probably the main thing, the main change for me when I moved. And of course, everything they do is very, very, it's good. It's like, video games are a very real job. There are universities, the people that come out from uni are super skilled. The connection between school and workplace is way, way stronger than what I've seen in Italy. I don't know, maybe things have changed lately. So, I don't know, the organization itself, it's smoother. Maybe in Italy we lose a lot of time to, I don't know, we have to make this decision. Should we do this? And then there is bureaucracy. So it's a bit messier from that side, while they are very better organizing stuff. So yeah, that was, and personally, yeah, it's completely different. I'm enjoying it so far. Yeah, I can't complain.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the room? Okay, we have 2 raised hands. Let me come to you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the talk. It was very interesting. I'm Ricardo, a video games journalist, and I wanted to ask you, as a person that works with visuals, what is your stance on generative AI, and do you find it more as a tool? Do you find it that it's going to make your job at risk in the future? What is your general perspective on it?
So currently, right now, it's fine. I can really see it as a tool. We actually use it in production for many reasons. Programmers use it a lot to correct their code. We artists create a concept. Maybe we have a texture that needs to be fixed, so you can do that. I use it a lot because I'm not very good at speaking and at finding good words, so ChatGPT is like my savior. But for everything, like even to if I have to leave a feedback or a review on Airbnb, I'm like, write a positive feedback. So that's embarrassing. But anyway, the problem right now with AI is that as long as we are in our industry, we have an eye for it. We do understand when something is generated via AI for the moment, and whatnot. The fear that I have is for the people that don't belong to our tech world, like my mom or whoever, that maybe see the Pope picture of them shooting, I don't know, whatever, and they believe it. Like if you open Facebook, I don't know how your Facebook is, if you still use it, but nowadays it's all about fake images and people commenting under it, like saying, oh my God, this is awesome, or like crazy stuff. That is, from a point of view, the bad part. When it comes to our industry, my dream would be, this is valid for cinema industry as well, my dream would be to have the coexistence of the two. So you will have maybe movies created with AI, but you also have movies created by humans. one thing doesn't have necessarily to exclude another. The same goes for video game. In 1 year, I'm pretty sure that we will see a video game all AI generated. It already exists, I know. It is not very nice, but we are getting there. So I don't think we are, like, I was maybe anxious at the beginning, but now I'm like more, okay, we have to understand what is going on now. We have to be prepared for what will come next. And if you're going to lose our job, we're going to reinvent ourselves. I'm pretty sure that, that's why I was talking about flexibility. Maybe in 5 years, I will have to learn not just to model, but also how to use an AI modeling tool or stuff like that. I'm not afraid of that. It's just a tech that is evolving, so you have to ride it.
Okay, the other hand. Hi, my name is Luigi, and I want to ask you if you have any tips for a good portfolio for application for an environment artist.
Yeah. So at the beginning, when I didn't have any sort of experience, I would put anything on the portfolio as long as I had something to show. What I research in a junior, for example, is not just what they do, like their own project, but I also pay a lot of attention to the team project, to the final group project. Generally at school, they make you do that, because that's the only thing that you can show of experience in working with a team. So make sure that if you do that type of project, you highlight exactly what you've done, and you're prepared to explain how it was, the challenges you found, what you liked, and what you didn't. Apart from that, it really depends on what your goals are. Maybe you want to go to Naughty Dog, so it's better if you focus on environment with a lot of nature, open world, or maybe not. Like, decide where you want to go, and then create a portfolio depending on that. Maybe you want to work on Super Mario, so you need a completely different portfolio. So start from that, and no worries, because your portfolio will get bigger and bigger with the years. But I know at the beginning it's super hard. It's probably the hardest part. Once you are in the industry, it will all get better with time. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions from the room? Otherwise, we're moving to the chat. No, it seems not. So we have 3 questions from the chat. We're going to be answering to them already now. So Carlo is asking, as an environment artist, what is your relationship with game engines? Complicated relationship.
You should start I don't know, some music, some no, it's good, it's good. As an environment artist, my favorite engine is always, of course, Unreal. I've been working on Unity too. It's very good too. And in the past 2 companies, I worked on their own engines that were completely different from each other's. What can I say? It's like, if the engine is very well supported, it's easier for you to use it. If you have a R&D programmer team that, it's very present, that is able to, to answer all of your problems or whatever any feature that you want to test, that is good as well. I know usually it's not like that, because there is never time, there is never budget, so it's hard to improve an engine. But I feel like that is what you use every day, so you need to be able to know every corner of it. Generally, when you join a new company that has their own engine, you're not, of course, they not ask you to know the engine before you move in. They give you time, so don't stress about it. You will have plenty of documentation to read, videos to watch, some mentors that will help you out with that. And also, if I can suggest, I know it can be overwhelming at the beginning, but try to focus on what you really need, on the task that you really need to do. So for example, an environmental artist needs to be able to import an asset, set dress allocation, I don't know, scale or, basic stuff. So focus on that, and then you can think about, leveling up your skills in the engine. It's like when you learn a new language, like you want to learn French, I don't know, you're never going to start from the words for quantum physics or whatever. You're going to start from bonjour, comment ça va, blah, blah. So it's exactly the same.
Okay, then we have Claudia, who is asking, is there gender pay gap in the UK?
No. No. I have to admit, that's a tough question. There might be. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen it happening. Definitely less than what I've seen happening in Italy. I don't know about other countries, but unfortunately, that's something that needs to, be fixed. I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of companies lately that are super sensitive to this topic, the AI or any sort of, attention to minorities in general. So I can tell that, for example, Avalanche is super transparent and is super, they pay a lot of attention to meritocracy and all that stuff. So it really depends on where you go, but again, I didn't see that happen as much as I've seen in Italy, unfortunately.
Okay, last question. Ntech444 is asking, how important is it to have a creative side mind in your job?
Oh yeah, that's that is.
Let's end on a positive note.
No, it's super important. The environment artist role itself says that you are an artist. So you need to be able to, like I said previously, to kind of put yourself inside of an environment. And I feel like playing a lot of video games, studying the environment of all of them, yes. Last of Us. I'm loving Wukong. Wukong is like the top at the moment. It really inspires you. The same way that, for example, a concept artist can look at other people draws or works and you get inspired. It's the same with the environment artists, and we have this amazing place that is ArtStation. Sometimes I go there and check other people. Sometimes I get frustrated because I'm like, I suck. But then it's like, it's all about being able to expose yourself to certain artistic quality things and make them yours so that when you work, it's automatic for you to use them. And so creativity is something that can be trained as well. Like, I don't think I've ever been very creative in my life, but because I've been doing a lot of researches, now I can do that easily. So yeah, it's definitely important.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. We don't have any more questions. Okay, so we are going to have the first break of the day. So for people in the room, you can go out and take a bit of fresh air. For people who are following live, we are coming back in a few minutes to answer to the two questions that remain from Carola's talk. And for everyone, we are going to be back for the next talk at about 12:05, 12:10 or something like that.
Benvenuti in Game Design Battle, l'unico show dove meccaniche di gioco combattono senza esclusione di colpi. 2 giochi si affronteranno ogni puntata su una singola tematica di game design. La speranza? Risultare vincitori. A decretare il verdetto, Mattia Traverso di Event Horizon.
Oggi combatteranno Uncharted 4, capolavoro dell'era moderna, e Resident Evil 1, l'amato classico del 1996. E il campo di battaglia saranno i controlli di gioco. I controlli sono una di quelle cose che quando le fai bene nessuno se ne accorge. Quando un gioco ha degli ottimi controlli, solitamente parliamo di un buon game feel. Uncharted 4 ha dei controlli relativamente standard per il giorno d'oggi. Basta direzionare la levetta analogica dove si intende andare e il personaggio si muoverà verso quella direzione. È veloce, agile e soprattutto reattivo. Questo fa sentire il giocatore in controllo e gli consente di rispondere velocemente e di diventare man mano più bravo. Resident Evil 1, d'altro canto, ha un sistema decisamente scomodo. Non puoi muoverti né di lato né in diagonale e devi fermare il personaggio per poterlo girare. Di solito chiamiamo questo sistema Tank Controls perché richiama il movimento di un carro armato. Sono controlli lenti, decisamente non reattivi, e non ti consentono mai di sentirti pienamente in controllo. Puoi sicuramente diventare più bravo con la pratica, ma c'è un forte e netto limite a quanto agile puoi diventare. Quindi Uncharted 4 ha un game feel migliore di Resident Evil 1? Beh, non è così semplice. Uncharted 4 è un gioco in cui impersoni un avventuriero. Il design è costruito in maniera tale da farti sentire agile e veloce, per farti immedesimare nei panni di un simile Indiana Jones. Resident Evil 1 invece è un gioco in cui devi sempre sentirti vulnerabile. Certo, piano piano sblocchi armi sempre più forti, ma il primo zombie che incontri all'inizio della tua avventura non smette mai di essere pericoloso. I designer vogliono che tu ti senta debole, con risorse limitate e sempre in pericolo, e diciamolo, un po' impacciato. E quindi il vincitore di questa Game Design Battle chi è? Entrambi. Design diversi servono a scopi diversi, e nessun design è meglio di un altro in assoluto. Certo, in Uncharted 4 i controlli sono più piacevoli, ma il game feel di Resident Evil non è peggiore, solo diverso. Talvolta controlli meno piacevoli potrebbero essere la cosa migliore per il tuo gioco. Questo è stato Game Design Battle. Per altri video come questi mi raccomando iscrivetevi al canale e lasciateci un commento per sapere quali giochi potremo analizzare in futuro. Grazie, alla prossima!
Benvenuti in Game Design Battle, l'unico show dove meccaniche di gioco combattono senza esclusione di colpi. 2 giochi si affronteranno ogni puntata su una singola tematica di game design. La speranza? Risultare vincitori. A decretare il verdetto, Mattia Traverso di Event Horizon.
Oggi combatteranno Uncharted 4, capolavoro dell'era moderna, e Resident Evil 1, l'amato classico del 1996. E il campo di battaglia saranno i controlli di gioco. I controlli sono una di quelle cose che quando le fai bene nessuno se ne accorge. Quando un gioco ha degli ottimi controlli, solitamente parliamo di un buon game feel. Uncharted 4 ha dei controlli relativamente standard per il giorno d'oggi. Basta direzionare la levetta analogica dove si intende andare e il personaggio si muoverà verso quella direzione. È veloce, agile e soprattutto reattivo. Questo fa sentire il giocatore in controllo e gli consente di rispondere velocemente e di diventare man mano più bravo. Resident Evil 1, d'altro canto, ha un sistema decisamente scomodo. Non puoi muoverti né di lato né in diagonale e devi fermare il personaggio per poterlo girare. Di solito chiamiamo questo sistema Tank Controls perché richiama il movimento di un carro armato. Sono controlli lenti, decisamente non reattivi, e non ti consentono mai di sentirti pienamente in controllo. Puoi sicuramente diventare più bravo con la pratica, ma c'è un forte e netto limite a quanto agile puoi diventare. Quindi Uncharted 4 ha un game feel migliore di Resident Evil 1? Beh, non è così semplice. Uncharted 4 è un gioco in cui impersoni un avventuriero. Il design è costruito in maniera tale da farti sentire agile e veloce, per farti immedesimare nei panni di un simile Indiana Jones. Resident Evil 1 invece è un gioco in cui devi sempre sentirti vulnerabile. Certo, piano piano sblocchi armi sempre più forti, ma il primo zombie che incontri all'inizio della tua avventura non smette mai di essere pericoloso. I designer vogliono che tu ti senta debole, con risorse limitate e sempre in pericolo, e diciamolo, un po' impacciato. E quindi il vincitore di questa game design battle chi è? Entrambi. Design diversi servono a scopi diversi, e nessun design è meglio di un altro in assoluto. Certo, in Uncharted 4 i controlli sono più piacevoli, ma il game feel di Resident Evil non è peggiore, solo diverso. Talvolta controlli meno piacevoli potrebbero essere la cosa migliore per il tuo gioco. Questo è stato Game Design Battle. Per altri video come questi mi raccomando iscrivetevi al canale e lasciateci un commento per sapere quali giochi potremo analizzare in futuro. Grazie, alla prossima!
Benvenuti in Game Design Battle, l'unico show dove meccaniche di gioco combattono senza esclusione di colpi. 2 giochi si affronteranno ogni puntata su una singola tematica di game design. La speranza? Risultare vincitori. A decretare il verdetto, Mattia Traverso di Event Horizon.
Oggi combatteranno Uncharted 4, capolavoro dell'era moderna, e Resident Evil 1, l'amato classico del 1996. E il campo di battaglia saranno i controlli di gioco. I controlli sono una di quelle cose che quando le fai bene nessuno se ne accorge. Quando un gioco ha degli ottimi controlli, solitamente parliamo di un buon game feel. Uncharted 4 ha dei controlli relativamente standard per il giorno d'oggi. Basta direzionare la levetta analogica dove si intende andare e il personaggio si muoverà verso quella direzione. È veloce, agile e soprattutto reattivo. Questo fa sentire il giocatore in controllo e gli consente di rispondere velocemente e di diventare man mano più bravo. Resident Evil 1, d'altro canto, ha un sistema decisamente scomodo. Non puoi muoverti né di lato né in diagonale e devi fermare il personaggio per poterlo girare. Di solito chiamiamo questo sistema Tank Controls perché richiama il movimento di un carro armato. Sono controlli lenti, decisamente non reattivi, e non ti consentono mai di sentirti pienamente in controllo. Puoi sicuramente diventare più bravo con la pratica, ma c'è un forte e netto limite a quanto agile puoi diventare. Quindi Uncharted 4 ha un game feel migliore di Resident Evil 1? Beh, non è così semplice. Uncharted 4 è un gioco in cui in persona è un avventuriero. Il design è costruito in maniera tale da farti sentire agile e veloce, per farti immedesimare nei panni di un simile Indiana Jones. Resident Evil 1 invece è un gioco in cui devi sempre sentirti vulnerabile. Certo, piano piano sblocchi armi sempre più forti, ma il primo zombie che incontri all'inizio della tua avventura non smette mai di essere pericoloso. I designer vogliono che tu ti senta debole, con risorse limitate e sempre in pericolo, e diciamolo, un po' impacciato. E quindi il vincitore di questa game design battle chi è? Entrambi. Design diversi servono a scopi diversi, e nessun design è meglio di un altro in assoluto. Certo, in Uncharted 4 i controlli sono più piacevoli, ma il game feel di Resident Evil non è peggiore, solo diverso. Talvolta controlli meno piacevoli potrebbero essere la cosa migliore per il tuo gioco. Questo è stato Game Design Battle. Per altri video come questi mi raccomando iscrivetevi al canale e lasciateci un commento per sapere quali giochi potremo analizzare in futuro. Grazie, alla prossima!
Break is finished. So, we're going to be answer now to the 2 questions that we have left, on the chat. There is Ria Grace, which is telling you that your talk was very inspiring. Your talk about your journey was really inspiring. And she's asking, what do you see yourself in the future? What would be your dream job?
Okay, so I would say I would love, of course, to be working in the future The Last of Us, if there would be any. But if not, I think I would definitely love to progress my journey in the game design career path, and one day be like a creative director, perhaps. Maybe open my own studio. That would be pretty sick. But
The other question is a bit weird, but let's try to answer that. There is a certain Watermelones who is asking, can a concept art become a game designer? I imagine an artist will have an easier time showing their ideas, so he didn't grasp what a game designer does. And I was wondering whether that's the case.
I think anyone can become a game designer if they want to. If you have the right skill set, why not? You just need to look up for what is your best fit in the game design career path, and just work towards building up those skills. I think anyone can be if you're creative enough, if you're built up for this career path, why not?
Okay, we don't have any more questions for you, so thank you again, Carola.
Thank you.
Okay, So I would like to welcome Ariane to the stage. You can give her your mic. So Alessia, you can switch to Arianna's presentation.
Hello.
Let's go.
Oh, sorry. So, hello. Hope you all had a nice break. Welcome to my unskippable cutscene, which is Light in the Way. And it's basically, well, first spoiler is about lighting. And it's basically my attempt to try to get you all interested in what I do for a living. So we can go on. This is my flex page. These are all the games that I've been working on in these years. I'm a lighting artist, and I've been one for now 6 to 7 years, I think. And the path there has not been straight at all. I just had a passion about video games and a general feeling that I wanted to work with medias. So my first step has been to try and freelance in every direction possible when it comes to art. I've been working as a photographer, video maker, 2D animation artist, always below junior level, but I just needed to try and see how the industry was. Then I remembered how much I liked video games, so I decided to focus on that. And my first major position in a company was for Milestone, which is a company here in Milan that specializes in racing games. And that's why you see so many cars and bikes here. And that was not a lighting artist position, it was a VFX artist position. But it came with attached lighting tasks. So that was luck on my side, because it helped me to understand that lighting was what I liked the most. And that I wasn't as good as VFX artist as I thought I was. So then I decided to just focus on that. I discovered my passion. And I moved to Frontier Developments, which is where I'm working now, to be able to work on different games and to develop lighting even further. There's not a lot more to say about that. I'm working remotely from Italy to England. I made it, and that's a big thing for me, because often in the industry, it feels like companies forget that you're also a person. So the fact that they helped me with my family situation and let me live in Italy, it's really important for me. And I hope this will be an option that other studios will adapt in the future. Now is the part where I talk about my hobbies, but I think we can skip that and go to important things. So this is all the things that a lighting artist does. We're not going to read all of that. But the core point is that inside every lighting artist, there are two wolves. The first wolf is the tech, and the second one is not. I'll just go quickly through the tech part. Tech is everything that happens beyond the curtains. And I think the key points is that tech needs to give all the tools and support to be able to match performances and the best possible quality outcome. A good example would be in Fortnite. I guess everyone knows that, but it's that game when Drake and Goku shoot at each other. And that's a multiplayer game, and you need to be quick. You cannot really lose frame rate. But it also has to be really interesting to see, because it has to catch the attention of the player. And that's the best example, because you need to be able to understand what the best workflow could be for that. And then, of course, there are a lot of limitations when you're working with games. First could be performances, engines, we talked about that before, and finding clever workaround solution is also part of the task. And for last, of course, you need to stay up to date with new technologies and be able to implement that into the pipeline if required. But we're not talking about that. because I specialize in art lighting, so this part is important part. And that's all points I'm going to explain later, but just a quick thing. Lighting, unfortunately for me, is a little bit harder than just drag lights in a scene and be able to see stuff. It comes with a lot of other things. It's not just about lights, it's also about VFX sometimes, fog, cameras. You need to know a lot about real-life cameras. So all the other points we'll see later, so we can go on. First, visual language. That's a word that I'll probably use a lot. And what I mean by that is that this talk will be focusing on how lighting communicates to the player in different ways. And the visual language is our way to communicate without explicitly telling the player what he needs to do. Why do we need to do that? Because it breaks immersion. Just picture a game that every 3-step pop-ups or text is not really interesting. So lighting is a useful tool for that. Talking about which direction should I go? How do I feel about a character? Is it good or bad? Or something like what happens in a room in front of me? So the next. These are two great examples. I don't know where to place myself, so I'll stay here. This is a great example of what I mean. This comes from Alan Wake, and it's a game where light and dark have a strong use. Early in the game, it's stated that light equals safety. So you've got this scenario where everything is dark. You've got a torchlight that slows down the enemies. And when you get into the light, they cannot attack you. So in this case, visual language and this kind of trust contract we do with the player tells us that every time we see light, then we're safe. We say that at the start, but we don't have to keep repeating that. That way, when you get into a room like that, you instantly know that that's a safe place. And there's a nice twist on that, because when we create this trust contract, we're also able to break it. And the pros and cons are that the pros, it can create a plot twist, it can surprise the player, but the cons is that if you do it in the wrong way, it could also break the immersion and make the player think that the rules you made are arbitrary. So that's the first interesting part, but then if we move on, I said before, the direction. If you're playing a game, you don't want to stop and constantly think where to go. And I have to say first, Carola said before about level design. This is a teamwork. It's not, of course, done by lighting only, but I want you to get interested in it. So as we progress in industry, we're able to add a lot of stuff in our levels, make them bigger with more details. So it's really important to be able to catch the player's attention. In this case, what you need to do is to communicate a focal point in a scene. And that's a bit like composition. In the next slide, you can't really see that. So just imagine a corridor full of doors. And that's a classical example in games. For some reason, everyone loves to make examples out of doors. So I wanted to jump in. Just imagine a corridor where there are a lot of doors and they're all closed, all the same. What would the player do? It would either try and open each one of them, losing time, possibly getting frustrated. Or it could just go directly through the corridor without paying attention in anything. And if that was the aim, great, you're hired. If it wasn't, So how can we help in lighting? If we go on, this is a nice way. You just open one of the doors, and you create a focal point here. We got a focal point from 3 reasons. The first one is invisible lines, which are these ones, that just guide your eye there because you're following them. And then we got a good amount of contrast, both for intensity, because that's the brightest part in the shot, and for colors, because that's pink and everything else goes towards blue. And this way, if in that door there was something important for the story, our player would go there. And when it comes out, it's not likely that we check every other closed door. It would just go on to the corridor. And this is the first thing, the contrast. How you create that? Two really easy things coming from the same level of Uncharted, which is a big game that I love. The first one is really easy, intensity. You can see here that all the room is dark. There are some lights, but are not as strong. And of course, the only bright one is next to the door we need to take. At the same time, with colors, everything is blue, but there's a tiny corner that is orange. And you look at that. You can roam around, look at the architecture, but in the end, you'll always look at that little spot that's a different color. And that's a cool thing, because it applies to basically everything. That's the cool thing about visual language. It also works with shapes, and it helps that you don't really have to stop and think. If you get in this situation, you don't ask yourself why everything is blue, but there's just one orange light. You just go there. You just follow it. So another way, and that's what I was talking about when I said lighting is not just about lights, is to use every other tool you got. In this case, the aim is to make you look at something. This is a big tree, and that's a little enemy in the distance. And that's where you use every other tool. In this case, they want you to look at the tree, and it's already the brightest part in the shot, so why adding all these side dot rays? First of all, because it looks damn cool. Second of all, because you create little lines connecting to the tree. And also, another cool thing is separates the place of composition. You have Kratos here that is in the shadows, and it's the same color of the background. So if you had not placed your dot rays there, Kratos would just get lost in the distance. This way, you separate that, and it looks nice. Same reasoning here. There's even better example, because the enemy is so small in the distance, and you need to see it. So you create contrast by adding a fog plane. And another cool thing is that it hides the background could be uninteresting, because it's all trees and rocks. And it's also possible that it's made with lower quality assets for performance reasons. So this way you double win, basically. We can go on. And that was the first part of getting your getting your player to understand where he's going. The other part is the emotions. Basically, we are bad people because we try to make you feel what we want to feel. We manipulate you. We're awful. And how we do that? First of all, the mood and colors, and also some certain light setups. That's because we are biased to react to certain elements in certain ways. For example, banana to change. Okay. That was our code word for changing light. For example, here in the first slide, you cannot really see it now, but there's a strong component of red color. And it's a bit brighter, so that's your eye catch for that scene. This scene is also a revenge moment, in case no one's seen Inglourious Basterds. So why they picked red? Because we are biased to see red as a color for passion or violence or danger. Everything that alarms us is in our lives is usually made of red, like red lights, red danger signs. So that's your first hint that this scene will be something dramatic and possibly dangerous. And the second thing is the light setup. The light setup here is not what you see in your life. Unless you park your car indoors and you turn the headlights on, you won't have this strong backlight coming from behind you. So you'll know, your brain realizes that that's not natural, and it just gives you the second alarm. Same thing for the spotlight on top. It's really strong. Shadows are a bit darker than usual, so your alarm, and also they're trying to hide their eyes a bit, and that's a way to kind of not really interrupt, but to break your communication with her, because eyes are what we use to communicate. And there was also a nice addition. A friend made me notice that they also made kind of reflection in her eyes that could indicate that that's the spark of her revenge. But unfortunately, I don't personally know Tarantino, so I can't ask him. If any of you does, please quick call them. We have 30 minutes left, so maybe we make in time. And for another example is this one, completely opposite. This comes from James Bond, No Time to Die, and that's where James Bond realizes he's happy, he found love, and that's really important for him and his life. So the setting is different. We have dreamlike scenarios with blooming lights, everything is bright. The color palette goes to pink and bluish, everything is happy. So we can see by comparison what emotion we are feeling just looking at this frame, even without knowing the context. And then, I guess the other two examples, you already know where I'm going, but this is from Joker, and it's also the first time we meet this character. And the base color of this is that the lights are warm, and the shadows are soft, another difference between the first. So you would feel kind of, not attracted, but you'll feel good with them. Like, it's not dangerous, it's natural. But they also have to tell you that this character is not really to be trusted. So how they do that? They take all the shadows and they move them towards something that is close to bluish, green, cyan. And that's your red alarm in this case. That's what's telling you, okay, you need to empathize with him, but also watch out. And the last example, Alien. In case you haven't seen that, the easiest example I've got, there are two spaceships. One is full of humans, and it's really bright, lights everywhere. The second one is dark and full of arm and people that could, things that could kill you. Guess which screen is this, which spaceship? Yeah, so everything here is dark, so you're a bit scared. You cannot see, maybe there's an enemy, maybe not. And the light they picked is really strong and comes from below, which is another different light setup that you don't usually see in your real life. So I hope this example were cool, because now we've got another addition. These mood things could also help you to set the whole mood of a whole story. In this case, I picked two opposite examples. The first one, Ratchet & Clank, is a completely fantasy story. So all the colors and the light setup are really enhanced, and nothing here is natural, because they're telling you a fantastic story. And you know that just by looking at it, even if you pretend not to see the animal with a gun, you can still tell this is fantasy for the style and everything. Same thing for Red Dead Redemption 2, but on the opposite side. They wanted to make the tale realistic. They got inspired by movies, so these all color palette and light setup is really natural. And just one, okay. And the thing about that is that you can also make them match. I hope you'll notice from now on when you're watching a movie that sometimes certain characters or certain environments, any element really, are presented in a slightly more saturated way than others. That's usually a way to tell you that that character is non-natural, is something superhuman, maybe of fantasy. And it's the same concept that comes with flashbacks and flash forwards, or any other setup of the sort. Now we can go on. And the last bit is about the storytelling. Storytelling in lighting is the widest part. That's because lighting tells you both the connection between characters or themes and creative position, and also helps with engaging the player and suggesting you what lies ahead. Of course, the passage of time also, but that's easy. Okay, we can go on. And this is my favorite slide of all the presentation. I probably could have done everything with only this, because it comes from The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and I think this is the best example I could think of lighting for storytelling. In case you live under a rock and you never saw that, this is the story of Quasimodo, this guy here, that's been hidden by a villain, the top one, for all his life. Kind of like Alan Wake, is clearly stated that light means safety and happiness, and darkness is when Quasimodo is hidden, so it's sad. So this scene happens when Quasimodo decides to break some rules and sneak out and be happy. And he does that in occasion of this kind of carnival, where he meets Esmeralda, our hero here. You can already tell that Esmeralda has a bright color palette, and she's always in a light. She's happy and she's a positive character. And every time they present her inside this movie, there are some themes about light around her. So when Quasimodo meets her here, he's been hiding under a hood, so his face has been a shadow, sad for the old time. But then he meets her and he uncovers his face. So now light hits. And this is really clear to read. There's light coming from behind her and is reaching for her hand. So that's clearly, he's looking at the light. And we know with this color palette, which is the same of the top image, that he's happy. We also know because he's smiling, but we're looking at light and don't look at the smile. And by opposition, when we see the villain in the same scene, same moment, for some reason, he's the only one in the shadows. And you can already tell that the color palette here are completely different, because this part here is red, but it's not the same red of Esmeralda. It's dim, it's cold, and it's sad. And also, if you pay attention, you can tell that the lighting setup is the same that I said before. Strong light coming from top down, hiding their eyes. And that's a way to create drama, by the way. So we already know that you need to feel sad around him, and you need to be scared of him. Later in the story, Quasimodo actually is made fun of. So we can see here that that's at the end of the scene, and the color palette they use for Frollo is the same of Quasimodo. So you can see the difference in the hair and the skin. That's a clear way to communicate that is sad. And that's the thing, it creates opposition with Esmeralda because it's completely different. It's a way to tell us how Quasimodo and how we should feel about something. And this color scheme is carried towards the old movie. Also, another clever thing, the passage of time, is that at the start of the scene, everything is bright, but then when the drama comes, the sun is setting. So Quasimodo is really sad. It's sort of a way to say that light has been drained by everything. This is kind of the last bit, and it's how lighting and mood can influence and engage the player to go on. In case of Crash, you start by playing in a pirate theme, and you think, wow, this is cool, really cool. And then you get to a new theme and that size. So you engage to see what comes after, what's happening after, and you keep playing. And even when in levels is not that clearly separated, but it's just a full narration, changing the mood and the light setups help you to understand what chapter of a story you're in. So, for example, if we take The Last of Us, it's a way to tell the player that what you felt and what you see now, it was in the past. Now we're telling you a different bit, a different part of the story. Okay, and then my last, I know I said it before, but this is the last. That's a bit of a note. It kind of still affects the player, but this is a bit of a note for whoever wants to work with lighting, and it's the fact that we, as humans, are used to a certain degree of fakeness in what we see. Because we're used to watch movies, we're used to watch pictures, everything beyond the screen. So it's really unlikely that we see a picture with real-life images, real-life colors, so we can accept a certain amount. But when it comes to 3D, there's an additional layer, which is 3D does not respect real-life physics unless you tell them to. And when it comes to light, I'm talking about how many bounces does a light ray does before fading. In real life, it's potentially infinite if it has energy. In 3D, we usually cut it at 3, maybe 4. And I'm talking about how soft or sharp is the shadows. I'm talking about the source light. The least that would be a whole other presentation. But and that's the thing, to be good at lighting. But I think that applies to everyone who works in art. You need to study how real life works before going 3D, because that's your way to avoiding uncanny valley effect and to help your players to get your immersion. And I really hope you needed this presentation, or at least you find it interesting in a way, because that was all. So I really thank you for coming, and please, please, please feel free to ask anything, to reach out in every way.
Okay, as usual, do we have questions here in the room? I want to see some raised hands. Okay. Shy people.
Thank you, Arianna, for the very nice presentations, especially the Disney references were top-notch. I wanted to ask you this. You have spoken about light in movies or games used to make us feel a certain way, or to make us empathize or not with a character. But since, like you already stressed, we are a lot exposed to all of this, and we are kind of used to it in a subconscious way. Do you think that, to your knowledge, there are examples of doing the opposite? Like I use on purpose a light that reflects the opposite situation of the one that we are in order to create a sense of unease or of us estrangement. I don't know if that's the correct word, but I hope you understood me.
That's a hard question, because I cannot think of examples right now. But the point of all of the things that I've said is that these are kind of unwritten rules. But the cool thing about rules is that you can break them when you want. The only catch is that you should do that in a clever way. So at the moment, I could only think that I said the brightness is usually associated with good things. But if you think about going from a really dark place to a bright place, your eyes wouldn't catch. So you will feel discomfort in that. So that's like, I really thought of it on the spot, but that would be an example maybe to use a light setup that is not associated with bad things to make you feel bad, because you would have that moments when you cannot really see stuff.
Okay, we have another question, Giorgio.
So thank you, first of all, for the presentation. It was great. And I have a question about working from home, since you're the first one of the three. So I would like to ask, did you ask for it, or if it was an option in the contract, or if it's never been an option? And if they ever asked to move, would you be ready to move like the others two did?
Okay, that's hard. No, first of all, I did ask for it, but not from the start. I got kind of lucky, and I improvised a bit, but I have to say that Frontier has been really nice to me to accommodate my needs. Because the old thing was that I changed job during the pandemic, and I was so clever to decide to sign with a UK contract like 2 months after the Brexit actually started to work. So good thing no one knew what they were doing. Me first, because we had problems with the contract, with the lawyers, with everything. So we decided for the trial period for the internship to just allow me to stay in Italy, because it would have been expensive for the company to make me move, and it would have been a problem for myself, just in case they wouldn't want to hire me in the end. So I did that trial period. By the end, I had some personal reasons for my family that chained me to stay here. So I would move if I could, but it's not really an option right now. So in that case, they told me that I had passed the probation. That was the word, probation. I passed the probation. And I just asked them if it was a problem to keep me working from Italy. And they told me that I've showed them that I could work from there. So it was cool. Of course, I hope these options open up even more, because as I said before, we are human, so everyone is different, and not everyone can actually move. So, I answered everything, or there was another bit? Okay.
Okay, another questions on the last row?
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I was curious if you could talk a little bit more about that transitional period for you from the VFX work to realizing that lighting design was really what you were passionate about. What sort of lighting design work was it that sparked that, oh, yes moment?
Well, I was working in racing games at the time, so it wasn't really, narration. But I've always been really interested in movies. And then I come from a background where I was a 2D artist with pencil and paper, so I used to do hyper-realistic paintings. And I thought the lighting kind of recalled that in a way that you need to finalize the final image, and you have to give the sense of reality. And also it helped the fact that I wasn't good to do VFX, so I was just, okay, I guess I do what I'm good at.
Okay, any other questions from the room? Otherwise, we have one question from the chat. No, I don't see any raised hands, so this is again Carlo, who is asking, could you describe the type of communication you typically have with the design department, specifically between a lighting artist and a level designer?
Okay, in my experience, there's not direct communication. But what you do when you start to work, and I'm talking for games that are kind of movie-like, so they're telling a story, is that you would get concept art. And if concept art is not available, then the art director would give you maybe a script or maybe some general images to get you all the information you need. From level design, I think the communication we have is that we're both following a script. So there'll be a moment where level art does their thing, lighting does their thing, and then we all come in a meeting together with the art director, and the art director will direct and say, okay, maybe this lighting is cool, but I don't know, I thought of a different thing, or maybe the level design should change something to help with lighting. So I think that's the strongest part of communication.
Yeah, I don't see any other comments, so I guess the answer is okay. Okay, so thank you, Arianna.
Thank you all.
Okay, so, the morning session has closed. For people who are following live, we're going to be live again around 2 p.m. For the people in the room, a light lunch is served just outside so that the people watching on the live know what they're losing. So, have a good lunch, everyone.
Oggi la domanda più frequente che mi viene fatta, soprattutto in Italia, dove questa figura sta cominciando a essere riconosciuta come indispensabile in questi mesi, non dico neanche anni, in questi mesi, e quindi c'è più gente che si interessa, soprattutto va a vedere incontro a queste figure come me, che non so dare, né avevano un senso artistico, né ho studiato, non è interessato particolarmente il design, perché il design è alla fine ti aprono un po' tutte le porte. Mi sono poi accorta che invece capacità organizzative, capacità comunicative e empatia servono per anche per la project management, oltre che per il marketing e la comunicazione.
Il 13 settembre si tiene Women Create Games, il primo forum italiano dedicato alla partecipazione delle donne all'interno della game industry. In questo episodio del podcast parleremo dell'evento con una delle sue ospiti. Questo è Spaghetti di confine. Ciao a tutti, sono Fabio Cristi, Project Manager di Event Horizon School e producer freelance con un po' di esperienza, e questo è Spaghetti di confine, il primo podcast originale Event Horizon School dedicato al mondo dell'intrattenimento. L'ospite di oggi è Alessandra Tomasina, attualmente producer in Nacon Studio Milan. Ciao Alessandra.
Ciao, ciao a tutti.
E l'obiettivo di questo podcast è parlare un pochino della carriera di Alessandra, ma soprattutto parlare dell'evento Women Create Games che si terrà qui a Milano il 13 settembre, di cui vi abbiamo già accennato nel precedente episodio con Arianna Fusetti, che come Alessandra appunto sarà una delle ospiti dell'evento. Quindi Alessandra, ciao, hai voglia di raccontarci un pochino della tua carriera, di come sei arrivata appunto poi a ricoprire quella che è la tua posizione attuale?
Sì, volentieri, la mia carriera è lunghetta perché andiamo verso i 20 anni, quindi per non annoiare chi ci sta ascoltando cercherò di essere breve.
Finalmente una coetanea.
Sì,
mi sentivo vecchio da solo adesso.
Siamo vecchi in due. Niente, nasco linguista e giornalista videoludica, e da quelle porte, dalla porta della localizzazione nello specifico, sono entrata poi nell'industria nostrana, e diciamo che in questi 20 anni ho al mio attivo una settantina di titoli fra i vari ruoli che ho coperto. Ho avuto appunto la fortuna di non solo partire dalla localizzazione, che è nell'industria, ma quasi, non proprio dal lato produttivo interno agli studio e publisher. Sono riuscita a infilarmi nel gruppo leader, che all'epoca era una delle uniche 2 realtà che c'erano in Italia per distribuzione prima, publishing poi,
quando
e
è arrivato Black Bean,
sviluppo, esatto, e quindi ho avuto la fortuna di assistere a tutta l'evoluzione, al branching nel publishing del gruppo leader, e quindi sono partita dal marketing come product manager in leader per la distribuzione, che è stato uno shock capire le meccaniche dell'industria da una vita da giocatrice o anche
Questo
da
intorno a che
giornalista.
periodo all'incirca?
Parliamo del 2004.
Ok, quindi ancora comunque Leader era attiva come distribuzione,
Sì,
aveva
in pieno,
ancora,
aveva tanti
aveva
publisher
ancora
allora.
diversi publisher.
Esatto, e 505 all'epoca
Sì, era appena
Halifax
nata.
si stava facendo largo, stava cominciando a giudicare, a competere, a giudicarsi qualche publisher. si erano
CTO
divisi
era
in
già
mercati.
morta perché comunque CTO purtroppo dopo la debacle Electronic Arts era sparita.
Esatto, io da bambina nasco come giocatrice, prendevo i giochi da CTO quando li compravo.
Aveva le
per
avventure
Italia.
LucasArts e quindi
Esatto,
chiaramente...
le giocavo tutte, chiaro. Ero stata anche nell'edificio di Leader a farmi sostituire un gioco e ricordo che da bambina mi guardai intorno, vidi il magazzino che era enorme, orgoglio di Virginia.
Sì, perché poi tu comunque eri, tu sei di quella zona lì perché
Sì, ero
comunque sei di Varese.
Quando stavamo in Italia, perché la mia famiglia è un po' un melting pot. E mi guardai intorno, vidi il magazzino e pensai, mi piacerebbe lavorare in un posto così, poi non sapevo neanche cosa facessero, in realtà non conoscevo l'industria all'epoca, da giocatrice appunto, poi pian pianino l'ho approcciata con un'ottica un po' più critica, in veste di giornalista, facevo recensioni ma anche pezzi oltre che di critica, di opinion,
Certo,
i
certo.
primi in Italia, o su tematiche poco battute come donne e videogiochi che all'epoca non
beh,
era in voga come adesso, era una rarità, io ero sempre da sola tra nelle amicizie, con i giochi, da sola nel lavoro, nella localizzazione ero l'unica vera giocatrice e quando sono andata in Leader eravamo forse 3 ragazze e su 200. 140
beh.
più i commerciali, 200 persone, c'eravamo 3 ragazzi.
Tu localizzazione la facevi direttamente per Leader o per uno dei 3 studi che c'erano all'epoca, che poi comunque sono quelli che sono tutti stati comprati da Keywords nel corso,
Esatto,
nel corso degli anni?
I Borg della localizzazione li chiamo io. No, lavoro per agenzie.
Ok.
La prima è di Roma, si chiamava Local Transit, una delle
Ok.
primissime in
Che
Italia.
però esiste ancora, mi
Fondata
sembra.
da Paoletti, Angela Paoletti, che
Ok.
è stata a Londra a lavorare,
Certo,
era tornata e ha visto che non c'erano realtà,
Non c'era
l'ha fondata
nessuno.
lei a Roma, una delle prime 2 credo, e poi per Jingle Bell.
Sì, sì, anche perché poi CTO ai tempi faceva localizzazione direttamente interna, perché comunque poi avevano lo studio. Io mi ricordo che andai a visitare CTO invece ancora prima del 2000, quanto sono vecchio, e mi ricordo che appunto mi fecero vedere lo studio, mi fecero vedere la gente che si occupava delle localizzazioni e appunto era... perché anch'io ho cominciato come giornalista e quindi chiaramente appunto capitavano queste opportunità.
Qualche evento, qualche tour degli
Sì, sì.
studi, sì.
Poi leader, quindi come product manager,
Quindi
poi...
marketing, distribuzione, product management, poi da lì appena si è un po' consolidata l'Ago, ha smesso di fare i simulatori di
Sì,
volo,
perché poi c'era l'ago, è vero.
ha
anche.
cominciato a prepararsi a pubblicare titoli interni, c'era il famoso SDK e qualche titolo di Milestone già avevano buttato fuori, quando
Sì.
sono arrivata io i primi
Sì,
di
perché
Moto.
tanto è il 2005 l'anno in cui Bixi ha comprato Milestone, quindi...
Esatto, io sono arrivata al momento della trattativa, cioè ancora Farina era in Milestone quando sono arrivata e poi nel giro di un annetto e mezzo e io ero proprio il product manager anche già dalla parte della distribuzione, mi occupavo dei titoli interni, quindi dei racing di Milestone, oltre che di giochi di Eidos, FX, Interactive.
Sì, perché comunque li aveva ancora in quel periodo.
Quindi poi da lì, appena si è consolidata l'Ago, sono aperte le posizioni in più, ha cominciato a strutturarsi, mi hanno chiamato per fare una sostituzione inizialmente come operations manager, quindi per tappare un buco, grazie alle mie conoscenze linguistiche, ero l'unica che poteva interfacciarsi con tutti i partner stranieri, i platform holder con cui facevo le submission, quindi ho imparato tutta quella parte lì, compliance, QA, anche c'erano ancora i scatolati all'epoca.
Che poi lì comunque era già diventata Black Bean o il marchio
Sì.
Black Bean è stato introdotto dopo?
Mentre ero
È
lì
stata-
ho fatto il cambio di nome e quindi ho visto proprio questa trasformazione, ho avuto la fortuna, sono stata operations manager per 9 mesi più intensi della mia vita in cui ho imparato tutti i meccanismi dietro il publishing, quindi ho fatto tutta la distribuzione prima, shock, poi perché non me l'aspettavo come l'industria, la distribuzione, la GDO, i buyer, le mazzette.
C'è tutto quel mondo...
da grande distribuzione
C'è
che
tutto
non ci
quel mondo che
appartiene.
adesso c'è molto meno,
Esatto.
quindi...
Devo dire per fortuna forse, adesso si è abbassata la soglia d'ingresso, è per quello che gli indie sono esplosi, quindi è più facile pubblicare i propri giochi senza passare per 300 mani e quindi con dei margini oscillanti, tanti intermediari e quindi poco per gli sviluppatori. Adesso abbiamo
Sì,
i nostri
è già
problemi,
cambiato
ancora.
molto, certo.
Era completamente diverso il panorama. Io ricordo di essere rimasta quasi un po' delusa anche della localizzazione, di quello che davano i traduttori rispetto a quello che si prendevano loro.
No, lo so perché l'ho
Fu
fatto
proprio uno
anch'io al
shock.
localizzatore per un po' e quindi
Esatto,
ricordo bene...
esatto. e sono rimasta proprio scioccata anche di come erano le dinamiche, come vendevano i giochi, non per la qualità ma per ben altre cose,
Sì, beh,
per
chiaro.
i soldi di marketing, la messa a scaffale, tutte quelle regole lì. Io da appassionata sono rimasta quasi male.
Sì.
È stato proprio uno shock, anche la vita d'ufficio, perché avendo fatto la traduttrice per 7 anni, l'insegnante, entrare in una realtà poi così dinamica, velocissima, in cui ho dovuto imparare un sacco di cose nuove in un tempo molto ridotto, tenermi sempre alla page, cambiando ruolo ogni 6 mesi, 1 anno e mezzo, quindi da marketing, product manager a operations manager, poi sempre dentro l'ago. Sono tornata al marketing quando hanno preso un altro operations, perché lì le operations cominciano a crescere, il leader non solo aveva ancora tutta la distribuzione fisica, cominciava a interessarsi al digitale parlando con i primi partner.
Sì, perché poi comunque cominciava a sviluppare dei titoli, pubblicare dei titoli esterni. Ricordo che c'erano i titoli in Ageo, c'erano
quelli che ho seguito io, come c'era ancora aperto poi a un certo punto anche l'ufficio di sviluppo, io track lì, perché è lì che volevo arrivare, con le mani sul prodotto, quindi soprattutto la distribuzione. Sono passata per il publishing e finalmente sono riuscita a fare la producer lato publisher, ma di sviluppo.
C'erano i prodotti quelli, mi sembra, cos'era, Get Fit with
esatto. Interessante, perché ho lavorato con grandi marchi come Fitness First, You Are What You Eat, quindi inglesi, ma anche
perché poi voi lavoravate con quella software house inglese, adesso di cui mi sfruttava. Simon Preter,
Sì, esatto, che è stato il mio primo capo executive producer, e lì è lui che mi ha scoperta come producer, mi ha detto: tu secondo me saresti, e io gli ho risposto: cos'è un producer? Perché non avevo mai sentito, avendo lavorato in distribuzione e publishing, ed è lui che mi ha spiegato, mi ha aperto.
Quella figura mitologica.
Esatto, e lui ha detto: secondo me saresti,
Sì,
visto come
sei... Quando abbiamo cominciato noi, la figura del producer eravamo veramente in pochi, eravamo in pochissimi, quindi era proprio... in Italia, ovviamente all'estero no.
Cominciava a prendere piede, però negli studi grandini c'era, in quelli indie no, poi.
In Italia eravamo veramente pochi, cioè fino al 2015-2016 ci conoscevamo tutti l'un l'altro perché
sì, 4 gatti. Esatto. Poi non sono passata direttamente per Milestone, però ho conosciuto un po' i ragazzi, venivo dallo studio, essendo la producer in Black Bean, andavo spesso da loro, io ho conosciuto Farina, partecipavo ai brainstorming, ho capito come lavoravano, e questo è stato un po' il primo studio. Poi ho seguito Lightning Fish, sono andata là, sono andato a altri studi per collaborazioni, quindi sono andata in Climax, è stato un periodo formativo molto importante per me, io lo considero il mio addestramento dei Marines.
Sì, anche perché poi comunque networking tantissimo, ovviamente, perché ovviamente avevi la possibilità di conoscere tante realtà diverse.
Sì, poi c'è stato un periodo di dirigenti stranieri, quindi abbiamo avuto una sfilza di gente dagli UK che Virgilio Bix appunto ha assunto per far decollare la parte publishing, e da quelle persone io assorbivo tutto quello che potevano, perché poi in Italia eravamo molto acerbi e loro ci spiegavano come si faceva una campagna marketing, cioè già ci arrabattavamo, perché lavorando con i publisher noi ricevevamo i marketing plan centrali e cercavamo di adattarli alla realtà italiana. Quello era il nostro lavoro all'inizio. Dopo pian pianino invece come publisher abbiamo imparato a farli noi e darli noi ai partner di distribuzione, concordare la messa a scaffale eccetera. Quindi questo passaggio già mi ha permesso di avere una conoscenza abbastanza a 360 gradi di tutta la filiera, dal brainstorming iniziale per la concettualizzazione fino alla messa a scaffale, e per questo ringrazio il gruppo leader, appunto è stata un'esperienza molto intensa. Diciamo che lì eri considerato un veterano se sopravvivevi un anno, perché c'era un turnover stellare.
Come poi in Milestone non è cambiato niente.
Ma in leader era più feroce ancora, perché c'era anche la parte commerciale. E quindi l'avvicendamento era molto forte, anche lì cambiavano sedie, quindi punti di riferimento, era tutto molto molto veloce, ecco, molto spesso traumatico, però sono contenta di essere sopravvissuta 3 anni e mezzo, che fa di me una super veterana.
Sì, io sono durato in Milestone 2 anni e mezzo, quindi diciamo che già comunque abbiamo superato la media, perché la media era molto più bassa.
Sì, la media era bassissima. Io ho visto, il record che ho visto io è stata una giornata sola, una persona che è scappata piangendo dall'ufficio di visa. E se no c'era gente 2 settimane e poi da lì
io ho visto tanta gente uscire in 6 mesi, 9 mesi, proprio più veloci della luce.
Sì, tanta gente magari non si trovava, veniva da altri settori, non era abituata a quei ritmi, non era interessata magari al gaming, rimaneva là, ci voleva passione. Come
anche perché comunque Milestone è stata, e comunque tutte le società diciamo legate al gruppo leader sono stati per molto game development italiano una grandissima palestra.
Sì,
perché chiaramente era l'unico tipo di azienda fino a qualche anno fa in cui potevi effettivamente vedere tutto il processo produttivo dall'inizio alla fine, quindi vedevi un gioco nascere e lo vedevi crescere sia dal punto di vista dello sviluppo che dal punto di vista del publishing, e quello chiaramente diciamo non potevi vederlo, e tuttora, adesso forse con voi le cose sono un pochino diciamo più simili, perché chiaramente voi come Nacon siete uno studio diciamo di un publisher, magari non c'è la stessa, secondo me, quello poi me lo potrai dire tu, non c'è la stessa simbiosi che c'era ai tempi di leader tra Milestone e Black Bean,
Vero.
però probabilmente ci sono delle cose in comune.
Sì, dovrebbero esserci, adesso si sta cercando di legare, che questi publisher 2.0 sono un po' diversi da quelli dei tempi in cui ci siamo approcciati noi.
Poi dopo Black Bean hai avuto tanti anni di Digital Taste da Giovanni.
Sì, quasi 10, in realtà sono uscita appunto da leader perché ero in burnout, il ritmo era talmente elevato.
Not surprising.
Ecco, e quindi sono tornata alla traduzione con la coda tra le gambe, pensando di non lavorare mai più nell'industry. Dopo qualche mese mi ha contattato Giovanni, non gli ci ho voluto molto per convincermi, era invitante perché l'idea di mettermi in campo quando pensavo di essere uscita già dall'industria e di voler tornare a fare la linguista e basta. E tornare al marketing, ma per una realtà più piccolina, con carta bianca, perché lui iniziava a autopubblicarsi, quindi mi ha detto io li butto adesso sul mercato, ci autopubblichiamo, siamo in 9, quando sono entrata eravamo in 7, e quindi ho detto beh, bella sfida, alla fine è una cosa completamente diversa dall'azienda in cui eri un ingranaggio. Dove
che era il periodo in cui lui cominciava, cosa c'era? Battlefield Adventure in quel periodo?
Sì, sono arrivata proprio lì, che stavano per lanciare quello e avevano lanciato Ducati che poi hanno portato su altre piattaforme, e per me il mobile era tutto nuovo, anche lì altro shock pazzesco, perché da giocatrice console e PC, dopo aver fatto i primi 5 anni così e aver anche recensito come giornalista tutto chiaramente solo gaming tradizionale, il mondo mobile, che è un mercato molto più squaleggiante, diciamo, come lo chiamo io, è molto più sfidante, con tutte regole diverse, non è stato facile, quindi direi che ci ho messo i primi 2 anni, molto più di 6 mesi, come si dice in genere, per capire come girava il fumo, e poi ho trovato, era per fortuna un'epoca pionieristica per gli indie, che con gli store, prima di Apple e poi anche di Google, potevano finalmente autopubblicarsi, avevano una certa indipendenza a tutti gli effetti anche dal punto di vista commerciale, e lì ho imparato tanto di marketing in senso proprio commercializzazione del prodotto, non solo promozione, la promozione verso un pubblico casual che è completamente diverso da quello degli hardcore o dei giocatori di cui ero abituati.
E tu comunque eri sulla parte produzione, perché poi effettivamente aveva diciamo due filoni di Digital Taste, che aveva quello dei titoli autoprodotti e poi il B2B chiaramente che serviva per finanziare tutta la parte di autoproduzione.
Ma che era sempre stato molto fiorente, il settore fashion, o anche poi si è approcciato alla VR, eccetera. Erano a periodi alterni, è sempre stato prevalente il B2B e con quello appunto ci finanziavamo giochi, però di grosso successo visto la realtà piccolina che eravamo, perché con il titolo di punta, a nostro orgoglio, SDK, il primo gioco mobile ufficiale basato sul campionato del Superbike.
Perché poi quando Milestone ha passato la licenza, Giovanni
noi abbiamo preso solo
a prendere il mobile. Ricordo dei messaggi tra me e lui, quindi alla fine l'hai presa e non mi avevi detto niente. Lui fa,
E beh, lì abbiamo fatto comunque, abbiamo passato i 50 milioni di download, che per una realtà piccolina è stato un vero successo commerciale, quindi sono contenta e spesso seguivo sia la produzione che il marketing, essendo una realtà piccola e pubblicando un titolo ogni tanto, non certo 2 o 3, potevo dedicarmi, facevo prima la produzione, poi passavo la promozione, alla commercializzazione, anche il post vendita che in mobile è importante, prima non lo era su console e PC, adesso lo è diventato, soprattutto PC, ma prima il mobile era completamente diverso, e quindi insomma anche lì tenevo sempre, come nel resto della mia carriera e come prima, i piedi, cioè sono sempre stata a crocevia tra marketing e produzione, quindi scambiando le competenze, aiutandomi l'un con l'altro a supportare le realtà per cui lavoravo. Prima di Digital Taste, mentre ero tornata alla localizzazione, ho fatto anche un po' di consulenze, QA testing, ho cercato di differenziare, lì ho fatto un po' di network, ho capito, poi adesso sono rimasta quasi 10 anni con loro, finché appunto...
E poi è arrivata Nacon.
Marco Ponte, che avevo incrociato.
Tanto alla fine lì, cioè, quello è il crocevia.
Esatto, dopo altre offerte che mi erano state fatte dall'estero nel periodo del Covid, su cui ero un po' incerta sul remoto full come producer, sono convinta che il producer almeno un paio di giorni alla settimana, 3, gomito a gomito col team dovrebbe farlo. Poi
io no, ma potremmo fare una puntata da 3 ore del podcast.
Esatto. Sì, è molto controverso come argomento, dipende dalla natura del lavoro.
Dipende da come è organizzato il team.
Dal team, bravissimo, da come è organizzato e dalla seniority del team. Quindi sì, la prossima puntata la facciamo su quello. Comunque avevo ricevuto varie offerte dai Nordics, UK, l'ho valutate, però poi è arrivato Marco Ponte, mi ha detto che c'era Sergio Rocco, tantissime mie vecchie conoscenze,
E allora,
con cui
sì,
avevo sempre
sì,
sognato
tanto
di lavorare.
c'è mezza milestone. quindi-
Esatto, mi ha corteggiato per un paio d'anni, all'inizio non potevo perché non volevo lasciare il Digital Test che stava uscendo un titolo
No, no,
a
beh,
cui avevamo
certo.
lavorato, però ho ceduto alla fine dopo un paio d'anni e mi sono unita a loro.
Sì, sì, chiaramente poi cominciando a lavorare su titoli con uno scopo un pochino più alto,
Esatto,
perché
volevo
al di là
fare-
diciamo, dei titoli motociclistici, comunque adesso
Esatto.
Terminator è un titolo che ha un...
Mi allettava l'idea di differenziarmi perché avevo fatto racing per 15 anni, cominciavo a essere un po' provata, anche se non mi dispiace.
Se uno è appassionato continua a divertirsi, se uno non è appassionato riuscire a resistere 15 anni a fare solo racing è...
Sì, in effetti sì.
Don't try this at home
Poi su
proprio.
tutte le piattaforme, mobile, PC, console, non ne potevo veramente più, quindi mi ha allettato con la prospettiva e poi magari di concentrarmi di più su il process design e produzione pura. Ero un po' stanca del marketing e dell'ambiente,
beh, certo.
come dico io, nessuno se la prenda male da qua a qua, o marchettare, cioè è un'altra cosa per chi vuole stare proprio con le mani sul gioco e preferisce...
Quante persone siete adesso in
Sono
in
sulla
Nacon?
settantina.
Sono sulla settantina. Credevo di
And
più.
growing.
Credevo di più.
Sì, perché il progetto è molto ambizioso, vogliamo appunto spostarci su 2 linee produttive piuttosto che una come prima, stiamo crescendo.
Sì, sì, beh, certo,
Anche il publisher
comunque-
sta crescendo, cioè la realtà Nacon sta crescendo, impancia sempre più sviluppatori, si sta differenziando, hanno un catalogo molto forte, molto vario.
Sì, sì, perché comunque poi loro hanno comunque un catalogo che ha ancora molto racing, ha ancora molto, diciamo, molte delle cose che aveva la vecchia Milestone. Ecco,
Esatto,
insomma.
esatto. È così che li abbiamo conosciuti, io ci avevo lavorato anche in passato, li avevo incrociati anche mentre lavoravo per altre aziende e ho sempre considerati una realtà interessante.
Allora, parliamo un attimino di quello che è Producers, Unsung Heroes of Game Development, perché come dire, è un titolo che sento molto anche mio, voglio dire, facendo questo lavoro da 15 anni ormai. Di cosa parlerai in sintesi appunto
Intanto della posizione di producers, perché a volte non è chiaro neanche a chi studia per diventarlo.
A volte non è chiaro neanche a chi lo fa.
Bravo, a parte che non mi è mai capitato di trovare la stessa definizione di producer in più di uno studio, cioè ogni studio ha la sua e in ogni studio il producer fa una cosa diversa.
E in ogni studio il management pensa che la produzione sia, come dire, una certa cosa, e ogni riferimento a fatti e persone incontrate nella nostra vita è puramente casuale, non faremo nomi.
Esatto, ci capiamo. E quindi vorrei prima vagliare tutte le definizioni che mi sono capitate nella mia carriera, che a volte rispecchiavano quello che stavo facendo, altre volte no, altre volte appunto c'era un disallineamento delle aspettative che è più drammatico ancora, perché è oggi la domanda più frequente che mi viene fatta, soprattutto in Italia, dove questa figura sta cominciando a essere riconosciuta come indispensabile in questi mesi, non dico neanche anni, in questi mesi, e quindi c'è più gente che si interessa, soprattutto va magari incontro a figure come me che non sapevano né codare, né avevano senso artistico, né ho studiato, o non mi è interessato particolarmente in game design perché è troppo matematico per la mia testa. I game designer e i programmatori secondo me ragionano allo stesso modo e quindi li ammiro, ma non fa per me. E tante persone come me pensano di non avere posto nell'industria e invece come me magari scoprono, io entrata per vie traverse tramite la comunicazione e le lingue che alla fine ti aprono un po' tutte le porte, mi sono poi accorta che invece capacità organizzative, capacità comunicative e empatia servono per anche per la project management oltre che per il marketing e la comunicazione, quindi mi sono sempre state aperte le porte anche come produzione, essendo molto metodica, una geek, una maniaca dei processi, mi sono trovata bene, a me piace, sono appassionata di piattaforme di collaborazione, sperimento, trovo le soluzioni migliori per i team e quindi insomma ho scoperto che era la mia passione, cioè era il lavoro ideale per me senza neanche sapere che esistesse prima di entrare nell'industria.
Sfatiamo il mito che il producer sia quello che non lavora, ma in realtà
no.
Il producer lavora tantissimo perché comunque dover riuscire a fare in modo che il team lavori sempre in armonia è un lavoro
motivato
erculeo.
Sì, non è solo perché tanti ci vedono come taskmaster, c'è questo pregiudizio,
Non
cioè
solo.
la persona che controlla il progresso dei task.
Magari 10 anni fa era così, adesso c'è un 50% di coaching che non va
Esatto.
assolutamente sottovalutato.
E leadership, che prima non era considerata una figura di leadership, adesso finalmente dall'estero è arrivato che se devi motivare la gente, tenere insieme il team, tenerlo coeso, tenerlo allineato, comunicare la visione del progetto, sei uno dei leader del team fondamentalmente. Adesso comincia a essere riconosciuto.
Sì, magari non prendi le decisioni creative,
no,
perché
non sei
quelle
magari un
comunque
decision
rimangono al creative director
esatto.
o a chi per lui.
Laddove c'è, perché poi dipende dalla struttura del team, se non c'è creative director, non c'è game director,
Sì,
a volte
sì,
è il
sì,
producer,
a volte il producer,
tipo
certo.
negli indie che prende anche le decisioni, non dico stilistiche, ma a volte dico contenutistiche sicuramente,
No,
anche
vabbè.
per i vincoli col budget e il tempi di sviluppo.
All'estero spesso e volentieri è così,
sì.
negli studi dove non c'è il game director, voi creative director ce l'avete perché è Marco. Milestone per anni ha avuto i game director, poi li ha tolti, poi li ha rimessi.
Anche i
insomma.
producer tolti, rimessi.
Quelli perché purtroppo c'era un bias manageriale, ma non andiamo oltre.
Esatto.
E adesso quanti producer siete lì da voi? Perché
Siamo
ci
3
sei
senior,
tu, c'è
un paio di
Pauletto.
giovani, sì, siamo 3 ultra senior, e che è strano per uno studio italiano, quindi è un'altra delle cose che mi interessava, finalmente entrare in una realtà che si stava strutturando bene e che mi permetteva di condividere il carico, il peso, le responsabilità con dei colleghi, non per rifuggire le responsabilità che ho sempre avuto, sempre affrontato dignitosamente, ritengo, ma per rimbalzarsi le idee, imparare cose nuove, scambiarci metodologie in progettazione, esperienze. Infatti mi sto trovando benissimo con i miei colleghi e anche con i giovani che abbiamo
E siete organizzati,
assunto.
diciamo, cioè nel senso, alla fine, visto che c'è un progetto solo, comunque siete tutti sullo stesso progetto, cioè non c'è una questione di executive producer di progetti e via dicendo.
All'inizio quando sono entrata era così ed eravamo molto trasversali su tutto il team e lavoravamo insieme perché abbiamo delle skill molto complementari. Sergio Rocco ci ha tenuto a organizzare
Ok, perché è vero,
così.
c'è anche Sergio, giusto?
Lui è l'executive.
Sì, perché mi stavo dimenticando che in realtà poi Sergio ha cambiato, come dire, ha cambiato professione in corso d'opera, nel senso che lui quando era in Milestone era un artista.
Sì, ma lui è uno sviluppatore in realtà puro, un one man
poi lui
band,
nasce come
può sviluppare un gioco da solo,
certo.
È un grande artista, dal punto di vista creativo, anche come forza creativa per i contenuti del gioco, idee, al di là della sua sensibilità per il mercato, anche in ambito di business development, ha sempre contribuito nella realtà in cui lavorava, quindi è un professionista che ho sempre ammirato nella mia carriera e che sono contentissima di aver affiancato qua, è stato uno dei motivi che mi ha spinto appunto a unirmi a Nacon. E lui coordina un po' tutti in virtù della sua esperienza, è sicuramente quello che ha una visione più
sì, perché poi lui ha cominciato negli anni 90, secondo me, o verso la fine di quel periodo lì.
Lo dicevamo prima di cominciare la registrazione che è uno dei padri fondatori.
Sì, perché poi Artematica e tutto, Artematica ha cominciato...
Ma lui anche prima di Artematica, da ragazzino proprio, quindi ogni tanto racconta delle storie tipo nonno Sergio, quando non c'era neanche l'industria, io sono affascinata, l'ascolto sempre volentieri.
Marco ha cominciato poco dopo, perché Marco ha cominciato a inizio anni 2000 e quindi poi chiaramente quella scuola lì ligure, delle software house che c'erano in Liguria in quel periodo lì.
Sì, quindi vabbè, da lui sto imparando tanto, sono contenta, però ecco, prima ci occupavamo tutti un po' di tutto, ognuno propendendo per le proprie specialità, poi è nata l'esigenza, dovendo sdoppiare la linea produttiva, abbiamo preferito adottare il cosiddetto modello lead producer, cioè ogni producer è assegnato a una disciplina, quindi io mi occupo di design personalmente, i colleghi si dividono arte, programmazione, R&D.
Quindi comunque non hai la visione generale, tra virgolette, del progetto, ma comunque sei focalizzata su un verticale.
Ma in realtà ci sforziamo comunque di aiutarci, di supportarci tra noi e ci teniamo sempre tutti aggiornati dal punto di vista della comunicazione, della reportistica, tutti seguiamo tutto proprio per poter facilitare la comunicazione all'interno del team tra i reparti ed evitare il fenomeno dei silos che purtroppo anche e soprattutto con questo modello lead producer tendono a rafforzarsi.
Tende a esserci,
quindi cerchiamo di promuovere la comunicazione il più possibile, il team è grandino, sta crescendo con tutti i problemi del caso, quindi non sempre è facile tenere tutti allineati, per forza di cose noi siamo molto affiatati tra noi, cerchiamo di sapere ognuno anche i cavoli degli altri reparti se vuoi per poterci venire incontro, supportare, far girare le informazioni e funziona anche questo nuovo modello. Non è stato facile pivotarlo, però ci stiamo sforzando di farlo funzionare.
Voi lavorate esclusivamente, diciamo, in presenza o avete adottato anche voi il modello ibrido?
Prevalentemente in presenza, con 1 o 2 giorni a seconda delle necessità a casa.
Quindi diciamo comunque siete all'opposto di Milestone che adesso invece dal Covid ha comunque mantenuto...
tanti non sono gli unici.
Sì, ma nel senso, io come dicevo prima durante uno degli episodi che abbiamo registrato oggi, mi sono sorpreso perché considerando, diciamo, il passato di Milestone e la sua come dire, la sua volontà di tenere le persone in presenza, questo passaggio all'ibrido ma bello spinto,
Sì.
quindi 4 giorni a casa,
Ha
uno in
stupito
ufficio,
anche me, sinceramente.
mi ha veramente stupito.
Sì, sì.
Quindi
Beh, ma i vantaggi sono innegabili. Adesso anche su questo potremmo fare un episodio a
qui
parte.
ce n'è,
Quindi non mi
ripeto, la
dilungo.
letteratura è infinita, per cui...
Però diciamo che nel nostro core team, fra i senior, i fondatori dell'azienda, si crede che lavorare gomito a gomito sia più produttivo e quindi si incoraggia, si concede una certa flessibilità perché c'è gente che viene da lontano.
Sì, sì, sì.
Così.
Secondo me poi, ripeto, opinione mia, nel vostro caso dipende molto anche dal fatto che adesso state facendo un gioco su cui non avete esperienza perché è il primo titolo di quella filone lì. Chiaro che se fosse stato un altro gioco di moto, magari
Sì.
potevate lavorare più giorni da casa perché intanto il gioco di moto sappiamo bene come si fa, quindi
Sì, infatti anche quello praticamente
il processo è piuttosto chiaro.
Vero, vero.
Allora, ci avviamo verso la fine appunto di questo episodio, quindi ti faccio un pochino di domande, diciamo potrebbero avere una risposta corta come non corta. Qual è il tuo gioco preferito?
Questa è una domanda difficile, diciamo che io ho dei periodi monomaniacali come Picasso, cioè anche nel periodo blu, quindi cambio genere, adesso sono nel periodo RPG, strategici e tattici a turni, però vabbè, adesso io sto ancora giocando a Baldur's Gate 3 e penso che sia schizzato in
prima
pole
che tu lo
position.
finisca, ciao.
Sì, beh, sono quasi alla fine della prima run, ma ne vorrei fare un'altra, cosa che di solito non mi concedo come lusso perché mi piacciono gli RPG e ci butto dentro dalle 200 alle 300 ore minimo anche i JRPG e quindi di tutti i generi, proprio quelli, essendo un po' completionist, devo buttarci dentro un sacco di ore e ne gioco veramente pochi all'anno. Un paio d'anni fa ho finito
Sì,
The
anche
Witcher
perché
3.
se poi ci metti 300 ore,
Esatto,
sinceramente,
anche
devi dormire un po'.
Quindi diciamo, mi piace molto la serie Persona, tra
Sì,
quelli
che quelli sono
Giappo,
proprio veramente hardcore.
o Atlus in generale, sì, anche i crawler più beceri mi piacciono, quelli sì. E vabbè, Final Fantasy, classiconi. E l'Arian devo dire che ci avevo anche lavorato, perché quando facevo la QA...
Sì, con Divinity qualcosa...
Sì, quando facevo testing avevo fatto il secondo della linea che era Beyond Divinity, e io anche non erano ancora noti loro.
No, perché
e io ricordo, ero anche al telefono
grossi
con loro
dopo.
dal Belgio, ho fatto 2 settimane praticamente dormendo pochissimo perché c'era un problema con cui adesso non vi annoio, di localizzazione, tutto il sistema di localizzazione è stato studiato male e quindi hanno dovuto chiamare me e un'equipe in più di specialisti per ribaltare con un calzino il gioco già tradotto e già finito. E io poi ho fatto QA consigliandoli mentre giocavo come rigirare la struttura delle frasi perché era tutto automatizzato e non poteva funzionare con gli accordi delle lingue europee, cioè non l'inglese diciamo. E io ricordo di aver riconosciuto una scintilla di genialità nel design. Sono contenta che poi siano fioriti, siano esplosi con Baldur's Gate ma già con Divinity.
Quello era il preludio poi, cioè grazie a quello sono riusciti a fare Baldur's Gate, perché se Divinity non fosse esploso,
esatto. E poi un altro...
Hasbro la licenza non gliela dava neanche.
Certo, adesso direi che sono il pin, sono il
sono diventati il punto di riferimento,
certo, degli RPG inarrivabili, penso, detto da loro stessi. Poi vabbè, XCOM e tutta la serie dal punto di vista dei tattici a turni, mi piacciono ancora i giochi a turni rispetto ad altri perché a parte che sono anziana, quindi ho bisogno di ritmi rallentati, sicuramente non gioco FPS, non gioco più giochi sportivi picchiaduro che era la mia passione un tempo, basta perché i riflessi non sono più quelli di un tempo, gioco dei giochi da signora di una certa età, avventure non le ho mai mollate, penso di averle giocate anche se adesso sono
un po' diverse,
un po' agonizzante, un po' evolute, però è vero che le avventure sono entrate in tutti i generi, quindi la mia soddisfazione è quella, ho preso gli RPG perché avevano dentro una parte sempre crescente di narrative e via dicendo altri generi o gli indie mi danno soddisfazione, quindi mi intrattengo comunque. E poi i classici delle avventure immortali, Monkey Island, sono sempre nel mio cuore, il Sierra,
quelli
tutti li ho giocati.
Come dire, quelli sono stati l'inizio per tanti.
Gabriel Knight, tutti anche quelli più rari, King's Quest, anche quelli più rari come Freddy Farkas, Frontier Pharmacist, che non si è giocato nessuno.
Inizio anni 90,
Space Quest, quelli lì ancora me li ricordo bene, però sono abbastanza eclettica, ecco, ho fatto i miei periodi un po' poi per cultura mi piace giochicchiare un po' tutto e anche gli indie.
Sì, anche perché poi serve per capire dove sta andando il mondo del videogioco.
Esatto, quindi mi piace provare un po' di tutto, anche giochi per cui non sono tagliate e faccio schifo, però per vedere come sono, come funzionano e cercare di capire perché piacciono, anche se non sono il mio genere, li gioco, li provo.
Gioco che invece vorresti vedere sparire dalla faccia della terra perché ti ha fatto talmente ribrezzo che...
È difficile. No, non ce n'è nessuno, perché io sono fatta così, trovo sempre il buono in tutto, sia nelle persone che nelle
Allora
cose.
ribalto la domanda e dico il gioco a cui, cioè il genere di gioco a cui non lavoreresti mai nemmeno sotto tortura. È una domanda molto difficile.
È difficile, sì. Diciamo il Souls-like, non mi piace.
Vedo che anche Arianna ha dato la stessa risposta
Souls-like e
prima
poi un po'...
nell'altro episodio.
Roguelite non pensavo, invece ultimamente qualcosa mi è piaciuto, ho giocato, quindi ho cambiato idea, però vabbè, non sono proprio i miei generi, ma alla fine quello che raramente ho avuto il gusto di giocare a generi o giochi che mi piacevano a livello personale, l'ho preso come una sfida professionale e me li sono fatti andare bene lo stesso, anzi mi ha aiutato magari a capire perché alla gente piace, anche da marchettara, fra virgolette, ho dovuto entrare nella mente degli appassionati del genere, ho imparato a apprezzarne i lati positivi, quindi è difficile che un genere o un gioco in particolare lo seppellisca, anche quando recensivo mi apprezzavano perché non affondavo mai niente, neanche giochi indecenti, anzi venivo da me con i casi clinici perché sapevano che io non li avrei distrutti, no? Perché trovavo, la localizzazione è fatta bene, lo stile grafico è quel non so che, anche se il resto era da cestinare.
L'ipotetico invece sequel a cui vorresti lavorare, che se ti facessero un'offerta di lavoro diresti sì subito senza neanche pensarci?
Qualunque cosa di Larian, di CD Projekt e Final Fantasy. Square Enix è sempre stato un mio sogno, ci ho anche provato, ho anche fatto un colloquio così, ma poi per varie circostanze non sono mai riuscita a avere un lavoro con loro, però sarebbe il sogno, sarebbe quello.
Allora, ci abbiamo verso la fine con le ultime due domande. Cosa ne pensi dell'AI generativa? E ci teniamo le domande, save the best for last. Cosa ne pensi anche poi dell'uso alla fine come tool all'interno delle nostre industrie? Perché chiaramente, almeno il mio punto di vista e anche quello comunque della scuola in generale è quello di vederla come un tool che possa aiutare nella produttività. Quindi dal tuo punto di vista, come, che poi ripeto, specificamente nel nostro lavoro in realtà è probabilmente il lavoro in cui l'AI fa fatica ad entrare, perché io non sono ancora riuscito a capire dove possa magari, perché gli strumenti tipo Gira, tipo ClickUp comunque hanno cominciato a inserire funzioni di AI, però io personalmente non sono ancora riuscito a trovare un effettivo vantaggio nell'utilizzarla.
Io sì, anche se costa ancora molto, soprattutto come add-on agli strumenti che stiamo utilizzando, vedi Click, perché ti chiede 8-9 euro.
Voi cosa usate come strumento per gestire? Voi usate proprio ClickUp?
Sì, perché era quella un po' più onnicomprensiva rispetto alle nostre esigenze. Diciamo che la trovo inevitabile come evoluzione, quindi bisogna rassegnarsi. Sto vedendo tuttora delle reazioni molto polarizzate, quindi c'è gente che è contro, soprattutto artisti, doppiatori chiaramente, che hanno paura di essere soppiantati, e in parte hanno ragione secondo me. Io non sono allarmista e sono convinta che con ogni rivoluzione tecnologica, partendo dalla rivoluzione industriale,
certo, ci sono comunque degli indubbi vantaggi.
Si devastano e distruggono un sacco di lavori, se ne generano altri, purtroppo sempre meno rispetto agli altri, anche perché lavoreremo sempre meno noi. E le macchine, già dalla rivoluzione industriale da 80 anni e adesso queste tecnologie accelereranno di molto i tempi e permetteranno a una persona di fare lavoro di 10, 20, 30, no? Penso che sia esponenziale.
Un'ottima campagna pubblicitaria per il gioco che state facendo.
Esatto, noi siamo arrivati perfettamente in tempo. È molto attuale come argomento, infatti la domandina ce la fanno sempre anche quando andiamo in giro, eventi così, è inevitabile. Io sono sempre possibilista, sono di quelle persone che stanno alla ringhiera quando ci sono questi dibattiti molto accesi, perché ci sono in ballo i lavori della gente, il futuro della gente, il futuro delle industrie. Sono convinta anch'io che sarà uno strumento imprescindibile e molto utile. Sto già cominciando a immaginarmi degli utilizzi anche per noi, anche per me. In arte, programmazione è indiscutibile, il vantaggio che dà è una marcia in più. È vero che bisognerà ci sarà un riassetto completo dei ruoli e della distribuzione dei team, questo è innegabile, però non credo che sia una cosa che possiamo fermare, anche perché i vantaggi economici, oltre che in termini di tempo, sono tanti e tali che sicuramente il top management di tutti gli studi, tutti i publisher già lo sta dimostrando, che chi anche in maniera un po' scriteriata forse ci stanno buttando proprio di testa, e quello forse, ecco, quello che mi preme e che sto cercando di tenere d'occhio è come lo verrà normato. regolarizzato, controllato, a parte la paura dei deepfake, cose che anche nella vita personale ci verranno a toccare tutti, proprio questioni più pratiche e strutturali nell'organizzazione delle nostre aziende, del settore in generale, quindi sto aspettando che arrivino i regolatori, i legislatori, e sarà una cosa più lunga delle questioni della privacy che già hanno richiesto anni per essere regolarizzate, molto più lunghe e sofferte dal GDPR. Purtroppo lo sappiamo che le istituzioni e i legislatori non sono aggiornati su queste cose, che hanno bisogno di anni,
sì,
con i consulenti giusti per sviluppare delle leggi, non accontentano mai tutti, quindi quel lato lì della regolamentazione, della legislazione mi fanno un po' paura, però per forza dobbiamo venirne a capo.
Chiudiamo con quella che è l'ultima domanda, che è: quale consiglio daresti a una persona che vuole intraprendere vuole entrare nella industria e vuole intraprendere il nostro mestiere?
In industria sicuramente prepararsi ad avere una growth mentality non solo in fase di studio e formazione, ma per tutta la vita, perché è un'industria in cui bisogna correre, continuare a assorbire e imparare. Se non sei una persona così, curiosa, a cui piace o sa che deve o vuole imparare ogni giorno della sua vita fino a 80 anni, evitare queste industrie e fare qualcosa di più tradizionale, già come impianto, come mentalità. Per fortuna, rispetto a quando siamo entrati noi in un'industria che manco c'era in Italia, adesso le risorse non mancano online, non ci sono scuse per non essere aggiornati, non indagare meglio sulle posizioni, le opportunità, le entrate, cominciare a fare networking anche da fuori dall'industria. Ci sono gli eventi, consiglio appunto di cercare di abbordare, di trovare dei coach, dei mentori. Io lo faccio spesso, mi chiama anche gente che vuole pivotare da altri settori o giovani che stanno studiando, magari li incontro agli eventi come quello che faremo. È un'ottima occasione.
Infatti poi mi aggancio alla fine proprio a
anche
questa
tanti
cosa.
amicizie o figli di amici che conosco insoddisfatti del loro lavoro, che vorrebbero, sono attirati perché appassionati di giochi, gli spiego come poter approcciare, entrare. Bisogna essere curiosi e non aver paura di farsi avanti, di fare domande, usare tutte le risorse online che si trovano. Adesso c'è un'altra fortuna che non c'era ai nostri tempi, ma neanche lontanamente, di corsi specializzati a tutti i livelli, già per i ragazzi
Sì, se
giovani,
noi
fin dal
avessimo
liceo.
potuto avere i corsi ai nostri tempi sarebbe stata una musica completamente diversa.
Sì, completamente diversa, quindi adesso ci sono questi lussi, però è diventata più competitiva, più esigente l'industria, noi ci siamo inciampati, cioè tu magari anche facendo il giornalista a tempo pieno...
Sì, ma io non l'ho fatto mai neanche a tempo pieno, però io a un certo punto mi sono trovato nella necessità di trovarmi frustrato nel mio lavoro serio e dire ok, io però adesso ci devo provare, perché se non ci provo poi rischio di rimanere ingabbiato in un ruolo che mi farà male per tutta la vita. E allora ci ho provato e ci sono finito. Poi per carità avevo 10 anni di giornalismo part-time dietro.
Esatto, un po' un'idea ce l'avevi, magari qualche contatto.
Sì, avevo i contatti, conoscevo il prodotto, perché poi comunque per il producer è molto importante anche conoscere il prodotto, e quindi quelle due cose lì ti portano poi effettivamente.
È così che sono entrata nel marketing io da utente, e anch'io un po' col giornalismo, un po' con la localizzazione, ma ci sono inciampata per caso.
Cosa che purtroppo invece adesso i giovani faranno un po' fatica a fare, perché quelle cose lì non ci sono più.
Sì, non prendono più chiunque perché non c'è l'industria.
In realtà passano più, diciamo, non tanto dalla porta di servizio come siamo arrivati noi, perché noi siamo arrivati in maniera tangenziale, ma magari effettivamente da posizioni già direttamente all'interno da junior, direttamente all'interno della industria, e non possono più fare gavetta di quel tipo.
Esatto.
Proprio di networking, uno degli obiettivi dell'evento appunto del 13 settembre è fare networking, quindi vi invitiamo a prendere, ad acquistare, anche se poi l'ingresso è gratuito, comunque ad andare sul nostro sito, sulla pagina dedicata all'evento Women Create Games del 13 settembre.
Oggi la domanda più frequente che mi viene fatta, soprattutto in Italia, dove questa figura sta cominciando a essere riconosciuta come indispensabile in questi mesi, non dico neanche anni, in questi mesi, e quindi c'è più gente che si interessa, soprattutto va magari incontro a figure come me che non sapevano né codare, né avevano senso artistico, né ho studiato, o non mi è interessato particolarmente in game design perché è troppo matematico per la mia testa. I game designer e i programmatori secondo me ragionano allo stesso modo e quindi li ammiro, ma non fa per me. E tante persone come me pensano di non avere posto nell'industria, e invece come me magari scoprono, io entrata per vie traverse tramite la comunicazione e le lingue che alla fine ti aprono un po' tutte le porte, mi sono poi accorta che invece capacità organizzative, capacità comunicative e empatia servono per queste, anche per la project management, oltre che per il marketing e la comunicazione.
Il 13 settembre si tiene Women Create Games, il primo forum italiano dedicato alla partecipazione delle donne all'interno della game industry. In questo episodio del podcast parleremo dell'evento con una delle sue ospiti. Questo è Spaghetti di Confine. Ciao a tutti, sono Fabio Cristi, Project Manager di Event Horizon School e producer freelance con un po' di esperienza, e questo è Spaghetti di Confine, il primo podcast originale Event Horizon School dedicato al mondo dell'intrattenimento. L'ospite di oggi è Alessandra Tomasina, attualmente producer in Nacon Studio Milan. Ciao Alessandra.
Ciao a tutti.
E l'obiettivo di questo podcast è parlare un pochino della carriera di Alessandra, ma soprattutto parlare dell'evento Women Create Games che si terrà qui a Milano il 13 settembre, di cui vi abbiamo già accennato nel precedente episodio con Arianna Fusetti, che come Alessandra appunto sarà una delle ospiti dell'evento. Quindi Alessandra, ciao, hai voglia di raccontarci un pochino della tua carriera, di come sei arrivata appunto poi a ricoprire quella che è la tua posizione attuale?
Sì, volentieri, la mia carriera è lunghetta perché andiamo verso i 20 anni, quindi per non annoiare chi ci sta ascoltando cercherò di essere breve.
Finalmente una coetanea.
Sì,
mi sentivo vecchio da solo adesso.
Siamo vecchi in due. Niente, nasco linguista e giornalista videoludica, e da quelle porte, dalla porta della localizzazione nello specifico, sono entrata poi nell'industria nostrana, e diciamo che in questi 20 anni ho al mio attivo una settantina di titoli fra i vari ruoli che ho coperto. Ho avuto appunto la fortuna di non solo partire dalla localizzazione, che è nell'industria, ma quasi, non proprio dal lato produttivo interno agli studio e publisher. Sono riuscita a infilarmi nel gruppo leader, che all'epoca era una delle uniche due realtà che c'erano in Italia, per distribuzione prima, publishing poi,
quando è arrivato Black Bean, certo.
Esatto, e quindi ho avuto la fortuna di assistere a tutta l'evoluzione, al branching nel publishing del gruppo leader, e quindi sono partita dal marketing come product manager in leader per la distribuzione, che è stato uno shock capire le meccaniche dell'industria da una vita da giocatrice.
Questo intorno a che periodo all'incirca?
Parliamo del 2004.
Ok, quindi ancora comunque leader era attiva come distribuzione,
sì,
aveva ancora diversi publisher.
Esatto, e 505 all'epoca
era appena nata,
si stava facendo largo, stava cominciando a giudicare, a competere, a giudicarsi qualche publisher.
CTO era già morta, perché comunque CTO purtroppo dopo la debacle Electronic Arts era sparita.
Esatto, io da bambina nasco come giocatrice, prendevo i giochi del CTO quando li compravo.
Aveva le avventure LucasArts e quindi
esatto,
chiaramente.
Li giocavo tutte, chiaro. Ero stata anche nell'edificio di leader a farmi sostituire un gioco, e ricordo che da bambina mi guardai intorno, vidi il magazzino, che era enorme, orgoglio di Virginia.
Sì, perché poi tu comunque tu sei di quella zona lì, perché comunque sei di Varese.
Quando stavamo in Italia, perché la mia famiglia è un po' un melting pot. E mi guardai intorno, vidi il magazzino e pensai, mi piacerebbe lavorare in un posto così, poi non sapevo neanche cosa facessero, in realtà non conoscevo l'industria all'epoca, da giocatrice appunto, poi pian pianino l'ho approcciata con un'ottica un po' più critica, invece di giornalista, facevo recensioni ma anche pezzi oltre che di critica, di opinion, i primi in Italia, su tematiche poco battute come donne e videogiochi, che all'epoca non era in voga come adesso, era una rarità. Io ero sempre da sola tra le amicizie, con i giochi, da sola nel lavoro, nella localizzazione ero l'unica vera giocatrice, e quando sono andata in leader eravamo forse 3 ragazze, e su 200. 140 più i commerciali, 200 persone, c'eravamo 3 ragazzi.
Tu localizzazione la facevi direttamente per leader o per uno dei 3 studi che c'erano all'epoca, che poi comunque sono quelli che sono tutti stati comprati da Keywords nel corso, nel corso degli anni?
I Borg della localizzazione li chiamo io. No, lavoro per agenzie. La prima è di Roma, si chiamava Local Transit, una delle primissime in Italia.
Che però esiste ancora, mi sembra.
Fondata da Paoletti, Angela Paoletti, che è stata a Londra a lavorare, era tornata e ha visto che non c'erano realtà,
non c'era
lei a Roma, una delle prime 2 credo, e poi per Jingle Bell.
Sì, anche perché poi CTO ai tempi faceva localizzazione direttamente interna, perché comunque poi avevano lo studio. Io mi ricordo che andai a visitare CTO invece ancora prima del 2000, quanto sono vecchio, E mi ricordo che appunto mi fecero vedere lo studio, mi fecero vedere la gente che si occupava delle localizzazioni e appunto era... perché anch'io ho cominciato come giornalista e quindi chiaramente appunto capitavano queste opportunità.
Qualche evento, qualche tour degli
Sì,
studi,
sì.
sì.
Poi leader, quindi come product manager, poi...
marketing, distribuzione, product management, poi da lì appena si è un po' consolidata l'Ago, ha smesso di fare i simulatori di
Sì,
volo,
perché poi c'era l'Ago, è vero.
ha cominciato a prepararsi a pubblicare i titoli interni, c'era il famoso SBK, e qualche titolo di Milestone già avevano buttato fuori, quando sono arrivata io ai primi di
perché
moto.
tanto è il 2005, l'anno in cui Bixi ha comprato Milestone. Quindi...
Esatto, io sono arrivata al momento della trattativa, cioè ancora Farina era in Milestone quando sono arrivata e poi nel giro di un annetto e mezzo. E io ero proprio il product manager, anche già dalla parte della distribuzione, mi occupavo dei titoli interni, quindi dei racing di Milestone, oltre che di giochi di Eidos, dei Fakes Interactive.
Sì, perché comunque li aveva ancora in quel periodo.
Quindi poi da lì, appena si è consolidata l'Ago, sono aperte le posizioni in più, ha cominciato a strutturarsi, mi hanno chiamato per fare una sostituzione inizialmente come operations manager, quindi per tappare un buco, grazie alle mie conoscenze linguistiche, ero l'unica che poteva interfacciarsi con tutti i partner stranieri, i platform holder con cui facevo le submission, quindi ho imparato tutta quella parte lì, compliance, QA, anche c'erano ancora i scatolati all'epoca.
Che poi lì comunque era già diventata Black Bean o il marchio Black Bean è stato introdotto dopo?
Mentre ero lì ho fatto il cambio di nome. E quindi ho visto proprio questa trasformazione, ho avuto la fortuna, sono stata operations manager per 9 mesi più intensi della mia vita in cui ho imparato tutti i meccanismi dietro il publishing, quindi ho fatto tutta la distribuzione prima, shock, poi perché non me l'aspettavo come l'industria, la distribuzione, la GDO, i buyer, le mazzette.
C'è tutto quel mondo,
da grande distribuzione
c'è tutto quel mondo che adesso c'è molto meno.
Esatto.
Quindi...
Devo dire per fortuna forse, adesso si è abbassata la soglia d'ingresso, è per quello che gli indie sono esplosi, quindi è più facile pubblicare i propri giochi senza passare per 300 mani e quindi con dei margini oscillanti, tanti intermediari e quindi poco per gli sviluppatori. Adesso abbiamo
sì, è già cambiato molto, certo.
Era completamente diverso il panorama. Io ricordo di essere rimasta quasi un po' delusa anche della localizzazione, di quello che davano i traduttori rispetto a quello che si prendevano loro.
No, lo so perché l'ho fatto anch'io al localizzatore per un po' e quindi ricordo bene.
Esatto. E sono rimasta proprio scioccata anche di come erano le dinamiche, come vendevano i giochi, non per la qualità ma per ben altre cose.
Beh,
per i soldi di marketing, la messa a scaffale, tutte quelle regole lì. Io da appassionata sono rimasta quasi male. È stato proprio uno shock anche la vita d'ufficio, perché avendo fatto la traduttrice per 7 anni, l'insegnante, entrare in una realtà poi così dinamica, velocissima, in cui ho dovuto imparare un sacco di cose nuove in un tempo molto ridotto, tenermi sempre alla page, cambiando ruolo ogni 6 mesi, 1 anno e mezzo. Quindi da marketing, product manager a operations manager, poi sempre dentro l'Ago, sono tornata al marketing quando hanno preso un altro operations, perché lì le operations cominciavano a crescere, il leader non solo aveva ancora tutta la distribuzione fisica, cominciava a interessarsi al digitale, parlando con i primi partner.
Sì, perché poi comunque cominciava a sviluppare dei titoli, pubblicare dei titoli esterni, ricordo che c'erano i titoli in Ageo, c'erano...
Quelli che ho seguito io, come c'era ancora aperto poi a un certo punto anche l'ufficio sviluppo, io track, perché è lì che volevo arrivare, con le mani sul prodotto, quindi della distribuzione, sono passata per il publishing e finalmente sono riuscita a fare la producer lato publisher ma di sviluppo.
C'erano i prodotti quelli, mi sembra, cos'era, Get Fit with Mel.
Esatto. Interessante perché ho lavorato con grandi marchi come Fitness First, You Are What You Eat, quindi inglesi, ma anche
perché poi voi lavoravate con quella software house inglese, adesso di cui mi sfugava. Simon Prater,
Sì, esatto, che è stato il mio primo capo executive producer, e lì è lui che mi ha scoperta come producer, mi ha detto tu secondo me saresti, e io gli ho risposto cos'è un producer? Perché non avevo mai sentito, avendo lavorato in distribuzione e publishing, ed è lui che mi ha spiegato, mi ha aperto.
Mitologica.
Esatto, e lui ha detto secondo me saresti, visto come
sei... Quando abbiamo cominciato noi la figura del producer eravamo veramente in pochi, eravamo in pochissimi, quindi era proprio... in Italia, ovviamente all'estero no.
Cominciava a prendere piede, però nei studi grandini c'era, in quelli indie no, poi.
In Italia eravamo veramente pochi, cioè fino al 2015-2016 ci conoscevamo tutti l'un l'altro perché
quattro gatti. Esatto. Poi non sono passata direttamente per Milestone, però ho conosciuto un po' i ragazzi, venivo dallo studio, essendo la producer
Certo.
in Black
Black
Bean,
Bean.
andavo spesso da loro, io ho conosciuto Farina, partecipavo ai brainstorming, ho capito come lavoravano e questo è stato un po' il primo studio. Poi ho seguito Lightning Fish, sono andata là, sono andato a altri studi per collaborazioni, quindi sono andata in Climax, è stato un periodo formativo molto importante per me, io lo considero il mio addestramento dei Marines.
Sì, anche perché poi comunque networking tantissimo ovviamente, perché ovviamente avevi la possibilità di conoscere tante realtà diverse.
Sì, poi c'è stato un periodo di dirigenti stranieri, quindi abbiamo avuto una sfilza di gente dagli UK che Virgilio Bix appunto ha assunto per far decollare la parte publishing, e da quelle persone io assorbivo tutto quello che potevano, perché poi in Italia eravamo molto acerbi e loro ci spiegavano come si faceva una campagna marketing, cioè già ci arrabattavamo perché lavorando con i publisher noi ricevevamo i marketing plan centrali e cercavamo di adattarli alla realtà italiana, quello era il nostro lavoro all'inizio. Dopo pian pianino invece come publisher abbiamo imparato a farli noi e darli noi ai partner di distribuzione, concordare la messa a scaffale eccetera. Quindi questo passaggio già mi ha permesso di avere una conoscenza abbastanza a 360 gradi di tutta la filiera, dal brainstorming iniziale per la concettualizzazione fino alla messa a scaffale, e per questo ringrazio il gruppo leader, appunto è stata un'esperienza molto intensa. Diciamo che lì eri considerato un veterano se sopravvivevi un anno, perché c'era un turnover stellare.
Come poi in Milestone non è cambiato niente.
Ma in leader era più feroce ancora, perché c'era anche la parte commerciale. E quindi l'avvicendamento era molto forte, anche lì cambiavano sedia, quindi punti di riferimento, era tutto molto molto veloce, ecco, molto spesso traumatico, però sono contenta di essere sopravvissuta 3 anni e mezzo, che fa di me una super veterana.
Io sono durato in Milestone 2 anni e mezzo, quindi diciamo che già comunque abbiamo superato la media, perché la media era molto più bassa.
Sì, la media era bassissima. Io ho visto, il record che ho visto io è stata una giornata sola, una persona che è scappata piangendo dall'ufficio di visa. E se no c'era gente 2 settimane e poi da lì
io ho visto tanta gente uscire in 6 mesi, 9 mesi, proprio più veloci della luce.
Sì, tanta gente magari non si trovava, veniva da altri settori, non era abituata a quei ritmi, non era interessata magari al gaming, rimaneva là, ci voleva passione. Come
anche perché comunque Milestone è stata, e comunque tutte le società diciamo legate al gruppo leader sono stati per molto game development italiano una grandissima palestra. Perché chiaramente era l'unico tipo di azienda fino a qualche anno fa in cui potevi effettivamente vedere tutto il processo produttivo dall'inizio alla fine, quindi vedevi un gioco nascere e lo vedevi crescere sia dal punto di vista dello sviluppo che dal punto di vista del publishing, e quello chiaramente diciamo non potevi vederlo, e tuttora adesso forse con voi le cose sono un pochino diciamo più simili, perché chiaramente voi come Nacon siete uno studio diciamo di un publisher, magari non c'è la stessa, secondo me, quello poi me lo potrai dire tu, non c'è la stessa simbiosi che c'era ai tempi di leader tra Milestone e Black Bean, però probabilmente ci sono delle cose in comune.
Sì, dovrebbero esserci, adesso si sta cercando di legare, che questi publisher 2.0 sono un po' diversi da quelli dei tempi in cui ci siamo approcciati noi.
Poi dopo Black Bean hai avuto tanti anni di Digital Taste da Giovanni.
Sì, quasi 10, in realtà sono uscita appunto da leader perché ero in burnout, il ritmo era talmente elevato.
Not surprising.
Ecco, e quindi sono tornata alla traduzione con la coda tra le gambe, pensando di non lavorare mai più nell'industry. Dopo qualche mese mi ha contattato Giovanni, non gli ci ho voluto molto per convincermi, era invitante perché l'idea di rimettermi in campo quando pensavo di essere uscita già dall'industria e di voler tornare a fare la linguista e basta, e tornare al marketing ma per una realtà più piccolina, con carta bianca, perché lui iniziava a autopubblicarsi, quindi mi ha detto io li butto adesso sul mercato, ci autopubblichiamo, siamo in 9, quando sono entrata eravamo in 7, e quindi ho detto bella sfida, alla fine è una cosa completamente diversa dall'azienda in cui eri un ingranaggio.
Che era il periodo in cui lui cominciava, cosa c'era? Battlefield Adventure in quel periodo?
Sì, sono arrivata proprio lì, che stavano per lanciare quello e avevano lanciato Ducati che poi hanno portato su altre piattaforme, e per me il mobile era tutto nuovo, anche lì altro shock pazzesco, perché da giocatrice console e PC, dopo aver fatto i primi 5 anni così e aver anche recensito come giornalista tutto chiaramente solo gaming tradizionale, il mondo mobile che è un mercato molto più squaleggiante, diciamo, come lo chiamo io, è molto più sfidante, con tutte regole diverse, non è stato facile, quindi direi che ci ho messo i primi 2 anni molto più di 6 mesi, come si dice in genere, per capire come girava il fumo,
certo.
e poi ho trovato, era per fortuna un'epoca pionieristica per gli indie che con gli store, prima di Apple e poi anche di Google, potevano finalmente autopubblicarsi, avevano una certa indipendenza a tutti gli effetti anche dal punto di vista commerciale, e lì ho imparato tanto di marketing in senso proprio commercializzazione del prodotto, non solo promozione, la promozione verso un pubblico casual che è completamente diverso da quello degli hardcore o dei giocatori che ero
E
abituata
tu
io.
comunque eri sulla parte produzione, perché poi effettivamente
Ero ibrida.
aveva diciamo due filoni Digital Tales, che aveva quello dei titoli autoprodotti e poi il B2B chiaramente che serviva per finanziare tutta la parte di autoproduzione.
Ma che era sempre stato molto fiorente, il settore fashion, o anche poi si è approcciato alla VR, eccetera. Erano a periodi alterni, è sempre stato prevalente il B2B e con quello appunto ci finanziavamo a giochi, però di grosso successo visto la realtà piccolina che eravamo, perché con il titolo di punta, a nostro orgoglio, SDK, il primo gioco mobile ufficiale basato sul campionato del Superbike.
Perché poi quando
mondiale.
Milestone ha passato la licenza, Giovanni
Esatto, noi abbiamo
è
preso
andato
solo
a prendere il
mobile.
mobile.
Esatto.
Ricordo dei messaggi tra me e lui, quindi alla fine l'hai presa e non mi avevi detto niente. Lui fa, buono.
E beh, lì abbiamo fatto comunque, abbiamo passato i 50 milioni di download, che per una realtà piccolina è stato un vero successo commerciale, quindi sono contenta e spesso seguivo sia la produzione che il marketing, essendo una realtà piccola e pubblicando un titolo ogni tanto, non certo 2 o 3, potevo dedicarmi, facevo prima la produzione, poi passavo la promozione, la commercializzazione, anche il post vendita che in mobile è importante, prima non lo era su console e PC, adesso lo è diventato, soprattutto PC, ma prima il mobile era completamente diverso, e quindi insomma anche lì tenevo sempre, come nel resto della mia carriera e come prima, i piedi, cioè sono sempre stata al crocevia tra marketing e produzione, quindi scambiando le competenze, aiutandomi l'un con l'altro a supportare le realtà per cui lavoravo. Prima di Digital Tales, mentre ero tornata alla localizzazione, ho fatto anche un po' di consulenze, QA testing, ho cercato di differenziare, lì ho fatto un po' di network, ho capito, poi adesso sono rimasta quasi 10 anni con loro, sì, finché appunto...
E poi è arrivata Nacon.
Marco Ponte, che avevo incrociato.
Certo, tanto alla fine lì, cioè, quello è il crocevia.
Esatto, dopo altre offerte che mi erano state fatte dall'estero nel periodo del Covid, su cui però ero un po' incerta sul remoto full come producer, sono convinta che il producer almeno un paio di giorni alla settimana, 3, gomito a gomito col team dovrebbe farlo. Poi
io no, ma potremmo fare una puntata da 3 ore del podcast.
Esatto. Sì, è molto controverso come argomento, dipende dalla natura del
lavoro. Dipende da come è organizzato il team.
Dal team, bravissimo, da come è organizzato e dalla seniority del team. Quindi sì, la prossima puntata la facciamo su quello. Comunque avevo ricevuto varie offerte dai Nordics, UK, l'ho valutate, però poi è arrivato Marco Ponte, mi ha detto che c'era Sergio Rocco, tantissime mie vecchie conoscenze,
allora,
con cui ho sempre sognato di lavorare.
C'è mezza Milestone.
Esatto, mi ha corteggiato per un paio d'anni, all'inizio non potevo perché non volevo lasciare il Digital Test, che stavo uscendo un titolo,
non
avevo lavorato, però ho ceduto alla fine dopo un paio d'anni e mi sono unita a loro.
Sì, chiaramente poi cominciando a lavorare su titoli con uno scopo un pochino più alto,
esatto,
perché al di là diciamo dei titoli motociclistici, comunque adesso Terminator è un titolo che ha un...
Mi allettava l'idea di differenziarmi perché avevo fatto racing per 15 anni, cominciavo a essere un po' provata, anche se non mi dispiace.
Se uno è appassionato continua a divertirsi, se uno non è appassionato riuscire a resistere 15 anni a fare solo racing
sì, in effetti sì.
Don't try this at home.
Poi su tutte le piattaforme, mobile, PC, console, non ne potevo veramente più, quindi mi ha allettato con la prospettiva e poi magari di concentrarmi di più su il process design e la produzione pura. Ero un po' stanca del marketing e dell'ambiente, come dico io, nessuno se la prenda male da qua o marchettare, cioè è un'altra cosa per chi vuole stare proprio con le mani sul gioco e preferisce...
Quante persone siete adesso in
Nacon?
Sono sulla settantina. Credevo di più.
Growing.
Credevo di più.
Sì, perché il progetto è molto ambizioso, vogliamo appunto spostarci su 2 linee produttive piuttosto che una come prima, stiamo crescendo.
Sì, certo.
Anche il publisher sta crescendo, cioè la realtà Nacon sta crescendo, impancia sempre più sviluppatori, si sta differenziando, un catalogo molto forte, molto vario.
Sì, perché comunque poi loro hanno comunque un catalogo che ha ancora molto racing, ancora molto, diciamo, molte delle cose che aveva la vecchia Milestone.
Esatto, è così che li abbiamo conosciuti, io ci ho lavorato anche in passato, li avevo incrociati anche mentre lavoravo per altre aziende e ho sempre considerato una realtà interessante.
Allora, parliamo un attimino di quello che è Producers, Unsung Heroes of Game Development, perché come dire, è un titolo che sento molto anche mio, voglio dire, facendo questo lavoro da 15 anni ormai. Di cosa parlerai in sintesi, appunto?
Intanto della posizione di producers, perché a volte non è chiaro neanche a chi studia per diventarlo.
A volte non è chiaro neanche a chi lo fa.
Bravo, a parte che non mi è mai capitato di trovare la stessa definizione di producer in più di uno studio, cioè ogni studio ha la sua e in ogni studio il producer fa una cosa diversa.
E in ogni studio il management pensa che la produzione sia, come dire, una certa cosa, e ogni riferimento a fatti e persone incontrate nella nostra vita è puramente casuale, non faremo nomi.
Esatto, ci capiamo. E quindi vorrei prima vagliare tutte le definizioni che mi sono capitate nella mia carriera, che a volte rispecchiavano quello che stavo facendo, altre volte no, altre volte appunto c'era un disallineamento delle aspettative che è più drammatico ancora, perché è oggi la domanda più frequente che mi viene fatta, soprattutto in Italia, dove questa figura sta cominciando a essere riconosciuta come indispensabile in questi mesi, non dico neanche anni, in questi mesi, e quindi c'è più gente che si interessa, soprattutto va magari incontro a figure come me che non sapevano né codare, né avevano senso artistico, né ho studiato, o non mi è interessato particolarmente in game design perché è troppo matematico per la mia testa. I game designer e i programmatori secondo me ragionano allo stesso modo e quindi li ammiro, ma non fa per me. E tante persone come me pensano di non avere posto nell'industria e invece come me magari scoprono, io entrata per vie traverse tramite la comunicazione e le lingue che alla fine ti aprono un po' tutte le porte, mi sono poi accorta che invece capacità organizzative, capacità comunicative e empatia servono per anche per la project management oltre che per il marketing e la comunicazione, quindi ho trovato, mi sono sempre state aperte le porte, anche come produzione essendo molto metodica, una geek, una maniaca dei processi, mi sono trovata bene, a me piace, sono appassionata di piattaforme di collaborazione, sperimento, trovo le soluzioni migliori per i team e quindi insomma ho scoperto che era la mia passione, cioè era il lavoro ideale per me senza neanche sapere che esistesse prima di entrare nell'industria.
Sfatiamo il mito che il producer sia quello che non lavora, ma in realtà il producer lavora tantissimo perché comunque dover riuscire a fare in modo che il team lavori sempre in armonia è un lavoro
motivato
erculeo.
Sì, non è solo perché tanti ci vedono come taskmaster, c'è questo pregiudizio,
Non
cioè
solo.
la persona che controlla il progresso dei task.
Magari 10 anni fa era così, adesso c'è un 50% di coaching che non va assolutamente sottovalutato.
E leadership, che prima non era considerata una figura di leadership, adesso finalmente dall'estero è arrivato che se devi motivare la gente, tenere insieme il team, tenerlo coeso, tenerlo allineato, comunicare la visione del progetto, sei uno dei leader del team fondamentalmente. Adesso comincia a essere riconosciuto.
Sì, magari non prendi le decisioni creative,
no, non
sei
magari un
comunque
decision
rimangono al creative director o a chi per lui.
Laddove c'è, perché poi dipende dalla struttura del team, se non c'è creative director, non c'è game director,
a volte il producer,
tipo
certo.
indie che prende anche le decisioni, non dico stilistiche, ma a volte vi dico contenutistiche sicuramente, anche per i vincoli col budget e i tempi di sviluppo.
All'estero spesso e volentieri è così, negli studi dove non c'è il game director, voi creative director ce l'avete perché è Marco, Milestone per anni ha avuto i game director, poi li ha tolti, poi li ha rimessi.
Anche i producer tolti, rimessi.
Quelli perché purtroppo c'era un bias manageriale, ma non andiamo oltre.
Esatto.
E adesso quanti producer siete lì da voi? Perché
siamo
ci
3
sei
senior,
tu, c'è
un paio di
Pauletto.
Giovani, sì, siamo 3 ultra senior. E che è strano per uno studio italiano, quindi è un'altra delle cose che mi interessava, finalmente entrare in una realtà che si stava strutturando bene e che mi permetteva di condividere il carico, il peso, le responsabilità con dei colleghi, non per rifuggire le responsabilità che ho sempre avuto, sempre affrontato dignitosamente, ritengo, ma per rimbalzarsi le idee, imparare cose nuove, scambiarci metodologie in progettazione, esperienze. Infatti mi sto trovando benissimo con i miei colleghi e anche con i giovani che abbiamo.
E siete organizzati, diciamo, cioè nel senso, alla fine, visto che c'è un progetto solo, comunque siete tutti sullo stesso progetto, cioè non c'è una questione di executive producer di progetti e via dicendo.
All'inizio quando sono entrata era così ed eravamo molto trasversali su tutto il team e lavoravamo insieme perché abbiamo delle skill molto complementari. Sergio Rocco ci ha tenuto a organizzare.
Ok, perché è vero, c'è anche Sergio, giusto?
Lui è l'executive.
Sì, perché mi stavo dimenticando che in realtà poi Sergio ha cambiato, come dire, ha cambiato professione in corso d'opera, nel senso che lui quando era in Milestone era un artista.
Sì, ma lui è uno sviluppatore in realtà, pure un one
Perché
man
poi lui
band,
nasce come
può sviluppare un gioco da solo,
programmatore, certo.
è un grande artista, dal punto di vista creativo, anche come forza creativa per i contenuti del gioco, idee, al di là della sua sensibilità per il mercato, anche in ambito di business development, ha sempre contribuito nella realtà in cui lavorava, quindi è un professionista che ho sempre ammirato nella mia carriera e che sono contentissima di aver affiancato qua, è stato uno dei motivi che mi ha spinto appunto
Certo.
a unirmi a Nacon. E lui coordina un po' tutti in virtù della sua esperienza, è sicuramente quello che ha una visione più
Sì, perché
completa
poi lui ha
di
cominciato
tutte le
negli anni
aree.
90, secondo me,
Sì,
o verso la fine di quel periodo lì.
Lo dicevamo prima di cominciare la registrazione che è uno dei padri fondatori.
Sì, perché poi Artematica e tutto, Artematica ha cominciato...
Ma lui anche prima di Artematica, da ragazzino proprio, quindi ogni tanto racconta delle storie tipo nonno Sergio,
Sì,
quando
sì,
non
sì.
c'era neanche l'industria, io sono affascinata, l'ascolto sempre
Marco ha
volentieri.
cominciato poco dopo, perché Marco ha cominciato a inizio anni 2000 e quindi poi chiaramente
Sì.
quella scuola lì ligure, delle software house che c'erano in Ligure in quel periodo lì.
Sì, quindi vabbè, da lui sto imparando tanto, sono contenta, però ecco, prima ci occupavamo tutti un po' di tutto, ognuno propendendo per le proprie specialità, poi è nata l'esigenza, dovendo sdoppiare la linea produttiva, abbiamo preferito adottare il cosiddetto modello lead producer, cioè ogni producer è assegnato a una disciplina,
Certo.
quindi io mi occupo di design personalmente, i colleghi si dividono arte, programmazione, R&D.
Quindi comunque non hai la visione generale, tra virgolette, del progetto, ma comunque sei focalizzata su un verticale.
Ma in realtà ci sforziamo comunque
Ok.
di aiutarci, di supportarci tra noi e ci teniamo sempre tutti aggiornati dal punto di vista della comunicazione della reportistica, tutti seguiamo tutto proprio per poter facilitare la comunicazione all'interno del team tra i reparti ed evitare il fenomeno dei silos che purtroppo anche e soprattutto con questo modello lead producer
Sì,
tendono a
sì,
rafforzarsi.
tende a esserci,
Quindi
certo.
cerchiamo di promuovere la comunicazione il più possibile, il team è grandino, sta crescendo con tutti i problemi del caso, quindi non sempre è facile tenere tutti allineati. Per forza di cose noi siamo molto affiatati tra noi, cerchiamo di sapere ognuno anche i cavoli degli altri reparti se vuoi per poterci venire incontro, supportare, far girare le informazioni e funziona anche questo nuovo modello. Non è stato facile pivotarlo, però ci stiamo sforzando di farlo funzionare.
Voi lavorate esclusivamente, diciamo, in presenza o avete adottato anche voi il modello ibrido?
Prevalentemente in presenza, con 1 o 2 giorni a seconda delle necessità
Ok.
a casa.
Quindi
c'è
diciamo
flessibilità.
comunque siete all'opposto di Milestone che adesso invece dal Covid ha comunque mantenuto...
Tanti non sono gli unici.
Sì, ma nel senso,
sviluppatori.
io come dicevo prima durante uno degli episodi che abbiamo registrato oggi, sono sorpreso perché considerando, diciamo, il passato di Milestone e la sua, come dire, la sua volontà di tenere le persone in presenza, questo passaggio all'ibrido ma bello spinto,
Sì.
quindi 4 giorni a casa, uno
Ha
in
stupito
ufficio,
anche me, sinceramente.
mi ha veramente stupito.
Sì, sì.
quindi-
Beh, ma i vantaggi sono innegabili. Adesso anche su questo potremmo fare un episodio a
Qui
parte.
ce n'è,
Quindi non mi
ripeto, la
dilungo.
letteratura è infinita, per cui...
Però diciamo che nel nostro core team, fra i senior, i fondatori dell'azienda, si crede che lavorare gomito a gomito sia più produttivo e quindi si incoraggia, si concede una certa flessibilità perché c'è gente che viene da lontano.
Sì.
Così.
Secondo me poi, ripeto, opinione mia, nel vostro caso dipende molto anche dal fatto che adesso state facendo un gioco su cui non avete esperienza perché è il primo titolo di quella filone lì. Chiaro che se fosse stato un altro gioco di moto, magari
Sì.
potevate lavorare più giorni da casa perché intanto il gioco di moto sappiamo bene come si fa, quindi
Sì, infatti anche quello praticamente
il
l'hanno
processo è piuttosto chiaro.
finito. Vero.
Allora, ci avviamo verso la fine appunto di questo episodio, quindi ti faccio un pochino di domande, diciamo potrebbero avere una risposta corta come non corta. Qual è il tuo gioco preferito?
Questa è una domanda difficile, diciamo che io ho dei periodi monomaniacali come Picasso, cioè anche nel periodo blu, quindi cambio genere, adesso sono nel periodo RPG, strategici e tattici a turni, però vabbè, adesso io sto ancora giocando a Baldur's Gate 3 e penso che sia schizzato in
prima
pole
che tu lo
position.
finisca, ciao.
Sì, beh, sono quasi alla fine della prima run, ma ne vorrei fare un'altra, cosa che di solito non mi concedo come lusso perché mi piacciono gli RPG e ci butto dentro dalle 200 alle 300 ore minimo anche i JRPG e quindi di tutti i generi, proprio quelli, essendo un po' completionist, devo buttarci dentro un sacco di ore e ne gioco veramente pochi all'anno. Un paio d'anni fa ho finito
Sì,
The
anche
Witcher
perché
3.
se poi ci metti 300 ore,
Esatto,
sinceramente,
anche
o
Cyberpunk.
devi dormire un po'.
quindi diciamo, mi piace molto la serie Persona, tra
Sì,
quelli
che quelli sono proprio
Giappo,
veramente hardcore.
o Atlus in generale, sì, anche i crawler più beceri mi piacciono, quelli sì, e vabbè, Final Fantasy,
Sì,
classiconi, e l'Arian devo dire che ci avevo anche lavorato, perché quando facevo la QA...
Sì, con Divinity qualcosa.
Sì, quando facevo testing avevo fatto il secondo della linea che era Beyond Divinity,
Ok.
e io anche non erano ancora noti loro.
No, perché
E io
comunque
ricordo, ero
sono
anche al
diventati
telefono con
grossi
loro
dopo.
dal Belgio, ho fatto 2 settimane praticamente dormendo pochissimo perché c'era un problema con cui adesso non vi annoio di localizzazione, tutto il sistema di localizzazione è stato studiato male e quindi hanno dovuto chiamare me e un'equipe in più di specialisti per ribaltare con un calzino il gioco già tradotto e già finito. E io poi ho fatto QA consigliandoli mentre giocavo come rigirare la struttura delle frasi perché era tutto automatizzato e non poteva funzionare
Certo.
con gli accordi delle lingue europee, cioè non l'inglese diciamo, e io ricordo di aver riconosciuto una scintilla di genialità nel design e sono contenta che poi
loro
siano
poi sono
fioriti, siano
esplosi
esplosi
veramente.
con Baldur's Gate ma già con Divinity. Gli ultimi
Quello era il
episodi.
preludio poi, cioè grazie a quello sono riusciti a fare Baldur's Gate, perché se Divinity non fosse esploso,
Esatto, e poi un altro...
Hasbro la licenza non gliela dava neanche.
Certo, adesso direi che sono il PIN, sono il
sono diventati il
benchmark,
punto di
sono il
riferimento,
benchmark
certo.
degli RPG
Certo.
inarrivabile, penso, detto da loro stessi. Poi vabbè, XCOM, e tutta la serie dal punto di vista dei tattici a turni, mi piacciono ancora i giochi a turni rispetto ad altri, perché a parte che sono anziana, quindi ho bisogno di ritmi rallentati, sicuramente non gioco FPS, non gioco più giochi sportivi picchiaduro che era la mia passione un tempo, basta, perché i riflessi non sono più quelli di un tempo, gioco dei giochi da signora di una certa età, avventure non le ho mai mollate, penso di averle giocate anche se adesso
Sono un po' diverse,
un po' agonizzanti
certo.
o un po' evolute, però è
diverse.
vero che le avventure sono entrate in tutti i generi, quindi
quello
la mia
sì.
soddisfazione è quella, ho preso gli RPG perché avevano dentro una parte sempre crescente di narrative e via dicendo altri generi o gli indie mi danno soddisfazione, quindi mi intrattengo comunque con quello. E poi i classici delle avventure immortali, Monkey Island, sono sempre nel mio cuore, il Sierra,
Quelli
tutti li ho
sono,
giocati.
come dire, quelli sono stati l'inizio per tanti.
Gabriel Knight, tutti anche quelli più rari, King's Quest, anche quelli più rari come Freddy Farkas, Frontier
Sì,
Pharmacy,
quelli era
che
il
non si è giocato
periodo
nessuno.
inizio anni 90, sì,
Space
sì, sì.
Quest, quelli lì ancora me li ricordo bene, però sono abbastanza eclettica, ecco, ho fatto i miei periodi un po' di... Poi per cultura mi piace giochicchiare un po' tutto e anche gli indie.
Sì, anche perché poi serve per capire dove sta andando il mondo del videogioco.
Esatto, quindi mi piace provare un po' di tutto, anche giochi per cui non sono tagliate e faccio schifo, però per vedere come sono, come funzionano e cercare di capire perché piacciono, anche se non sono il mio genere, li gioco, li provo.
Gioco che invece vorresti vedere sparire dalla faccia della terra perché ti ha fatto talmente ribrezzo che...
È difficile. No, non ce n'è nessuno, perché io sono fatta così, trovo sempre il buono in tutto, sia nelle persone che nelle
Allora
cose.
ribalto la domanda e dico il gioco a cui, cioè il genere di gioco a cui non lavoreresti mai nemmeno sotto tortura. È una domanda molto difficile.
È difficile, sì. Diciamo il Souls-like, non mi piace.
Vedo che anche Arianna ha dato la stessa risposta
Souls-like e
prima
poi un po'...
nell'altro episodio.
Roguelite non pensavo, invece ultimamente qualcosa mi è piaciuto, ho giocato, quindi ho cambiato idea, però vabbè, non sono proprio i miei generi, ma alla fine quello che raramente ho avuto il gusto di giocare a generi o giochi che mi piacevano a livello personale, l'ho preso come una sfida professionale e me li sono fatti andare bene lo stesso, anzi mi ha aiutato magari a capire perché alla
Certo.
gente piace, anche da marchettara, fra virgolette, ho dovuto entrare nella mente degli appassionati del genere, ho imparato a apprezzarne i lati positivi, quindi è difficile che con un genere o un gioco in particolare lo seppellisca, anche quando recensivo mi apprezzavano perché non affondavo mai niente, neanche giochi indecenti, anzi venivo da me con i casi clinici perché sapevano che io non li avrei distrutti, no? Perché trovavo, la localizzazione è fatta bene, lo stile grafico è quel non so che, anche se il resto era da cestinare.
L'ipotetico invece sequel a cui vorresti lavorare, che se ti facessero un'offerta di lavoro diresti sì subito senza neanche pensarci?
Qualunque cosa di Larian, di CD Projekt e Final Fantasy. Square Enix è sempre stato un mio sogno, ci ho anche provato, ho anche fatto un colloquio così, ma poi per varie circostanze non sono mai riuscita a avere un lavoro con loro, però sarebbe
Sì.
il sogno, sarebbe quello.
Allora, ci avviamo verso la fine con le ultime due domande. Cosa ne pensi dell'AI generativa? E ci teniamo le domande, save the best for last. Cosa ne pensi anche poi dell'uso alla fine come tool all'interno della nostra industria? Perché chiaramente, almeno il mio punto di vista e anche quello comunque della scuola in generale è quello di vederla come un tool che possa aiutare nella produttività. Quindi dal tuo punto di vista come, che poi ripeto, cioè, specificamente nel nostro lavoro in realtà è probabilmente il lavoro in cui la I fa fatica ad entrare perché io non sono ancora riuscito a capire dove possa magari, perché gli strumenti tipo Gira, tipo ClickUp comunque hanno cominciato a inserire funzioni di AI, però io personalmente non sono ancora riuscito a trovare un effettivo vantaggio nell'utilizzarla.
Io sì, anche se costa ancora molto, soprattutto come add-on agli strumenti che stiamo utilizzando, vedi Click perché ti chiede 8-9 euro.
Voi cosa usate come strumento per gestire? Voi usate proprio ClickUp?
Sì, perché era quella un po' più onnicomprensiva rispetto alle nostre esigenze. Diciamo che la trovo inevitabile come evoluzione, quindi bisogna rassegnarsi. Sto vedendo tuttora delle reazioni molto polarizzate, quindi c'è gente che è contro, soprattutto artisti, doppiatori chiaramente, che hanno paura di essere soppiantati e in parte hanno ragione secondo me. Io non sono allarmista e sono convinta che con ogni rivoluzione tecnologica, partendo dalla rivoluzione industriale,
certo, ci sono comunque degli indubbi vantaggi.
Si devastano e distruggono un sacco di lavori, se ne generano altri, purtroppo sempre meno rispetto agli altri, anche perché lavoreremo sempre meno noi. E le macchine, già dalla rivoluzione industriale da 80 anni e adesso queste tecnologie accelereranno di molto i tempi e permetteranno a una persona di fare lavoro di 10, 20, 30, no? Penso che sia esponenziale.
Un'ottima campagna pubblicitaria per il gioco che state facendo.
Esatto, noi siamo arrivati perfettamente in tempo. È molto attuale come argomento, infatti la domandina ce la fanno sempre anche quando andiamo in giro, eventi così, è inevitabile. Io sono sempre possibilista, sono di quelle persone che stanno alla ringhiera quando ci sono questi dibattiti molto accesi perché ci sono in ballo i lavori della gente, il futuro della gente, il futuro delle industrie. Sono convinta anch'io che sarà uno strumento imprescindibile e molto utile, sto già cominciando a immaginarmi degli utilizzi anche per noi, anche per me. In arte, programmazione è indiscutibile, il vantaggio che dà è una marcia in più. È vero che bisognerà cioè ci sarà un riassetto completo dei ruoli e della distribuzione dei team, questo è innegabile, però non credo che sia una cosa che possiamo fermare, anche perché i vantaggi economici, oltre che in termini di tempo, sono tanti e tali che sicuramente il top management di tutti gli studi, tutti i publisher già lo sta dimostrando, che chi anche in maniera un po' scriteriata forse ci sta buttando proprio di testa, e quello forse, ecco, quello che mi preme e che sto cercando di tenere d'occhio è come lo verrà normato, regolarizzato, controllato, a parte la paura dei deepfake, cose che anche nella vita personale ci verranno a toccare tutti, proprio questioni più pratiche e strutturali nell'organizzazione delle nostre aziende, del settore in generale, quindi sto aspettando che arrivino i regolatori, i legislatori, e sarà una cosa più lunga delle questioni della privacy che già hanno richiesto anni per essere regolarizzate, molto più lunghe e sofferte dalla GDPR. Purtroppo lo sappiamo che le istituzioni e i legislatori non sono aggiornati su queste cose, che hanno bisogno di anni con i consulenti giusti per sviluppare delle leggi, non accontentano mai tutti, quindi quel lato lì della regolamentazione, della legislazione mi fanno un po' paura, però per forza dobbiamo venirne a capo.
Chiudiamo con quella che è l'ultima domanda, che è: quale consiglio daresti a una persona che vuole intraprendere vuole entrare nella industria e vuole intraprendere il nostro mestiere?
In industria sicuramente prepararsi ad avere una growth mentality non solo in fase di studio e formazione, ma per tutta la vita, perché è un'industria in cui bisogna correre, continuare a assorbire e imparare. Se non sei una persona così curiosa, a cui piace o sa che deve o vuole imparare ogni giorno della sua vita fino a 80 anni, evitare queste industrie e fare qualcosa di più tradizionale.
Okay, we are live again. I was saying we are lunch again, so okay. It's afternoon also for me. Okay, I hope you had a good break and a good lunch. Now we are back with the afternoon session. Let's cut to the chase, and I welcome to the stage Alessandra Tomasina with her talk about producers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alessandra Tomasina, and I'm really delighted to be here with you all today. They say you think better on a full stomach, but you might as well be in a food coma by now. So I'll do my best to make this talk swift and painless, hopefully interesting too. A quick word about me before we begin. As you can see from this slide, I'm a mind mapping geek. And this is me at a glance, or more precisely, this is an overview of my career so far. I'm going to talk you through the map clockwise, starting from the top right corner. As a natural-born communicator and facilitator, I started my career as a linguist, and after working 7 years as a game and IT translator and an English teacher, I realized that my organizational and communication skills were highly sought after in other fields as well, namely project management and marketing, and that's how I entered the gaming industry, basically. Initially as a tester and a journalist, and then more hands-on, moving to the other side of the fence, so to speak. Long story short, throughout my career, I've been working at the crossroads between production and marketing. And you can clearly see that across the positions I covered during my career so far. So my gateway into the industry was the Leader Group, which was one of the two major gaming companies in Italy at the time, at the origins of the gaming industry in Italy, because I'm older than I look. And basically, Leader was the mother of Milestone. It was its mother company, and unlike Milestone, which is pretty well known today in the industry, it's unfortunately out of business now. But back at the time, it was a big company with 100, 150 people, and 200 including salesmen. And it incorporated a distributor, where I started my career in the industry, a publishing arm, and a development studio, all rolled into one, which gave me the opportunity to cover multiple positions and to get familiar with the whole product life cycle, from concept design to shelf placement, because at the time, weird that this may seem, we were talking physical distribution only. So I entered through the distributors, then I managed to reach a role as an operations manager at the publishing arm, and then as soon as they opened the production office at the developer, which was Milestone, by the way, I got a role as a producer. I enlisted as a producer. The Leader Group was, let us say, considered as the equivalent to the Marine Corps boot camp for video games. And where you were seen as a veteran for surviving a single year, I'm not joking, I saw people running away after 2 weeks. The record was 2 hours. And then I saw a girl running out of our boss's office crying. But it was not easy, and you had to wear many hats. But it was a powerful learning experience for me. I'm proud to say I clocked 3.5 years there, so I was considered a veteran as well. I'm less proud to say and to admit that I burnt out eventually. So I decided to leave the industry for good, or so I thought at the time. I went back for a while to my original love, which was translation, localization, and consulting, until a former colleague of mine from the Leader Group invited me to join his newly founded boutique development studio, Digital Tales. It was in Milan. And there again, I worked both as a producer and a marketing manager. Basically, I took care of communication and anything we didn't directly relate to coding, graphic design, or game design, because I hadn't any experience in those disciplines. But they needed someone who was able to liaise with foreign partners, and someone who knew the industry. I've worked with the studio for almost 10 years. They developed e-learning solutions, games, and anything in between. So that was also a very interesting learning experience for me. I grew a lot, both professionally and personally. And I had the opportunity, once again, to wear many hats, as is usually, sorry for that, as is usually the case in small indie studios. Until in 2021, I received another pretty attractive offer from a former colleague, from the leader group, because everyone passed through the leader group if they had my age and they worked in the Italian industry. And so Marco Ponte invited me to join his new AA studio in Milan, and that's how I got my position as a senior producer at Macon, where now I mainly focus on team collaboration and process design and improvements, especially improvement. Now, about this talk, what's a game producer is the very first question I get whenever I tell someone what I do. And that's because most people outside the industry tend to think that games are mostly created by programmers and game designers. The most savvy, especially among hardcore gamers, may even be aware of the existence of artists. But little is known about producers, and what is known is generally misunderstood or misrepresented. So the goal of this talk is to introduce and unpack this relatively mysterious job by answering the most frequently asked questions I get about it. So I'll tackle one question at a time, and once I'm done with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have about this position. So back to the big question, what's a game producer? Spoiler alert, there's no set definition. So anywhere you go, you'll find a different definition for this role, because it mostly depends on the leadership style of the company size, and the project scope. So these are the most common definitions that you'll get if you ask someone from the industry. The top one is the equivalent of a project manager, so you can read, the equivalent of a project manager in another field. So the person on the team who's responsible for delivering the project, the game, according to plans. And by plans, I mean the agreed scope, frame, and cost. The second and sadly most popular definition is taskmaster, the evil version of a project manager, also known as a watchdog, strictly focused on task assignments and cost control. So again, unfortunately, that is how producers are most frequently depicted and perceived by development studios themselves. And this kind of producer is generally coupled with a command and control leadership style, management style. Other more benevolent definitions of game producer include the communicator and facilitator. The communicator is a more business-oriented leader who fosters communication inside and outside the team, and who's the role to convey the project's vision, which generally implies pitching to top management or external partners. The facilitator kind of producer is the team builder, the servant leader, the mediator, the factotum, basically the one who's responsible for fetching pizza and Red Bull during crunch time, if need be. All of these definitions can be equally correct, depending on individual circumstances. But if you're wondering what my personal definition of game producer is, here it is. So, all of the above, plus your mother, because not only are producers expected to cover all the definitions and roles we saw on the previous slide, but they often double as the team's cheerleader, therapist, and guardian angel. The second question I usually get can come in many different forms, but it generally comes down to the existence of multiple kinds of producers. So based on context and on specialty, you can have different roles. Again, it also depends on the size of the company and the scope of the project, but based on the context, which is the place where you work, be it a development studio, a producer, a distributor, an outsourcer of any kind. You can have internal producers, external producers, publishing producers, live op producers, and so on. An internal producer coordinates production inside that studio, whereas an external producer is generally a publishing side producer who liaises with and manages external producers, external partners, working for the publisher, so being published by the publisher or being fully owned by the publisher. So while internal and external producers generally have a project management and a development background, publishing and live ops producers tend to, may also have a more business-oriented focus. They may have a marketing and communications or a PR background. Like many live ops producers are analysts. They are product managers. Live ops are responsible for the health of the game during and after the release, unlike the standard producer. And that includes content updates, customer support, data analysis. So they are key for mobile games and multiplayer games, community-based games. And working as a producer in a publisher or a dev studio is a completely different thing. I had the luck to do both, so I know more and more people now come from other fields. So they have a game production, a project management background, and they manage to move to the gaming industry. We'll see that later. On the other hand, based on your specialization, you can also have generalist producers which take care of everything relating to the production, including release management most of the times. But you can also have a technical producer who have a programming or engineering background and is qualified to work with other engineers in order to scope out the features of the game or to discuss more technical issues. And they're also the best people to explain technical concepts to non-technical people, which is also something you need as a producer most of the times. Art producers obviously have an artistic background. They work with artists on the team and on the art pipeline. Creative producers have a game design background and are qualified to support game designers and creative directors. Localization producers have a language background, like myself, and they work on the localization pipeline, which includes translation, voiceover, and testing, so language QA. Again, outsourcing producers can work both for studios, publishers, and or for outsourcers, and they generally select and manage external partners or internal partners who provide the development services of any nature, including art, sound, localization, you name it. And finally, marketing producer has a marketing background or communication or PR background, but also most of the times a project management background. And they also liaise with both internal and external partners and work on promotional activities, including the production of marketing assets and collaterals. What skills do you need to excel as a producer? Other people in the industry will probably give you different answers, but these are my go-to skills whenever I'm asked what you need to succeed as a producer. First of all, well, first and foremost, communication, because producers work as bridges between multiple disciplines and departments. They enable communication across the team. So you're going to need leadership skills in order to convey the vision with clarity and to motivate the team. You need to be able to give and receive feedback gracefully. You're going to need conflict resolution and negotiation skills and stakeholder management skills. Then, of course, organization skills are of the essence. Not only will you have to find the most effective and efficient processes, but also keep on improving on them. And problem solving is also key, because you have to be ready to manage the unexpected, which is your ordinary activity as a producer. So you're going to need creative thinking, risk management skills, and firefighting skills. By firefighting, we mean incident management, basically. And last but not least, empathy, because project management is one thing, and people management is a completely different beast. And you are going to juggle both. So empathy is essential whenever you deal with human beings, for better or for worse. Are producers born or made? And what's their educational background? This is also a very frequently asked question. And based on my personal experience, these are the most common origin stories for producers. Some of them worked in a business, public relations, or marketing or project management role in another field. And sometimes through their career, they manage to pivot, that is to transfer their skills to the gaming industry. There are more and more of these because the gaming industry is becoming more and more popular. So we keep getting people with project management experience. That's also very important because gaming didn't have much project management until, say, 10, 15 years ago. Consider that Italy is also lagging behind 20 years. So I'm talking about the international gaming industry. The role of the producer is more popular here as I'm speaking, just 2 to 3 years. There are the first official game production courses now. There are more resources. But before, only a few project managers actually had studied as project managers or had previous experience in other fields. And the game development was more garage-based, more like sporty, I would say so. But most producers start their career as testers, game designers, programmers, or artists. And they transition to a production role later on in their career. That's the most frequent case. Most likely because someone noticed that they were good with people or with getting things done, which is incidentally my case. I didn't even know what a producer was, and one of my bosses at the time said, "You would make for a nice producer." And I went like, "Okay, what is a producer? Is it a bad or a good role?" So that was often the case until a few years ago. And that's also because as a producer, you can leverage any previous knowledge in any technical or non-technical field, so communication, language in my case, but also graphic design, programming, anything. As I said, it's important for many producers to be able to speak in non-technical terms to people, especially to stakeholders, not people in the team. So it's good for you to have a technical background or a previous working experience which doesn't partly relate to game development because it gives you more tools to make your job later on. And these are, as a consequence, most of the degrees that people in game production have. So next, what does a producer actually do all day long? If you ask a producer, any producer, they will likely tell you that no day is the same in the life of a producer. And that is true. And on top of that, as I already mentioned, responsibilities tend to vary hugely from a studio to another. So, but anyway, these activities, the activities listed on this slide, will probably absorb most of your time and energy as a producer every day. So we are going to read them together. Keep internal and external stakeholders in the loop and possibly happy. Stakeholders management is basically means managing expectations, both the stakeholders' expectations and the studio's expectations and plan. Stakeholders, just to be clear, are all the people involved in a project, so both inside and outside the company, maybe shareholders, the company founders, the top management, but also if you are using Scrum, the product owner, anybody on the team, not just the production, the dev team, strictly speaking. Juggle multiple partners, including outsourcers, publishers, distributors, advertisers. Most of the times you work as the hub, as a sort of hub for the game. You convey the game's vision. You are also, most of the times, the most informed person on the project, together with the game director, if there is one, or the creative director. And you liaise with different people every day, both inside and outside the team. Survive back-to-back meetings. Well, if you hate meetings, this job is not for you, because meetings can be boring and a waste of time sometimes if they are not managed correctly, but still they're of the essence in order to keep the team aligned at all time and on track. So you're going to see through many, many meetings every day or most of your days. Extract clarity from chaos and stay on track. I used clarity and chaos here because many people define game development as chaos, pure chaos, which can be organized and it is, I assure you. But by defining requirements and milestones clearly and putting truthful milestone schedules and goals, you can manage to channel this chaos into something productive and eventually deliver the product. Wrangling cats is a funny expression they use to mean that you coordinate cross-functional teams, and many prima donnas as well, because dev teams are full of prima donnas, so you have to be diplomatic. And I assure you, as a former translator, I assure you that allowing artists to communicate with programmers to communicate with game designers is no easy feat. So you are really trying to wrangle cats in a dev studio every day. Then fighting fires and feature creep. We have already seen what fighting fire is. That is incident management, which is very frequent in game design and in game development. Do you know what feature creep is? It's important to know because it's a plague of the industry, and it's a very important thing to know and to avoid. Does anybody know? Nope? No idea? Ah, you do. How? Yeah. Well, basically, feature creep is what happens when you do not manage change requests effectively, properly. And people both inside and outside the team keep asking for additional features, more content, some tweaks, some more tuning, and the game gets bigger and bigger and eventually out of control. And that's very bad. That's the reason why games are almost never delivered on time. That's the enemy number one. It's not always the fault of game designers, I must admit. It generally depends on the management style as well, because some top management in particular, not always realizes how hard it is to develop a game. There are so many pieces coming together, which means there are so many things which can go wrong, which is unbelievable. And if you keep growing the project, even though you really want it to be the best game of all time, you actually kill it. So one of the most difficult things to do for both a dev team and the producer is to keep the scope under control at all times. Maybe not from the concept stage, but as soon as you take off with the team and you move from prototyping to production, you have to be really, really careful not to let the game grow bigger and bigger out of your control and your scope, your capabilities, because teams are limited. I mean, there are how many, 15, 20 of you, 70, 100, or 2,000 people on a project, but that's it. Our problem in the industry is that we love games and we are ambitious, so most of the times the feature creeps come from that as well. Then navigating risks, of course, including assessment, mitigation, and management, and finally, more plans, rework plans, and rinse and repeat. Because plans are worthless, but planning is everything. Do you know who's credited for saying that? I mean, whose quote is this? It's not easy to guess it. General Eisenhower. It's funny, but he's actually responsible for many methodologies we use in project management, also for prioritization of the tasks. Have you ever heard of the Eisenhower matrix? It's frequently used. He was actually not just a military genius, he was also a very effective project manager. And plans are worthless, but planning is everything. It means that plans are based on estimates, which are nothing but educated guesses. So plans are doomed to diverge from reality sooner or later. And sometimes they look useless, but that notwithstanding, they are essential in order to keep the team aligned at all times, on the same page at all times, and to keep the project on track. So you still need plans, even if they are rarely delivered as expected. What's a producer's typical career track? But let me start with two preliminary remarks here. Number one is that no producer has a typical career path due to their intrinsically hybrid nature. They might as well start as a production assistant, an associate producer, or right away as a producer. It depends on their background, on their seniority level, on the studio they work for, and so many things that we are not going to analyze further here. And number two, role names at studios also vary hugely depending on the size of the studio and the management style, the conception that the management has of the producer role. But ideally, in a linear career path, that would look something like this. So you would start as a production assistant and or an associate producer. Some studios also have a project manager role for entry-level positions. And then you would grow into a full-blown producer, followed by senior producer and executive producer, provided you have the required leadership skills. Then there are other top management roles which are often covered by producers, such as a studio manager or a game director, especially if you have a technical background or a game design background. That can vary a lot. And those are the most frequently asked questions I get, and I'd like to close with a few useful resources to know more about this fascinating role. Firstly, the game production community, with its wonderful podcast and Discord server. I really recommend it because it's full of professionals, both veterans and new entries in the business, even aspiring producers. They always discuss hot topics in the industry at any given time, and some of them are also available to review your portfolios, your CV, your resumes. They give very good advice, so I recommend it. And then, the Game Production Toolbox by Heather Maxwell Chandler. There are just a couple of books about game production available. This one is available on Amazon as well. It's not been translated in Italian, but I really recommend it, even if you are not interested in becoming a game producer, because it gives you a great overview of what a studio, how a studio works, what is the product's life cycle through the tasks of the producer, and it may help you understand better why your producers behave the way they do, on what are the challenges they face every day. And it's also enlightening for you to understand how a game is made from A to Z, because most of you professionals or aspiring game dev may never come into contact with all the aspects, all the parts of a game. And this gives you a complete overview, and it's very well written. It's American English, so it's not too hard to follow. And Heather Chandler is also a tabletop game designer, so she gives a very interesting insight on some aspects of game design as well, not just project management. And it's the most comprehensive and updated book about producing. I can really recommend. And last but not least, myself. So you can reach me on LinkedIn. Feel free to do that. LinkedIn is the only social network I use for work, but I'll be available for a chat anytime and for further questions. And now it's time for your questions, if you have any, in case you just heard something.
No, it was mine.
Something you heard that is unclear, or if you have any curiosity, if you are curious about anything I said, or anything about game production in general.
Okay, we already have a raised hand. Camilla?
Earlier, you talked about professionals reviewing your game production portfolio. What would that look like? Like, what would you put in your portfolio as a game producer?
Well, simply speaking, just a list of the titles you worked at. Game producer often covered multiple roles, so I myself, for example, have some translation work in my portfolio, some project management work, some marketing work, so it depends. As I said, producers are hybrid roles most of the time. They have their most diverse backgrounds, so it may happen that you have a very articulated portfolio, or you were a game designer in a previous life, so you can put that. And in particular, publishers or studios are interested in the type of team you managed, how big the teams you managed are. So you can mention projects and specifically say what your role was on that project. So what you did, if you did in marketing or just release management, anything specific. But as I said, most of the times producers were different kind of professionals in their past career. They have a complex resume or a complex portfolio. But I think that in the game production community, they are also willing to revise some art portfolios some game designers portfolio. There are many professionals, not just game producers. That's why it's called the game production community. It's quite broad.
Okay, we have a question here.
Hello, thank you for your speech. I was wondering, listening to you, why the role of the producer, as you said, is external. You said that your boss at the time told you you could be great as a producer, but there is some kind of internal proposal. I mean, I'm sorry, in English is not very well translated, but I mean, if you can propose yourself as a producer, or is only an external fact?
Well, no, of course you can propose yourself, now more than ever, I guess, because a few years ago...
Much more than before.
The position wasn't really known. Now it is more coveted, it is more understood, maybe.
They understood that if they don't want their game to go shit, they need a producer.
Yeah, you can... how you propose yourself? Well, first of all, you have to show that you have the skills, that the ones I mentioned earlier, so communication skills, problem-solving skills, which you can demonstrate in any other position, or even as a student, because if you have some teamwork done with, during your studies or any school project you can share that you did with other people, that can be a good proof of your communication and organization capabilities. And then it's better if you delve into every single discipline. You show that you know how a game is made, which is not something to be given for granted. So you have to be interested in game design, for example, and understand how, at least try to understand how programmers and game designers think, what is important to artists, how artists communicate among themselves or with their colleagues. So you need empathy, as I said, and you have to be an analytical person. But in general, in a team, a natural-born producer just steps up. So they can tell you you're good with people and organizing stuff. You may have shown that since a very young age among your friends, or if you play the team sport or everything. It's not difficult to spot the person who's good at coordinating other people, organizing events, maybe mediating and negotiating with such different disciplines inside the team. So I didn't realize that when I was young, but I tended to do that. I was the organizer among my friends for anything, any sport, any trip out of town. I also mediated among my friends. So I felt that was in me, and as I landed my first job in a studio, or even in a distributor or a publisher, I managed to sit people at the table, make them agree on things to do, prioritize things. Prioritization skills are also very important. So now you can also study as a project manager. I've just done a course myself to make sure I knew all the methodologies. They keep evolving. So the same is true for game producers, as my colleagues before me said, that you have to keep updated all the time. There are always new methodologies, new theories, Eisenhower stuff to study. So you have to be that kind of person. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, we have a question here.
Hi. There is any manner to exercise for to be a good producer, or any stuff like that? Also to read books or see any stuff like that.
Yes, definitely. Read books, as many as you can, even on project management in general. You can find many of those. Not everything from other project management books or standard project management theories can be ported to the gaming industry, but it's definitely a good base to start from. Then you can organize things with your friends, events, or even, I don't know, a session of tabletop, an RPG, whatever. And there are also many gaming industry events where you can help in liaising with people attending the event. In your school projects, you can try and propose yourself as a team lead and try and coordinate development, even though that's not expected maybe. You have just to try and test yourself and see where you can get, if you're good for the role. And lurking the game production community, I mentioned before, is also a very good way to understand what a producer does, what kind of person he or she is, and it allows you to discuss with other aspiring producers or other professionals who would like to pivot to a game production role. There are many interesting and good resources online nowadays. It's not like back in my day when there were no specialized courses, no online resources, nothing. You just learned on the field. You can still do that. Game production is, like any other role in a game dev team, is something you learn by doing. So the point for many entry-level positions is to actually get to do something, to be given a chance. But you can also do some amateur projects or anything in gaming. There are different avenues. Yeah, anything goes. Even a Christmas party in your family. If you're able to organize a Christmas party for your family, you are done. You're already a great project manager.
Okay, we have another question here. Hi. So first things I want to say is thank you for sitting as an hour. I do believe that anything that comes from military management can teach us a lot of things about management in general and risk management. And I have another question for you, which is why one shouldn't consider becoming a producer when it is wrong to look at yourself as a producer.
Well, existential question.
Yeah, this is a tough one. But definitely, if you hate meetings and you hate people, you are a chronic introvert, that may mean that's not the job for you. If you have a hard time with time management, that may also be an issue. I used to have that problem. I also attended a course for people with problems with time management when it looks like the Alcoholics Anonymous, and I made it anyway. I learned some techniques and some methodologies which helped me manage my time better, so I can see you because there's the spotlight, and prioritizing things better and estimating better. When I worked as a translator, I had a hard time organizing myself and my work, also because I was working on my own at home, so it wasn't easy. But from there, I became very disciplined, and producers are usually a little OCD and very disciplined. So you have to be, like me, a geek with some tools such as mind maps or the Eisenhower matrix, prioritizing everything in your life, even Christmas presents. I have to-do lists for Christmas presents. You have to be a to-do list person, for example. There are some signals you can be a good producer, but also, on the other hand, that's not the job for you. You have to be a communicator. And I know many great artists, even more great programmers, who just are not good or are not interested in communication or have issues with it, or they work better on their own. They can express themselves very well. So communication is a must. And also, on top of empathy, the ability to sympathize, to get in other people's shoes. That's also very important, because when I have conflicts, and there are usually many conflicts in a dev team, you have to sit people at the table, as I mentioned earlier, and try and have them communicate, find some common ground, understand each other, because they speak different languages. Programmers are different people, they speak different language. Artists are very peculiar themselves. And And then there are prima donnas, as is in any creative industry, so it's not always easy to liaise with these disciplines and these professionals, and in the gaming industry in particular, compared to other creative fields, the background, the people's background is so diverse. It's a miracle, in my opinion, that games are made. There are small miracles because there are so many things that can go wrong, but it's also so difficult to put such diverse people together. And so you have to translate, and you have to love every part of game development, to know it, to be familiar with every single part of game development, and to understand the needs and what makes people tick in the team, what makes artists tick, how programmers think. And if you can get in their shoes and you can get them to talk and to work together at the same table, that means you're a good project manager, good producer.
Okay, we have two other questions. Next one.
Hi. Sorry for my English. The question is, what is the limit between the natural skills of being a producer and the actual knowledge of the job? For example, if your senior experience, you can switch company, go to, I don't know, automobilistic company to do a project manager or producer job, or there is a limit. So if you don't have the knowledge, you must stop. The natural skills is not enough for do that position.
Well, I get what you mean. I think that soft skills are of the essence. As I said earlier, if you're not a communicator, if you do not have empathy, it's very difficult for you to be a good producer. It's possible, I've seen that, but it's tough. But excluding some soft skills, which are innate, I mean, you either have them or not. You are either a communicator or you're not. You can grow, you can improve your communication, but if you don't really love talking to people and working as a translator and as a mediator, it's difficult. You can learn that from zero. But all the rest, all the hard skills, all the project management methodologies, all the workings inside the studio, that's something you can only learn on the ground, on the field. So there is a limit, but it's very subtle, and I think it can be overcome easily by passion. A very important thing is for you to know games intimately, to love them. I'm not sure. I think I could work as a project manager in any other field. I thought about them, especially in this period. It's a little bit of crisis we are going through. I try to think, can I double as a project manager in any other field, like my father did, or would I even like that? And I don't think I would, but I could do that. So once a project manager, forever a project manager, but I think that in games it may be more important for you to know how games are made, as I said earlier. But there's nothing you can't actually learn on the field. I learned a lot. Most of what I learned from my colleagues by looking them working and listening to them when they spoke, listening to their origin stories and listening to them when they discussed games, even at the table at lunch break. And that's really enriching. And I think I'm lucky because I can get to know every single nook and cranny of game making. And I like to work with diverse people with diverse background and trying to get in their heads. So that's also very interesting. And I think that you can learn a lot from your colleagues. That's all you need, basically.
Last live question. We have also two questions from the chat, but we're going to answer them after the next break. So, last question here.
Mine actually is not a question. I want to thank you because I have finally understood after 10 years in my company that I am a game producer and I didn't know it.
Mission accomplished, thank you.
I will change my business cards now and I wrote my CEO that I am the game producer. So I'll change my business card.
I'm glad.
Thank you very much for your pitch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alessandra. producer, so, I mean, that's perfect. Okay, so we're going to have the fifth talk of the day. So, Maria Elena can, do you want to bring the seat? Are you staying? Okay, are you staying standing? Okay. So, let's change.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, let's go.
Hello, everyone. I didn't prepare anything to present me, so I will try to do this totally improvised. So, sorry for my bad English, but I don't really practice as well this time. So, what I wanted to let you know is my job. That is a real job at the moment, because I work for the UI, that is a user interface. That is a field that is not really known as well for now. And I got passion of it because one of the companies that me takes my role as well, and they proposed me for the first time. So totally blank, totally without anything prepared. And I started as a programmer. That is really rare as well because I'm a woman. Yeah. That's you know. There are not a lot of people that is interested in programming for now, but I think in the future will be. And I started for it with a company here, 3 Clouds, and then passed at the UI technical artist at Ubisoft. And then now I am at Nacon Studio Milan, where I do UI programming as well, but it's a similar way to understand my job. It's a hybrid one, because what I meant to be as the construction as UI as well is just like having a structure that communicates with the player, and that's it. That's not a field, a subject course for now that you can follow for this, but you can learn only by the players as well. So, I will try to let you read. We can proceed. You will look a lot of words here in my presentation because this is a presentation for students about what is UX and UI and the difference. So I will try to resume it a lot, but I keep it just to let you know some principles about it. What I could communicate to you. What is a player? First of all, anyone who plays video games is a player. A gamer is a different thing. So, someone who plays various games a year and is more a specific way to understand how he's affectionated to the media. But, you know, anyone who can join a game as well. You know, some people that play in random buses, public transports, or maybe when you have nothing to do and you want to join something, you can just have a mobile device or stuff like that and get it as a gamer. So you are the first thing and the first person that is the most important for the companies for realizing a product that is engageable. And, you know, the customer is always right. So what is the UX and what is the UI and why are so binded? They are totally different from each other because user experience is a human approach to the product. Okay, you got the product, you see that, prove that, and you have an experience that you hear something, you watch something as well. User interface is the most direct meaning that brings the product to the player, and that's it. It's a mean physical space where the interaction between machine and user takes place using tools that should be as compressible as possible to bot. So whatever we care about is that the user, whichever user is, and it's better that most of users could do that, is that they understand the product, they can use it, and they can enjoy it. So the most used metaphor in the internet is a cerebral that represents what is user interface but user experience. The product is a collection of parts that is, the bowl, the cereals, the spoon, whatever you have in your hand. The user interface is the spoon, or the means of which one you interact with that. And then there is the entire experience that is, I'm enjoying the cereals, I'm eating them, I feel a taste, a color, a smell as well. That is different from what you know about UX. So, about UI. The yin and the yang, they compete each other and have the same goal. That's for this reason that most of the companies can, ask for them bot for your job, especially when you are a game designer or UI designer as well. But you have to keep it clear that they are different, and they take advantage of the user sensation, the user experience, what they perceive, but in a different way. And most of the part is like, UI is like the technical part, and then UX is what joins the technical part to explain as well the experience. So, UX design principles, I will be quicker in this moment, because there are a lot of theories and explains to do that. First of all, the Gestalt principles that give all this meaning to understand what is user experience. So starting by perception, memory, attention, motivation, and emotion. Perception is a construction of mind. Whatever you perceive when you try a product, whatever it is, not only a game, is what your brain takes by itself, and it's not the product, it's what you recreate in your mind. That is really important because, I took the example of the lion. If you don't know if the lion is angry with you, you don't know if it's true or not. You can maybe try to, cuddle him, stuff like that. So this is the most important part, because you have to communicate well to let the people understand what you have in mind and let them enjoy the right way of the product. So what is the application of the games? The target knowledge as well. So what is our target? Child, an adult, whichever one takes games every day, or 1 in a million, Could be different models of this. So you have some models that are called personas that could help you understand how are taken as a target model target for your product. And then when you pass through another phases of the project, you will need the playtest so that different players can join the product, try it, express what they think about it, what they receive about, and then you will find out if your job is done correctly or not. Or maybe the product will be something that you didn't calculate as well before, but you discover some ingredients later. So there is an example by Far Cry 4. Ubisoft, this is a menu that respects a lot of Gestalt principles, such as like symmetry, the colors as well. You know that the layout takes this section from this section, and there are a lot of elements that you could intuitively understand because they are only as that. You cannot join it only looking at that. So it's really clear for me. A good example too. Memory, it's the second. And the memory different from each part of it because we can divide the memory into three parts. Sensorial, so the immediate as well, short term and long term. The short term is the process of information that is helped by the working memory for the things that you deserve, you need in the moment. So math calculation, ability of jumping, stuff like that. Long term, instead, mean for a long period, if you have processed something that you have joined and then represented later in the game, could be useful too. Just such like capital city, or driving the car, or stuff about narrative, mysteries, enigmas, whatever you like. Memory application as games, yeah, mechanics, but go on because I explained well, maybe. Attention is the third one. You have to be attracted by the product, and your attention raises as well. It could be active because the top-down products with attention directed to a specific goal, or passive when the environment itself triggers our attention. So, active is like, okay, I enjoy this. I found this. See, okay, we'll go there. Motivation. Motivation is paramount for survival, but it could be for every games that you know. You want satisfaction from your product. So, there is a story, there is a path, there is a objective that you have to reach, and this gives satisfaction and motivation when you reach it. So for the survival as well, there is an example, we're looking for food. So if we reach to it, we feel satisfaction and so on. There is a motivation intrinsic when humans engage in a task for its own sake. And extrinsic when they want to obtain a reward that is not related. It could be, a flavor chest or cosmetic. Yeah, there is the cool trouser here. I want to take it and do a very long quest that is not leading me anywhere. So you do this only for your satisfaction, for your motivation. And if you reach this with your product, you are in the right way to that people understand what you mean. Yeah, here there is the explanation about what I told you, creating a balance between tasks that involve creativity, cooperation, ethical behavior. You have to keep in mind the solution as well, and then take them to the structure of the games. So you bring emotions to the player, because, when you have satisfaction or whatever mind, such as fear, whatever takes you an emotion is like a feeling that brings you in mind that product, that game, and you will remember it later. Oh yeah, I remember this part of the game where I took part of it, and then I still feel satisfied because there was an elephant, whatever. I'm just okay. That's it. Yeah. For this reason, the emotions are stimulated by contextual music, visual arts, the part of UI. If you know the Legend of Zelda franchise, you know when you take a reward, that is the particular music that takes around. Oh yeah. Or hey, listen, I think everyone knows what is. In that, we have to balance everything between satisfaction and frustration. This is an important part because, you could have in mind when you are developing a game that you have to bring satisfaction, but then you miss the point and take a lot of iteration, a lot of content, a lot of things. It could bring some frustration on the player because maybe the objective is not that reachable, it's not that funny, and then the player feels frustrated. So these kind of points are really difficult balancing between all the stuff, and you have always to keep in mind this. Playtest will always help you for sure, but the most things you have in mind when you project, the best is the result for the end of the product. Sorry for me. And then usability. The usability takes all this stuff, all this principle together, and then takes, okay, the player could enjoy really this product. That's it. There are a lot of points of this that could synthesize what we find out as well as a good experience, like match-matching reality, user control and freedom, consistency, because you have to be clear and intuitive to the user. Go on, yeah, error prevention, everything in internet that is discussed about bugs, about errors in the game that brings a less good experience as well of the game, and there are a lot of threads about that. It's a good point to understand how also to improve your work. Aesthetic and minimal design, learn from personal errors. This is the most important thing, I think, because everything is cool when you made it, but when you take the cool thing to a completely ignorant person, you have the different reactions, and you have to manage it as what I've done today. You got depression, no, I don't know I am joking, not depression, but you have to keep in mind that everyone has his personal feedback from his point of view and could embrace whatever we didn't have in mind when you projected it, so could bring the real improvements of your product. And then, my job, user interface. What is it? Visual components that allow the player to navigate throughout the game. What I do is whatever shows in the HUD or in the menu the communication between the player and the game. What's happening? What is in the HUD? The health of the player, its statistics, what has in his hands, what is he using, what is happening. So this is important because you have to keep it clear and usability as well for whatever is the tool that they use it to be interactive with the game. So it's really important to understand how to communicate. Again, there is a lot of communication in my job. And how it is controlled by the player. You can go on. There are two fundamental concepts to know how these components are managed in the game. Narrative, story that tells a video game on environment context where it's placed. So, does the component exist in game story? Is it a real thing? Or it's just like a tool that could bring my experience? The fourth wall, there is a fictional barrier between the player and the physical space. Just like in theater, if you break the fourth wall, there is a difference between what you are living as the character and what you're living as the person. So, go on. This is divided into 4 parts, depending on the subject that is in the game space or not, in the game story or not. Go on. There's an example by Genshin Impact. Here is the low didactic part of the UI because it is not in the game story, it is not in the game space. No one in the stage of the character know about the UI. It's just like a tool for the player, and that's it. Diegetic game story, yes. Here on Metroid Prime 3, there is the value of the player that brings to the gamer all the information as well, like the information that are passed to the character. So you are in the game and you see the health bar, the console, and so on. Then special, where is in the game story? No. In the game space? Yes. Why? Because there's an inner and outer space. Here, the elements are in the game space, so we have a lot of elements that brings the information on the character as well, but are not known by the characters. So it's, again, another tool only for our players. And then, last one, meta. Like in Watch Dogs, you have a mobile phone. It's a bit older as a game, but you have a mobile phone that you can open it, and then you can see interface that is the reproduction of what the character is watching at the moment. Definitely is the most difficult part of the technically of the UI to realize it, but it's really creative because you can be immersed into the experience as well, because is the same the character is watching at the moment. So I like it very much. Creating these interfaces. What I do at the moment, I create this, but not all by myself. I have a team for that everyone brings its role, and it's really like a team that is that has in its all the fields that you are used to. So design, art, programming, and then me, that is tech. What are the steps? UX designer provides a simple layout model, or wireframe, so squares. That's squares with the zones that you are using in the screen. And there's functionality, because you content, whatever, is the experience that you are going to give to the game. UI designer processes a wireframe that is more schematic and graphical way to understand where are disposed the elements or the stuff in the screen. Then UI designer and UX designer, maybe in most of the companies are required by only one person. UI artist develops a more advanced mockup with the art, with the textures, with all the good stuff that could enjoy the player. And then all the contents are post-implementation stages, offsets, code realization, making of the game interface, where I and the programmers collaborate to make logic and make everything work as well. So UI structure. Two types of structure. You know that video games are software interfaces, so we start from, for the UI, we start from the web field. So we started from web layout with titles, with sections, with the buttons, interaction as well. And then everything is related to the game, where you don't have a scrolling screen, but you have a determined area where you have to take all the information all together in a clear way. Blocking interaction, the software flow completely driven by events, not blocking interaction, operations separated from events. Why? Why? Because if you think about what UI represents, is a lot of things that happen in the game, during the game, so that you can join the UI when an enemy is attacking you, and then the health bar is showing you that your health is down. Or you can join the UI when you have to change your weapon as well. Whatever you have in mind to make, or whatever happens, they're just events. Events that are registered by UI and then represented to the gamer. There is a little theory, and I don't want to bother you. The library contains the device class, everything is passed into events, then with code we can bring out whatever the event is representing, and then have a feedback on UI, as I told you before. So, and then what we use? Active elements and inactive elements. Active elements are whatever you interact to. Menu, buttons, input text boxes, number of value structures, text explorer bus. Inactive elements are whatever you read or look at. Strings, table, canvas, decorative. And these two elements, these two category of elements are everywhere. We don't take care about anything else. We just combine all these elements to give the right information together. This could be skipped, yeah. This is simply a path that you can follow, but we will skip it later. Okay. Buttons. I focused about buttons because they are always used in the UI, and if you know whatever you do also on a machine, whatever machine you use, just washing machine, you have buttons to press. That's the 5 states that you can get on the buttons to have a good tool to be used intuitively by the player. Default, when it's not clicked or selected. Overhead, when you pass over it. Focused, when you are really choosing it. Selected, when you are doing the action, click. And then blocked, when you cannot do it. And that's it. Whatever you do, also on Windows or whatever you use, is only led by this principle. So, how it is composed? Why do we need it? We need it to check user focus. So, as I told you before, the focus of the player has to be direction, because you have not a lot of eyes that you can, okay, well, here. No. We study about what part of the screen could be most important one every time you look at a UI, and that's it. So the thing that you have to check this and to maintain this, because we are humans, we get a lot of distraction. We are not attracted by everything. We kept it in with our eyes, and it's not possible. It's a thing that gets better the game experience a lot. And then the page layout. As I told you before, the principles are taken by the web, so if you look at this, you can recognize as well layout that is similar to the web. The content is the same, there are title, paragraphs, there is a attention vector when points out to what you are looking for, because here you are looking at the title, hello, yeah, sure, but then you pass through it, and then there is some schemas from what you can analyze, which are the elements on the screen as well, such as number points as you look. Okay, then we'll take another picture about layout elements. Dimension. Dimension is, these are the most important things about layout. Dimension obviously is one of them, because, if you got a great title as well, like this, this bright, you are attracted by it instantly. and also for the character because it's really big and it's really cool. The other things are like, flavor as well. You can join it later, but whatever is in mind for the first time, looking at it for the second, is just the character and the title. Okay, the color. The color as well, as I told you in the previous screen, is important. In this case, in the accent, you know that there is a lot of focus in it, but if you look at first sight, you get pay attention on the red one that is bright, that is the one selected, and that's it. You have got to distinguish all the stuff that's most important of you, and then the others later. Go on. Shape. I talk for guys because it's really funny as a designer and art thing. There are a lot of color and shapes. I don't. Maybe I tried it one time, but I don't play it directly. But it's really attractive because it's simple, but you can understand at first time whatever it's representing as well. Different shapes here denotes different function of the buttons. Negative spaces as well are really important because negative spaces took out whatever we want to take at first place. So if you want to enhance a part of the screen, you have to get negative space in mind, such as here the blue itself. It concentrates on the center. And then anchor points. Anchor points are really important because, if you want to join all this stuff rightly in the good position, you have to be aware of what position about related to the screen is placed. So, I told
just an information, we have 3 minutes.
Perfect. There are the two slides. Rules are made to be broken. Rules are made to be broken. I want to share to you this because I told you a lot of rules that could be respected, but if you have just a bit of experience, you know that there is not a right way to do things, or you have not the path so strictly to follow. Just you have to have this in mind as a start, and then you can, and everything, every time you want, break the rules, do it for the player, and find out whatever it takes better really to the product. So when you do this process, there are 3 steps that you have to keep in mind. An awareness, when you still don't lose meaning, so that at first time you don't realize that I have to do this for this reason. It's okay. It's the first step, no matter. Then compliance, when you are joining the game, taking the rules. Okay, this is the mechanism. Okay, I will understand this and respect it. But then you can release your process and then go around rules when it's necessary. No matter, and you have not to be scared about that. It's really normal to do that, and it's always a good thing to reiterate, not really so much, but if the time let you this, it's a good thing. And then some question for you. So it's really the last slide that you want to present. That is whatever you get from this presentation. There are 3 questions by me that I hope that you will join answering. So if you think about a good experience that you want from your product as firstly a client, so gamer, what you have in mind? What generates hype for you? What are the aspects that you care about more? And what's next? So if you look at a product that you're passionate about and you are looking for the next one because, oh, it's like the title that I got from my memories from a long time, what are you waiting for? Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions from the room? Okay, there's one question. We have also one from the chat. Answering that later.
Thank you so much. But UX people are known as user advocates. As you said, it's the human-centered design experience and process. It just seems like from everything you've talked about, there's game design, there's psychology, there's knowing design elements, and all of these topics. What would your advice be for somebody who says, I'm really interested in getting into UX, I don't even know where to start, where to jump in?
The first thing that I want to say is just like having an open mind. It's the best way to get into the job. Because as a UX UI, you have always to collaborate with different people, with different fields of work, different perspectives, totally. From design, from art to programming as well, but you are not limited at all. Also because the player looks like that, is like, the most spontaneous way to treat your product as well. So if you get this kind of thing in mind, you can go for a good work as well for your job, daily job, because you are not always alone on the team. So having this kind of feature as well, you can improve your experience quickly and correctly. And also, the capability of listen to people. That is really important because it's not just like, okay, I'm hearing you, no. I'm hearing you, I assimilate it, I find out how I can let you enjoy what I have in mind. And that's the most difficult part because everyone is struggling every time we have to do this as a creative job like that.
Any other questions from the room? It seems not, so we have 2 from the chat. The first one by Jessica Jacques is, as a lead in UX and UI professional, what advice would you give to someone graduating in game design, specializing in UX, UI, who is searching for their first job or internship?
Okay, that is a good question because it's really difficult to understand how to start with it. I always advise, play a lot of games, and when you play the game, you can live it in a different way. I think that is the secret of this kind of work. If you are living personally, you have only one point of view. If you are living it from different perspective, just like, it can just like be started like you take your mom that knows anything about that, you just take a look, her a look about what you're doing, and then see what she's looking at, what she's expecting for that, and see their reaction. You can take a lot of important things about all this familiar feedback. You can imagine if you get it from a lot of different people. Yeah, that's the most important thing to start. And yeah, whatever brings you experience as well. As I told you before, UX and UI are not really linked for now to school courses or stuff like that, but it's something that is developing as well these times. So I will try to stimulate you to inform yourself, to keep you updated as well, and then we that are working in the industry are always really helpful, and you're welcome to whatever you want to know.
Okay, we have a last question that is it's Alessandra, which is asking, how do you approach designing an interface that needs to be clear for multiple markets, such as Asian or European?
That's a really good question. As a developer, I saw all the steps that are in the production as well, and then for a bit of experience as myself, there are a lot of things that are different from countries. We always do some different packets. Oh, yeah, that was from the past, I think. But to have the last control of that, we have the QC and QA team that brings is really helpful advices to understand what is for this country that is offensive or not, what is compliant, and so on. So there is a lot of teamwork as well for this topic.
Okay, if there are no other questions from the room, I think that we can go for the last break. So thanks, Maria Elena. We are going to have our last 30-minute break. At the end of it, we will call back Alessandra to answer. There are 4 questions in the room, in the chat we left unanswered, and then we're going to have the last presentation by Irene, and then we will close the day. So have a good break and see you in 30 minutes.
Oggi la domanda più frequente che mi viene fatta, soprattutto in Italia, dove questa figura sta cominciando.
Dall'altro lato, curare la presentazione delle cose, perché tantissime persone sottovalutano, dicono io voglio fare il character, deve essere bello il mio character. SNI, nel senso che anche la cura che ci metti nel presentarti col CV, con appunto il render finale. Se io faccio un character lo metto senza luci, sfondo nero, non ti prende l'occhio, e magari se sei contro 600 persone fa tantissima differenza.
Il 13 settembre si tiene Women Create Games, il primo forum italiano dedicato alla partecipazione delle donne all'interno della game industry. In questo episodio del podcast parleremo dell'evento con una delle sue ospiti. Questo è Spaghetti di Confine. Sono Fabio Cristi, Project Manager di Event Horizon School e questo è Spaghetti di Confine, il primo podcast originale Event Horizon School dedicato al mondo dell'intrattenimento. Nella puntata di oggi abbiamo come ospite Arianna Fusetti. Ciao Arianna, benvenuta nel nostro podcast.
Ciao e grazie per avermi invitato.
Arianna è qua per parlare di Women Create Games, che è un evento che Event Horizon School in collaborazione con Women in Games Italia sta organizzando per venerdì 13 settembre. Questa prima edizione e in generale comunque l'evento è mirato a sensibilizzare la presenza appunto femminile nella game industry e a raccontare appunto delle carriere di ragazze che si sono distinte appunto nel loro lavoro. L'idea è appunto di ispirare una nuova generazione di studentesse a intraprendere questo tipo di carriera. E per questo motivo quindi chiediamo ad Arianna una domanda, non sappiamo se sarà facile o difficile da rispondere, ma perché hai scelto questo tipo di carriera, perché appunto hai scelto di voler lavorare nella industria?
Quanto tempo abbiamo?
Vai.
2 ore, va bene.
Sintetizziamo un po'.
Lo scopriremo insieme se ho il dono della sintesi. Io ho iniziato ad appassionarmi all'arte in generale perché disegnavo. Ero abbastanza brava a fare soprattutto ritratti iperrealistici a pastello, no? Le tipiche cose, tipo mi piace l'attore, allora adesso lo rifaccio. Poi è nata la passione per i videogiochi, soprattutto, diciamo, io ormai ho quasi 30 anni, i videogiochi sono piaciuti a tutti quando ero al liceo, quindi Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, ed era un po' il mio posticino felice. Al che ho avuto l'illuminazione, tipo, ma aspetta, i videogiochi non crescono dalla terra, cioè c'è qualcuno che effettivamente li fa. Ho detto, vabbè, fatta, faccio quello. Cioè, ho risolto il resto della mia vita, adesso faccio quello. Non sono andata diretta al lighting perché non sapevo esistesse. Ho avuto un po' la fortuna, un po' la scelta di provare a fare tantissimi lavori nel campo artistico, come freelance, studente, ovviamente, non sono un tuttologo. E con le varie esperienze ho capito sempre di più che la cosa che mi ricordava più quello che facevo nel disegnare era il lighting. E quindi mi è capitato che, diciamo, nel mio primo impiego in una compagnia di videogiochi, dico maggiore, nel senso non indie, non autoprodotta, il mio ruolo, io ero entrata per fare un'altra cosa, che era VFX, però quel ruolo veniva con attaccato anche il lighting.
Certo.
E gli ho detto, ma cavolo, ma a me fa schifo fare VFX, io voglio fare lighting. E quindi mi sono specializzata in quello, ho studiato più approfonditamente quello e poi l'ho portato avanti.
Tu hai cominciato a lavorare in che anno appunto nell'industria?
Richiede della matematica questa domanda. Allora, questo è circa il 7° anno in cui lavoro per una compagnia più grande.
Quindi comunque hai cominciato molto giovane, perché appunto hai 28 anni, quindi
sì, io 21. Allora, dal primo anno di accademia che ho fatto, appena finito il liceo, io ho subito capito che avevo bisogno, anche per motivi pratici, tipo devo pagare l'affitto, esatto, studio, affitto, cibo. Ho subito capito che dovevo provare, perché un conto è, sì, va bene, stai facendo il cubo, un conto è poi, sì, ma poi quando lavoro devo fare il cubo. Quindi teoricamente il mio primo lavoro l'ho fatto di 19 anni, però, cioè, ragazzi, era una cosa...
Vabbè, è chiaro,
cioè,
non si nasce istruiti.
Lo posso anche raccontare, tanto non si... C'era una persona che voleva costruire un parco a tema a Varese, tipo Gardaland, però medievale, e aveva bisogno di qualcuno...
Con un centesimo dei soldi, però.
Non si è parlato di soldi. E aveva bisogno di qualcuno che gli modellasse diciamo, il modello 3D da portare al comune. Al che io ho detto, ma io sono il primo anno, forse non riesco a fare un parco giochi. E allora mi ha fatto, vabbè, allora facciamo la cartina dei volumi insieme. E gli ho fatto alla fine un blockout, quello che era un level blockout. E quello è stato il mio primo lavoro. Poi da lì ho fatto un sacco di cose, davvero, perché cercavo freelance in ogni modo e cercavo di adattarmi in base a quello che chiedeva quel freelance.
Quindi diciamo che prima comunque di cominciare la tua esperienza all'interno di studi di una certa dimensione, comunque non hai lavorato solo nel gaming, ma ti
No,
sei
sì.
occupata anche di altro, quindi
Sì,
che ne
sì,
so,
sì.
da, appunto, come dicevi prima, dalla modellazione di un qualcosa per un parco a tema, non so, cinema, arte, cosa nello specifico.
Tante cose, diciamo che quelli principali sono che per un po' ho aiutato nella grafica e montaggio di video musicali,
Quindi
che richiedeva, c'erano alcuni che erano tutti animati in 2D a mano, altri che erano puppet tool, quindi diciamo tanto su After Effects, post-produzione e montaggio, che poi è quello che mi ha aiutato ad entrare come VFX artist, perché io sul 3D non avevo fatto quasi niente, ma avevo tanta conoscenza di particellari,
Quindi tu in
eccetera.
realtà
su After
lighting
Effects.
comunque l'hai fatto una volta entrata in studio.
Sì, in realtà sì. L'avevo studiato per presentarmi lì, però sì.
Quindi la tua esperienza, diciamo, invece all'interno degli studi cosa abbiamo? Abbiamo prima Milestone e poi Frontier, c'è qualcos'altro?
Sì, allora prima, diciamo, studi principali, quello che faceva video musicali, che era uno studio autoprodotto di una persona che conoscevo. Poi io ho lavorato per un breve tempo per la TV, facendo tipo le grafiche sotto pancia.
Per che canale?
Si chiamava Scord and Partner, faceva principalmente cose che andavano poi su Mediaset, mi sembra. Poi ho fatto una breve collaborazione con un gruppo di conoscenti per un videogioco che non penso abbia visto la luce.
Però quelle
E
purtroppo
poi-
fanno parte del percorso di ognuno di noi all'interno della industry.
E poi riassumendo, Milestone e Frontier. Adesso attualmente io lavoro a Frontier Development, che è uno studio a Cambridge. Fortunatamente ci lavoro da Milano, da casa mia.
Da quando esattamente? Dal...
Questo è il terzo anno,
Terzo
perché ho
anno.
iniziato, mi sembra, il primo di pandemia.
Mentre in Milestone sei stata quanti anni?
2 e mezzo.
E lì sei stata VFX artist invece?
Lì
e poi
VFX e
lighter.
lighting, sì.
Ok, lavorando su che progetti per...
Principalmente Ride 4, MXGP 5 mi sembra,
motocross.
e Hot Wheels 1.
Ok, sì, perché
Poi-
giustamente era la prima parte dello sviluppo, perché poi è uscito comunque molto dopo.
Sì. Poi nei vari, diciamo, nella metà ti chiamano sempre magari a dare una mano, però lì non era...
Chi ci è passato sa, sa
Dio,
come
bug
funziona.
fixing. No, comunque Hot Wheels sono riuscita a vedere, non ho visto proprio l'uscita, però fino alla fine c'ero, poi i DLC e
Sì,
c'è
perché
il
credo che poi Hot
supporto.
Wheels non mi ricordo più se è uscito tipo inizio 2021 o a fine 2020, non ricordo più esattamente. Però comunque quello è stato, credo, uno dei giochi italiani più venduti nel mondo, perché credo che alla fine sia arrivato tipo a 2 milioni e mezzo di copie o qualcosa del genere.
Beh, aiuta anche che Hot Wheels,
È,
e
una
poi ovviamente,
è un bel numero, ecco. È un bel numero.
ovviamente tanto impegno anche da chi ci ha lavorato, quindi...
Frontier, quindi sei proprio lighting artist
Sì.
specifica,
Sì,
in
sì,
questo
sì.
caso si può dire su quali titoli?
Allora, quelli
Perché
che...
so che loro hanno il filone, diciamo, strategico e il filone
Sì.
racing.
Io sono entrata facendo il primo di Formula 1.
Quindi F1 Manager il 23, cos'è?
Però
il
quello,
23?
sì, però quello, forse il 22 addirittura, 22. Però lì era più il mio onboarding, perché il progetto era già avviato. Il primo gioco che ho fatto, diciamo, da capo a piedi era Warhammer, Realms of Ruins. E adesso sono su un altro che hanno annunciato, quindi teoricamente posso dirlo, che è Planet Coaster, il 2.
Quindi niente Jurassic Park.
No, purtroppo niente Jurassic Park, al prossimo giro, se ce n'è uno, non lo so.
Vabbè, secondo me quella è una serie che, come dire, sta avendo parecchio successo, quindi secondo me andranno avanti.
Non so, c'è tanta segretezza nei progetti, quindi non posso...
Quali sono le maggiori differenze che trovi, diciamo, tra lavorare in uno studio, per quanto internazionale come Milestone, e uno studio come Frontier? Se proprio devi, diciamo, trovare, nel senso, devi trovare delle differenze rispetto a come viene gestito il tuo ruolo e come devi gestire il tuo lavoro.
Allora, è un po' difficile perché intanto io, quando ho frequentato Milestone, c'era proprio una struttura aziendale completamente diversa. Non dico che non c'era la gerarchia, perché ovviamente c'era, però era più una cosa tipo tu sei in produzione e lavori, tutti quelli in produzione hanno un capo di riferimento e poi 2 o 3 cariche, però ad esempio se non ricordo male io non avevo un art director, cioè io avevo il mio lead che decideva tutto, cioè che in realtà era l'art director del gruppo, quindi gestiva me, gestiva environment, eccetera, e poi lui riferiva al producer e diciamo rimaneva lì. E c'era anche tanto...
Perché i game director in quel momento non c'erano, era quel periodo in cui erano spariti e veniva gestito dai producer. Io ho
sì,
questo
non mi
ricordo.
Non mi ricordo il...
Perché c'è stato un periodo in cui i game director sembravano fossero spariti dall'organigramma di Milestone, dalle cose che mi hanno detto però.
E poi, mentre adesso nell'azienda in cui sono, anche perché sono tipo 900, 1000 persone, quindi diciamo c'è anche una richiesta diversa, c'è molta più stratificazione, cioè io faccio sempre parte del gruppo di VFX, però io sono lighting, ho 2 figure di riferimento, uno è il lead del mio progetto e uno è il principal. Il lead è più quello che gestisce le persone, organizza il lavoro, il principal è la persona con più conoscenza tecnica nel tuo reparto. E poi ovviamente sopra di loro, per unire tutti i lead c'è l'head of department, che anche lui ti gestisce i problemi però in un modo un po' più ampio, tipo hai avuto un lutto in famiglia, lo scrivi all'head of department e lui fa tutto. E poi loro vabbè, hanno altre stratificazioni che adesso non conosco.
Sì, poi è chiaro che su quel numero di persone diventa poi molto stratificato e molto gerarchico.
Sì, esatto, quindi c'è molta più organizzazione in quel senso. Ci sono molte figure in mezzo, nel senso che c'è un reparto che si occupa di facilitare in tutti i modi il mio lavoro. Cioè io mi sveglio la mattina, lancio il gioco, non parte la build. Chi devo contattare? Non lo so, siamo in 1000. Scrivo a quella persona assegnata al mio reparto e lui mi dice non ti preoccupare, ti trovo io chi devi sentire, ti sento io tutti. E un'altra differenza potrebbe essere che è proprio il mio ruolo, perché è vero che sono giochi di stampo diverso,
diversi, certo.
Quindi anche quello che vado a fare io è...
Sì, magari diciamo che il manageriale di Formula 1 forse era il più vicino rispetto a quello che hai fatto, per quanto comunque molto diverso, perché se hai fatto Hot Wheels, hai fatto MX, quelli avevano una tipologia grafica che è un po' magari, sai, più ride che diciamo può ricordare l'ambientazione da F1, però...
No, guarda, più che lo stile... La cosa che cambia molto è proprio il workflow di come ti approcci, perché hanno proprio richieste diverse. Cioè adesso lasciando a parte Formula 1, che come hai detto tu è simile, Warhammer è un gioco che non c'è, cioè ha le cinematiche, ha uno stampo film, ha una serie, una progressione temporale che va dimostrata col mood, cioè con i colori, col mood, cioè complicatissimo.
Loro su che engine lavorano? Sono engine interni o tutto su Unreal?
Si chiama Cobra.
Ok, quindi comunque un engine interno.
Che ha varie, diciamo, variazioni.
Quindi fondamentalmente tu sei passata a lavorare da Unreal, perché Milestone aveva già implementato Unreal in quel periodo, a lavorare su un engine interno.
Sì.
Come ti trovi a livello di, nel senso che poi gli engine interni sono sempre un pochino, come dire, più complessi rispetto ad Unreal, rispetto
questo saluto Frontiera che di sicuro sarà felice ovviamente non posso andare troppo nel dettaglio.
No, beh, ma in senso generale.
Sì, in senso generale.
Non dico che ti tocchi a imparare da zero, però comunque...
Allora, il lato positivo è che alla fine la storia è quella. Cambia il
workflow, ovviamente.
Cambia un po' il workflow, cambia che se hai un problema non lo puoi cercare su Google. E quindi diventi estremamente dipendente da qualcun altro.
Scrivi all'R&D e l'R&D cerca di risolverlo.
Oppure devi sgaggiarti un po'. Cioè, alcuni limiti li devi per forza chiedere, altre cose le devi trovare tu. Nel mio caso ho avuto un po' di difficoltà perché ci sono dei passaggi in cui tu devi toccare il codice, ecco. Certo. Anche se sei artista, ci sono dei casi in cui ti potrebbe capitare di dover toccare il codice per dei file singoli per andare avanti.
Chiaramente.
Che è una cosa che per me era inconcepibile, cioè io ero tipo, Real luce trascino, guarda che bella, e invece lì è tipo, perché non sta buildando? Ok, apriamo.
In generale lo studio per cui tu lavori adesso facilita il full remote, nel senso sei una delle poche persone a lavorare in questa condizione oppure comunque ci sono colleghi, magari non in Italia, in altri paesi che non siano l'Inghilterra, che lavorano completamente da casa?
Ce ne sono altri, però non lo facilita. Cioè la base è che tu vai lì. io ho avuto un'eccezione per il ruolo, per le robe, altre persone come me hanno avuto eccezioni.
Sì, perché dicono che è un ruolo talmente particolare che fondamentalmente
Sì.
può anche essere gestito
Poi
in quel modo.
devo dire che io me la sono giocata anche in un modo un po' paraculo, nel senso che io fino all'ultimo ero convinta di trasferirmi,
Ok.
cioè io avevo fatto tutti i documenti del governo,
Ok.
era durante la pandemia, gli avevo detto, anche perché avevo problemi personali, per favore fatemi fare almeno la prova in Italia,
Ok.
così se poi non la passo
Non
capito,
devo fare
non ho
tutto il certo.
rivoluzionato la mia esistenza per farmi licenziare. E allora hanno detto sì, avvicinandoci alla prova ho detto ma sentite, ma dato che l'ho passata, no? L'ho
mi
passata
lasciate
così
lavorare da
bene, guardate come performo bene nel mio salotto. E quindi hanno detto vabbè dai sì. Poi l'hanno tenuto, quindi ora...
Beh, molto, molto positivo, perché comunque è un'eccezione, perché io vedo che tendenzialmente adesso gli studi stanno tutti puntando comunque a far rientrare le persone in ufficio, quindi comunque che ci sia il desiderio di mantenere delle persone full remote. Dal mio punto di vista è un passo avanti e non è un ritorno al passato, però poi come dire, ci sono delle correnti di pensiero molto differenti. Allora, tu all'evento di settembre a Women Create Games porterai un talk, leggo qui perché io purtroppo non ricordo il titolo a memoria anche perché è lunghissimo, e si intitola Lighting the Way, The Impact of Lighting on Players and My Career. Di cosa parlerai? Quindi?
Beh, io...
Anche per quanto il titolo sia estremamente esplicativo.
Didascalico. No, io semplicemente parlerò, prima darò un'introduzione un po' di qual è stato il mio percorso, sperando che per qualcuno sia un po' rilassante, perché cioè, gli tolga un po' di ansia, perché il mio è un percorso caotico, senza senso, cioè potevo scegliere...
È un percorso da gaming, non è tanto differente diciamo dal percorso medio di una persona che poi, anzi secondo me tu hai accelerato molto i tempi perché cominciando a collaborare con studi già giovanissima, forse è ancora meno caotico di tanta gente che ci mette un po' ad arrivare alla industria.
Sì, e poi volevo approfittare anche per parlare un po' di che cosa fa il mio ruolo, perché io ho a che fare spesso con tanti ragazzi che stanno iniziando e tantissimi non sanno nemmeno a cosa serve, cioè dicono vabbè ok sì metti le luci così vedi, sì però no. E quindi vabbè non sarà niente di tecnico, non mi metterò a parlare di lume, lux,
No, ma anche perché poi è che un ruolo come il tuo giustamente serve per una certa tipologia di prodotti che hanno determinati requisiti grafici, mettiamola così, ma in un team da 10 persone è chiaro che tu dovresti fare la generalist e non potresti fare la lighter perché non...
Sì, di solito lighting e VFX li mettono insieme perché sono molto concatenati e comunque quando fai VFX metti
Però
anche alcune
diciamo
luci.
che la specialty ti rientra quando magari il team comincia a essere 50, 60, 60, 70 persone, allora c'è effettivamente bisogno di una persona che faccia solo ed esclusivamente quello.
Sì.
La domanda che ti faccio adesso è la carriera che speravi di avere, nel senso, quando hai cominciato a fare le tue prime collaborazioni, dopo 7 anni o comunque dopo, in realtà tu hai detto che hai cominciato a 19, quindi dopo 9 anni, è la carriera che ti saresti aspettata o ha preso comunque delle strade, diciamo, abbastanza randomiche sulla base delle esperienze lavorative che ti capitavano?
Non è quello che mi aspettavo, però penso che mi piaccia di più di quello che mi aspettavo, perché io ero partita che come penso il 90% volevo fare i character o al massimo gli environment, però volevo fare quella roba lì. Poi però quando ho iniziato a farli ho scoperto che non è che mi andava così tanto. Quindi mi sento di dire mi è andata meglio di quello che aspettavo, perché c'è molta più libertà artistica, molto più visione d'insieme che fare il tuo modello e poi magari darlo a un lighter che te lo rovina come me, perché poi te lo metti in luci orribili e dici ma non potevo fare il metalmeccanico, non lo so.
Allora, ci avviamo diciamo alla conclusione, per quanto comunque ci sono ancora diverse domande di questo episodio un pochino breve del podcast. Qual è il gioco su cui vorresti lavorare? Cioè, ipoteticamente, un sequel futuro, su un sequel immaginario di un qualcosa che esiste adesso.
Se fanno un altro Uncharted, non credo, cioè probabilmente lo faranno.
Io
però
stavo dicendo, dirà Last of Us o Uncharted.
Esatto,
infatti.
ma perché se fai lighting a livello artistico quello vi fare, cioè... Poi ovviamente ci sono le eccezioni, però la libertà che hai con storie di narrazione è quella lì. Quindi sia una cosa all'Uncharted, ecco.
Gioco preferito invece? So che è la domanda più
Allora,
difficile,
no,
a cui tutti
ce la
fanno una
posso fare,
fatica.
ce la posso fare. Allora, la nostalgia mi fa dire Final Fantasy X. Con forse anche un po' di Kingdom Hearts 2. In tempi recenti, se dovessi rigiocare un gioco, Dragon Age, la saga, perché quella lì davvero l'ho amata.
Comunque tutti RPG fantasy.
Sì, pregi e difetti l'ho amata quella saga, quindi cioè, l'ho amata nonostante i difetti, quindi vuol dire che è amore vero che ho per Dragon Age.
Gioco invece che vorresti vedere sparire dalla faccia della terra? Un gioco così brutto che, come dire,
che è un po' tipo,
ti sembra
con
uno
quale
spreco di tempo e un'offesa nei confronti del pubblico. Perché
che è un po' tipo con quale compagnia non vuoi mai più lavorare in vita tua.
In realtà secondo me no, perché non è, magari è qualcuno che non esiste più. Voglio dire, ormai sono 40 anni che si fanno videogiochi, quindi...
Questo è difficile.
Lo so.
Ecco, no, ce l'ho, così poi la gente litiga sotto il post. Io odio i Souls-like, cioè quelli, tutti i giochi in cui tu devi allenarti e soffrire, piangere, sentirti inutile per poter andare avanti. Cioè tu dici, io ho un'ora libera, adesso piango. Quelli lì io non ce la faccio. Li ho provati i Bloodborne, ho provato di tutto.
Però sono troppo difficili e non ti divertono.
Sì, perché proprio non mi piace la mentalità di devo allenarmi, cioè allenare me stesso.
Sì, tu vuoi vedere progressione, ma la vuoi vedere progressione attraverso una storia che magari va avanti, attraverso un personaggio che si livella e non dover capire come superare il boss perché magari hai sbagliato la mossa di 2 pixel e quindi lui ti frega. È un punto di vista che ha un senso e non sei la prima che dice questa cosa perché effettivamente, come dire, può essere abbastanza indisponente. Cosa ne pensi invece dell'intelligenza artificiale e del suo utilizzo appunto come tool in realtà? Perché poi alla fine...
Mani avanti, ovviamente non so nulla di come funzionano le intelligenze artificiali. Io come strumento lo approvo totalmente. Non penso possa superare in creatività le persone, perché l'AI si basa su quello che gli dai.
Certo.
Quindi magari in futuro, non lo so, però al momento penso che magari si mette le luci bene, però non mi può dare esattamente quello che voglio io. Io posso insegnarle di seguire lo stile di Tim Burton e ti farà sempre una cosa che vagamente è Tim Burton, ma nel
Però
momento,
tu hai l'occhio che lei
ma
non
nel
può
momento
avere.
in cui dici sì, ok, ma io voglio Tim Burton un po' innovativo, cioè non voglio la stessa cosa per 600 volte, lì secondo me è un po' più difficile, comunque hai bisogno di persone competenti. La cosa per cui mi preoccupa, che però diciamo è un meccanismo che se non ci fosse l'AI comunque lo farebbero, è lo sfruttamento di questa cosa per poter non pagare, me lo fa mio cugino, posso fare un po' di critica, tipo lo spot delle Olimpiadi che hanno fatto,
certo.
Con il lanciatore del peso che sembra il gobbo di Notre Dame. Quelli lì, cioè quelle cose lì mi viene da dire, ma possibile che non avevi, cioè capito, le Olimpiadi, non avevi 100 euro da dare a un grafico che magari te lo faceva un po' meno lungo, però molto più bello, mentre quello inglese ad esempio, che è tutto animato con uno stile particolare, quello è bellissimo.
Però il discorso è comunque alla fine è un tool, cioè il discorso è io voglio utilizzarlo come un tool, come se fosse Photoshop, come se fosse After Effects, se riesco a integrarlo nel workflow e effettivamente mi migliora determinato, diciamo mi consente di essere più produttiva, allora ovviamente la cosa è positiva perché lo sto effettivamente paragonando a Photoshop, a Maya, comunque cioè al fatto che sia un tool e nulla più e non uno strumento che invece appunto viene utilizzato per rimpiazzare persone perché quella invece è la cosa sbagliata. Chiudiamo con quella che è l'ultima domanda che facciamo a tutti gli ospiti e che è: quali sono i consigli che tu daresti a una persona che vuole intraprendere la carriera appunto in questa industria?
Allora, anche questa è enorme e difficile. Allora, prima di tutto entrare nella mentalità che tu puoi fare qualsiasi scuola, qualsiasi corso, qualsiasi cosa, devi studiare.
Okay, we are back live for the last hour of the day. I hope everyone enjoyed, all of the contents, all of the presentations. So Alessandra can come back to the stage. So we are answering to, I think, 4 questions that appeared on the chat. So let me open, what the fuck, okay. Okay, so let's recover the questions. Okay, so we have 2 questions from Carlo, which is a Event Horizon student that made a lot of questions during the day. And he's saying, okay, during academic programs, many students, while working on group projects, take on the role of managing tasks and monitoring the progress of various departments. Do you have any advices on this? So we have another 1 hour talk in which we are going to tell him what are the advices.
Basically, communication, as Elena said earlier, active listening as well. And maybe for beginners in the industry, estimates will be hard. It will be difficult to hit milestones because people have to gain experience on doing all of their tasks in the expected or the allotted time. So that may be something you look out for as a beginner. And then all I said about the soft skills that a producer needs holds true even for school projects. This is your gym. It's your occasion to experiment on your own management style and to test yourself working with the rest of the team. So again, the best advice I can give is to try and understand how your colleagues, how your team works, and try and do your better to facilitate their work, to put them in the best possible condition to do their work. In order to do that, of course, you have to understand how they work, how they think, and be there for them at all times. Listen to them and help them deliver.
Okay, the second question is related to the tools that, we are using as a producer, and he's asking, currently we use Trello, Hack and Plan, and Excel sheets. Do you think it might be challenging to transition to tools like Jira or ClickUp later on?
No, not at all. ClickUp is a task-based tool, for example, so it's the transition from Trello is pretty smooth.
Jira is shit.
Jira is not great, but it's the standard, or it used to be the standard in the industry. Now people are realizing that it's not being kept perfectly updated, and it's not really flexible. For example, in my opinion, Trello has improved much more quickly, and it's closer to our needs, to project management and to everyday task needs. ClickUp is a very powerful tool. We've been using it for a couple of years now. It's all-encompassing, very comprehensive as a tool. It can be complex to set up for a big team. We onboarded around 70 people at Nacon Studio Milan. It's not easy because there's some resistance to change and to new tools, but since most of us had already worked with Trello for years, it wasn't so hard. That's why I'm sure about what I told you earlier. It's not that shocking to move from Trello to ClickUp. And Jira, I know how it works. I've been lucky enough not to use it yet. I think it's been surpassed by more flexible and powerful tools. And it's expensive. So many small and to middle-sized studios avoid using it because Atlassian's products in general.
The worst UI and UX in any project management tool.
Yeah, it's not great. And then you can, the Excel sheets are an evergreen. for project management and even for creative work. Even designers see a lot of Excel sheets. So I don't think we'll never stop using that. But also simple to-do lists, even on paper, on post-it. Mind maps, I adore mind maps. You can basically use any tool you want. My boss always says that it's not about the tool, it's about your head and the way people work, and that's true, I believe.
Okay, we have two questions from Elena Montuschi. I think she worked at Milestone, and now she's in Dontnod. Yeah. The first one is, have there been moments when being a woman positively influenced the creative or decision-making process in your role as a game producer?
Ciao Elena, innanzitutto, because we've been knowing each other for years. Definitely, yes. I've been quite lucky. I've never been discriminated myself. I've been the only woman on the team for years, and it's only in the last couple of years that I have more women, fellow women developers. But they've always looked at me like that team's mascot or the mediator. I don't want to say their mom, but it was not fun. That's where my definition comes from. And that's okay with me. I mean, I'm a facilitator, so I enjoy being your mom on work as well. I think you always need a mom, even at the office. So I think that women think we work differently. And so it's great that teams are getting more and more women lately, because we work and we think from a different perspective. And so we can contribute and make more diverse games. We've already seen that. There are many women developers now, even solo developers, who've released very successful games with disruptive or innovative gameplay mechanics. And I've been lucky enough that the teams I collaborated with listened to me. So I could give feedback on game designs. I contributed to concept design, and I'm flattered. I mean, I didn't expect people to listen to me with no programming, game design, or any art experience. But since, as a gamer, I think any one of us can contribute, can give their feedback, or can power their own passion for gaming in games. So I think it did help me in my career. I mean, being a woman, bringing a different perspective, a feminine perspective, a lady's touch to methodologies, to how the team worked. It has never hindered me in any way.
Okay, the last Elena's question is, have you noticed differences in approach between dev teams that are more gender diverse compared to those that are more homogeneous?
So if there's any difference
between diverse team and team who are more homogeneous in terms of gender?
In terms of gender, unfortunately, I don't think I still have a benchmark.
Yeah.
Because teams are not diverse enough from a gender point of view yet, not only in Italy. I'm 100% sure that the more diverse a team is, the better it delivers, and the more original and powerful are their games. It's definitely a pro. Anyway, it does make a difference.
Okay, we also have one question from the audience. Okay, you can start.
Testing has been critical to my knowledge of how games are made and knowledge of the industry in general, because no position can offer you such a treasure trove of knowledge about gaming. It was critical because it was a pretty natural transition for me from translation to testing. I started with language testing, of course, but I also did some functional testing. And it came natural to me because I have a great attention to detail. And I'm OCD, as I mentioned earlier. I was used at correcting translations, reviewing translations, finding mistakes, inconsistencies, and that kind of eye is good for testing as well. And you really get to know the bowels of a game, how a game is built from the inside. You see what can go wrong. You see how important it is that all the pieces making up the game actually match each other and glue together. And that gives you a unique perspective, unique view of the game as a product. So I think that's a big contribution to my professional growth, my testing phase. I think that everyone should try some testing, and at least for some time in their career, because it's a great learning experience. It's humbling. It's very humbling. And it's less technical. I thought I would need greater technical knowledge to be a tester, a functional tester in particular. But as a gamer, I think you've got everything you need to see whether a game works or not. You need good communication skills in order to report tests, and you need to get familiar with reporting platforms like Mantis, for example, which is pretty widespread. But I suggest, for example, trying and enter the industry through the QA door, because that's good. The problem in Italy is that there aren't many studios nor publishers who actually have internal QA teams. So Nacon Studio Milan has an internal QA team made up of 3-4 people now, and it's very big for Italian standards. Milestone also has a QA team, but those are pretty big teams for Italian standards. It's not that usual, and QA is usually a service you outsource, both as a publisher and as a studio, if you're a small studio in particular, but also AA studios. So if you can enter the industry through the QA door, that's very good for you. It may be hard, but I definitely recommend it for any position. Well, you can become a game designer, a producer. After that, you can go on and become the greatest programmer of them all, but you will always remember your QA days. Sorry, there were 2 questions.
Is there another question? So let me come with the mic. It's already down.
Okay. What would be your advice or process in dealing with the internal conflict within a team? Like, what's the most important thing to take into account? Like, is it just...
Again, listening. Listening and understanding where the people generating the conflict come from. So what they need. Conflict usually generates from different perspectives and different goals. So what you can do as a producer is sit with 2 or more people at the table, let them speak and explain their reasoning and what they need and what they expect. Expectations are also big issues. As I mentioned earlier, expectations, which is a big part of stakeholder management in general and team management, expectations are a problem because sometimes we expect our colleagues to work in a certain way, but that's just in our minds. The first thing I suggest for you is to listen to people with issues or people who have conflicts with the other members of the team and understand where they come from. Once you understand that and you clear their goals, you have to facilitate communications between the parties and try to help them find some common ground, because in the end, we all have the same goal, which is to deliver the best possible game. So we want the same thing. The point is that we usually get there in very different ways. And the best teams are teams that communicate clearly, that give and receive feedback clearly, and know that their forcing is in teamwork. They have to get along and work together. There's no conflict which cannot be overcome through communication. And understanding and listening.
And the last one, what would be the best and the worst aspects of being a producer in your opinion?
The best aspect, as I said, is that you get to know a little bit of everything in the product life cycle and in production methodologies, starting from the creative side of things down to the release, the problems you can have with customer support, content updates and everything. So that gives you a 360 degrees view of the market and the product. And that's probably the best part. Another thing I really dig about being a producer is working with all the team members, all the different disciplines. Even very small indie teams are cross-functional, and that's what makes them special, in my opinion. And as a translator, I already appreciated that in other fields, and I found that it at its best in development teams. And the worst thing is working...
is that everyone thinks that you're not working, but without your work, the team can go on.
Yes, exactly. And another very big hurdle for producer is when both your team and the top management do not understand what a producer is.
Yeah.
That's the worst. And they don't let you do your work at best. And as I said at the beginning of my presentation, the producer role is one of the most misunderstood in the industry. So we are not taskmasters. We are here, we are in teams to help you deliver the best possible game and facilitate communication and clarify goals, set milestones. Yes, control costs, because costs have to be controlled. Deadlines are there to be respected and all that. But controlling tasks is just a very limited part of our job. And so one of the most difficult things I found was to make the other people on my team understand what my job actually consisted in, and the top management, especially in Italy.
Every reference to some top manager we all met in our life is absolutely casual.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you, Alessandra. I think the questions are finished, both on the chat and here, so thank you. Irene can come on the stage for the last talk of the day.
Hi everyone, hi people at home. I know this is the last talk. You are filled to the brim with a lot of interesting notions and images and so on, but I hope that you can keep your attention up for this last one. I will try to be brief and interesting, I hope. What I'm bringing to you today is not a talk about code, because I don't want to kill you. It is a talk about people and how especially programmers, but all of the team members, can help cooperation in a team that is developing a game. So, a brief overview. At first, I will tell you something about me. Then we will see about cooperation in game development. Why is it important and how can it be achieved? And lastly, we will focus, as said, on how programmers can be teamwork facilitators. So, let's start with something about me. Let's start from here, if I don't fall down from the stairs. My career starts in high school, like for most of you, and I did classical studies. So I studied Greek, Latin, all of those boring things that I loved. But then I was striving for a challenge, so I went on to take a bachelor and a master's degree in mathematics. At first, I was focused on the most theoretical aspects, especially geometry, topology, other terrible words. But then, towards the end of my university career, I focused on more applied aspects of mathematics, especially topology and geometry applied to visualization, so computer graphics mainly. And then I was a scientific intern at CNR in Pisa, and there we developed a nice algorithm for 3D printing. That was a very fun time, really a fun time. We were always printing, modeling, and cutting things. And so on. Then I went to Austria at IST, and there I was a research fellow
still focusing on fabrication. Unfortunately, this was during COVID, so I did not get to enjoy Vienna properly, but for what I have seen, it's a very beautiful place. I recommend it if you have a vacation. And it won't be a surprise for anyone, since every speaker that has passed from here has been in Milestone in some form, that when I decided to come back to Italy and to approach game industry, the Milestone team took me in as a programmer. At first focused on GFX and then on UI, but not as Elena on the design aspect, on the more practical developing aspect. So I had an Elena that told me, you have to do this. And I went, okay, let's do it. Now I'm changing career path again. So you will hear from me in a few years to see what I'm about to do. So next, okay. Cooperation in game development. Why and how? Why? It seems like an obvious question, and more or less all of the speakers that were here before me have spoken about cooperation, because it's very important. It's essential, I would say. But why? All of you here have in mind how does a game get developed. So of course there is a design at the very beginning, and then this design goes in the hands of the programmers that produce the code, of the artists that produce the artworks, and of all the other teams that produce sound, localization, text, and so on and so forth. All of this is checked by the QA department that was being stressed the importance of a few minutes earlier. And then maybe there is some iteration here, right? That seems pretty straightforward, but that's not the case. Usually it's way more confused, way more intertwined, and that's where a good game producer comes in to make the chaos less chaotic. But yeah, usually it's like there is a design that something doesn't work here, so the design has to be changed, and so on and so forth. We will see an example right now. Okay, let's say that you want to make this the simplest of features. You want your character to jump. Okay, in mostly every game, your character can jump. So at first the designers will be like, okay, the character jumps. He jumps this high, he jumps with this button, go. And of course I'm oversimplifying, but that's the... and then the programmers will start. They will program gravity, they will bind the button, and so on and so forth. The artist will produce a jumping animation, and the sound department will produce a jumping sound, and all the other teams will do something related to these features. Then it arrives to the testers, and they're like, okay, something does not work. Let's say that there is the most annoying and simplest problem. So if you press the button, the character does not jump. In this case, it's pretty simple. The programmers fucked something up. So the tester says to the programmer, okay, please fix this. Okay, let's fix this. And this is still pretty straightforward. But what if the problem is something more subtle? Like, for the player, it's very frustrating when you have to jump over a cliff, because if you are just a pixel outside of the scope, you fall down. And, well, that is a problem for who? For designers, but also for programmers, and maybe also for us artists. Why? Because the designers will have to decide how to address this problem, and the programmers probably will have to adapt the code that they have written to this new decision. And then maybe the artists will need to produce a new animation because the old one is no longer good, and so on and so forth. This produces a lot of problems, and this comes mostly from ineffective communication between teams. This leads to a lot of wasted time, because there is this long back and forth that I just described, and then there could be a lot of work that you have done and that now is useless. So you have to do it from scratch. And this leads problematically to a decrease in quality, because maybe you had chosen a wrong path and you have to backtrack. And then you have less time. And maybe with this lack of time, you're unable to implement an effective solution, or a solution that is up to your standards. So that should be avoided like the plague. So we need cooperation. We need cooperation among team members, among teams. And there is a very extreme solution that is the one-man show or one-woman show, where you are producer, game designers, programmer, QA, all of it in one person. And that was tried and achieved by Eric Barone. That's this guy here. That's the author of Stardew Valley, a game that came out in 2016, I think, and that was very successful. It sold millions of copies, and it took Barone 5 to 6 years to develop it. And in order to talk to you about this, I want to cite a book, this one, that I really recommend. This is called Blood, Sweat, and Pixels, and it's by Jason Schreier. Each chapter addresses the development of one game, and I think that's really interesting and also inspiring for someone that is starting. So yeah, let's start seeing the cons of this approach. No, the pros first. Backtrack, one slide. Okay, let's start with the pros. He wanted to write every line of dialogue, draw every piece of art, and compose every song on the soundtrack by himself. He even planned to program the game from scratch, eschewing established engines, because he wanted to see if he could. Without collaborators, he wouldn't have to talk through ideas or wait for approval to get things done. He could make decisions based on what he, and only he, thought was best. So the pros are pretty clear. You are your own boss. So you don't need a complicated decisional process. You don't need to fight with other people because they don't like your ideas. This part of the process is very effective, very short. You only have to discuss with yourself. And that seems to go toward the goal that we want to achieve. In a very extreme way, this is the perfect form of collaboration and cooperation. I mean, if you can collaborate with yourself, maybe you have other problems other than not being a good game developer. But let's see also the cons that are a lot, actually. Sorry. Okay. So, being a solo developer came with two major challenges. The first was that everything took a very long time. Because he didn't have a strict schedule, Barone had a tendency to build 90% of a feature, get bored, and move on to something else. The nightmare of a producer. The second major challenge was loneliness. For 4 years now, Barone had sat by himself at a computer, rarely talking to anyone but Amber, his girlfriend. He had no co-workers with whom to bounce around ideas, nobody to meet for lunch. Staring at the mountains and trees of Stardew Valley, Barone found himself again unable to tell whether his game was any good. That's another issue with being a solo developer, Barone said. You lose all objectivity about your game. I had no idea when the game was fun. In fact, I thought the game was garbage. I mean, it wasn't, since it sold millions of copies, but this is true for every kind of artwork. If you spend hours, days, months on a single drawings or a single paintings, and you are the paint behind every brush, then you look at it and you're like, I don't know if this is any good. I have no idea. With video games, it's the same. In order to see one pixel move, maybe you have to spend weeks on that pixel. And then at the end, you're disgusted by it. And that's why you need a QA department, because they see the final product without knowing what is behind it. And that's one of their strengths, actually, because they don't care if you cried a week to do that. If it's garbage, it's garbage. So this is not a solution, because You can do that if you are a person with a strong motivation, a lot of time to waste or to use. Barone was penniless for 5 years. That's not an option for many people. And of course, you cannot do that if you want to make a AAA game, for instance. You need hundreds of people. So what can you do when you are a big studio and you need to have hundreds of people and you need them to cooperate among themselves? The first thing that you can do as a studio is organize your teams. You do not have a group of people and each one of them does what he feels like that morning. And you can put at the head of it all a game producer or a game director or both, depending on the studio structure. And then for each area you have a lead. And each one of these leads is responsible for his own team. Why is this very effective in terms of cooperation? Because there is both an effective top-bottom communication and a bottom-up one. If the producer or the director decides something, he does not tell this to all of the workers, all of the people that work on the game. They speak with the leads. And the leads and him or her, they cooperate to, maybe there is something to tweak, but you can speak because you're like 5, 6 people, so you can have a constructive dialogue in a meaningful way. And then all of this will report to the team, and then they will have a dialogue with their own team. And maybe here there is someone that highlights a problem, and then it starts growing up. So this person says to the lead artist, but this doesn't work because the lighting is not effective. Maybe Arianna is there, and I know lighting very well, and I can tell you that this doesn't work. So the lead artists know that, and he speaks about that with all of the other leads, and maybe also with the game producers, the game producer or the game director. So this already helps much with cooperation and collaboration. The other very important thing that you can do, that all of the studios do, is to organize smaller teams dedicated to a single feature. Not everyone works on everything. That's very not effective, but you will have some artists, some programmers, some designers, maybe some people from sound department, because that's relevant for that feature, that work closely together, and they're all dedicated to that for that amount of time, and they can have periodic meetings, and they can share insight and problems. Then, when they are finished, they will go to the testers, and they will tell them, okay, this is the feature. Can you tell me if it's any good? And then the testers will know who to address if they find a problem. They won't address everyone. They will address the people who worked on that feature. So that's another very important step that you can take towards a good cooperation as a studio. But then we wanted to know what you can do as a programmer. Let's see again the example of the jump feature that was a fail last time. So let's say that the situation is the same. The designer says, okay, the character jumps this high with this button, and the programmers start programming. They program gravity, they're binding, and so on, and then they test. Because it's not only the QA that tests the game. If you're developing, you have to check if what you have done is working, okay? So they test, and since they're not robots, we are not robots, you will see if there is something wrong. Something macroscopic, like the button doesn't work, that should never arrive to QA. If something like that arrives to QA, there is a problem. But also a corner case, like the one we discussed before, where if you are like this, you fall down the stage. So before they go on and program the rest, they ask designers, what should we do? They notify artists, they discuss a solution. Hopefully, you don't even arrive to program it and to test it. whenever you discuss the feature in the small teams that we were talking about before, a good programmer that has worked for some time starts thinking about what should they code and how that would impact the game. And they think, okay, maybe if I do this way that I'm thinking of, we will have this problem before we start coding and waste a lot of time in this direction that won't work. Let's discuss it. Hey guys, I think we will have this problem. How should we address it? This way, when you arrive to programming, gravity, etc., to produce the jumping animation, the jumping sound, and everything else that you need, you won't have all of that wasted time and all of that back and forth that led to poor quality. So when this feature arrives to the testers, they will be like, okay, that works. Maybe they will find another problem. That's most likely. But at least they won't find that one, the big ones, the ones you could have avoided from the start. So you will, okay, anyone can do this, that's true. And that's, everyone hopes that everyone else does that. But when they see the problem, they raise their hands and they're like, hey, there's a problem. They're not like, oh yeah, that's not my department, so I don't care. But in the case of programmers, it's easier. Because usually you know the game intimately. You have coded it. You can debug it. So for you, it's usually easier to see architectural problems. Maybe you won't spot the glitch in the corner, but you will, in your gut at a certain point, know that something, how it is formulated in that moment, won't work very well. So that's why it's particularly a programmer's burden to do this. What does this mean? Now, everything is kept together by the code. And everything can be investigated by the code, debugging. If there is an obvious problem, like this animation is not working, okay, that's probably an artist's problem. If the lighting is not okay, artist's problem. But if there is something stranger or something of this nature, but after the animators checked everything, it should work, you are going to the programmer to say, okay, please debug, see if everything that should go in a certain way is effectively going that way. But does this mean that should be everyone's help desk? No. No, because it's not, and I know it sounds harsh when I say it like this, but it's not functional, it's not your role, and it's not efficient. Because if you are always helping everyone, you're not doing your job. So you're not programming the feature, you're not debugging. Of course, in some measure, you have to do it. But you cannot do only that. So what can you do instead of that in order to avoid being this? You can promote other methods that help other teams being more autonomous. For instance, instead of hard-coding everything, you could create an object, if you have a Unreal Engine in mind, a blueprint that designers, artists, and every other person that is working on the project can edit by themselves without having to ask for your help every time. Or maybe you can program a graphic debugger that can be switched on and off even without touching the code. So that if there is an issue, people can partially look to see what the issue is. This way, probably you won't be answering too many questions because you would have already indirectly answered them with these instruments. This is very, very important because I know people that in certain moments of the development were like, I cannot do my job because I'm always receiving requests for help. And they were happy to help, but they couldn't do the other tasks that they had to do. So this is very, very important. So, in conclusion, I was, a little fast, but that's fine. In conclusion, we have seen why is cooperation so important. because it's effective. It also creates a better work environment. What work environment is that where you don't cooperate with your teammates? How do big studios try to achieve it? With team organization, basically, with a lot of other ways, like instruments and so on, but we couldn't see them all, or we will be staying here for another 2 hours. And lastly, what can you, especially if you're a programmer, do to help? It is very important. Maybe it's more important than being technologically savvy, to be a team player, because that's what makes the game in the end. That's all of the single pieces and putting them all together in an effective way. So yeah, that's all from me. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to reply.
Do we have any question then? Because there are no questions from the chat. So do we have questions from the audience? Okay, we have one.
I have a question about helping programmers to communicate, for example, between designers and programmers. Sometimes I have an experience that the programmer explain in more technically the problem and the designer, they don't understand very quickly where is the problem. So how can we communicate to understand each other's, to can find a point of to understand each other?
Yeah, so like Alessandra said so well, communication is a fundamental skill for basically anyone. But I do recognize that programmers are geeks most of the time, and they can be not very, I don't know why this is happening, sorry. They can be not very effective when it comes to communicating a problem. But the problem goes in two directions, because the programmers are often too technical when they're explaining something, but sometimes the game designers are not technical enough, meaning that when you design a feature, of course, the high-level stuff is very important, but there is a lot of technical stuff that still has to be decided by designers. And that's where the figure of technical designer is very, very important. Because I personally think that this figure should be present in every game studio, because that's what fills that gap. Because they have the technological knowledge and the high view of what you're doing. What should be is that the programmer is able to explain what the problem is, not speaking in binary, and the game designer should know something about how the things that he requires are made, so that there can be common ground. But in my opinion, the figure of technical designer help a lot with this kind of problems. So as a programmer, you should try and be as clear as possible. Try explaining to your grandma, to your mother that doesn't speak game. Try to see, a lot of programmers in Milestone have a rubber duck on their on their desk, And if you can explain it to the rubber duck, probably also a game designer will understand. And as a game designer, you should try and learn something of the technical aspects of what you are requiring. Not even code, technical, like an algorithm. Yeah, usually if you have more people, like more programmers and more game designers, there are at least one and one that are able to find this common ground, and in the end you understand each other. But if it's only two people, it can be tricky, because if there isn't this common ground, communication is very difficult. That's actually a very common problem. I mean, if you are a junior and you're just arrived, no one is expecting you to know everything. I mean, if you do, that's very, very well. But if you don't, you're there also to learn. And that's why there are senior programmers and senior designers and leads, because leads should be seasoned people that also know about this kind of communication. If you don't know what to do, you go to your leader and you're like, yeah, they're not understanding me. Please speak to the other lead and let her know that there is this problem. I cannot communicate. In last instance, that is a way that you can follow, especially if you just arrive. No one will judge you for that.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, Ale?
Thanks for the interesting talk. And it's unusual to see someone coming from classical studies and working as a programmer. So I was wondering, how did your classical studies impact your career as a programmer? What did they brought into your second life as a more technical-oriented person?
Yes, that is very unusual, and that came from a hunger of knowledge, I think. I wanted to know everything. But I think it actually helped me a lot, and going back, I would do the same exact path. That's because when you were speaking also about empathy and be a people person, I think that my classical background helped a little bit with that. Because if you start with a scientific background and you're focused on, I will do scientific things, then you tend to hyper-focus and to lose track of other important things. That's not true for everyone, but especially at the university with all of the other mathematicians, I saw that a lot. Then you're a genius in math, you're incredible, but you're unable to order a pizza on the phone. I think that coming from a different background helped me at the university first and in the gaming industry then to keep a more open mind and to be more a people person.
Okay, any other? Let me see if someone popped up some question in the chat. No. So Thank you, Irene. But stay here, because, we're at the end, so I would like that all of the speakers come here to the stage, because, we are at the end, and here, there. We would like to thank you for being here for the whole day. Thank you for the people who are following live. Thank you for the people who came here, and thank you for being part of the audience of this event. We hoped you liked what you heard. We hoped you liked all the interventions, all the presentation. If you have any feedback, we would be happy to listen to you, because this is the first edition of an event we would really like to replicate in the next few years. We'll see if next year there will be a second edition. We'll see if it will be in 2 years. We'll see if it will never be. We still don't know, but we would really love to make another Women Create game. So thanks, everyone. It has been a pleasure to entertain you and to interest you for this whole day. And I think that all the speakers have to, let me see. I would like to pass them the mic so that they can, close the day in any way.
Okay, what to say? Thank you for coming. It was very good for us also to share our path and to learn. I learned a lot from any of you. And I saw a few of the students' works, and I have to say there are a lot of talented people here. So make sure you keep going. Don't get frustrated if you get a no. You will get many no's, and we've all been through a lot of them. So stay strong and keep going. Thank you.
Well, thanks again. This is a word you'll hear a lot. No, as closing thing, I just wanted to say that I think a lot of people who are starting are kind of seeing people who are already in the industry as some kind of untouchable VIPs that you cannot contact in any way, but that's not the reality. So I always encourage to just reach out to other people, even if they feel too far from you. Most of the people just want to help. So just try to avoid that fear and go on straight. I hope to all of you the best you can get. So thanks again for being here.
So you will be really surprised. Thanks to you here, to you at home, to all of the other speakers that were amazing. As last words here, I don't know, don't be afraid to pursue a technical career, even if you don't know anything. Anyone can learn in any stage of their life. If you are 50 and you want to learn how to develop a game, you can. That's so yeah, stay hungry, stay foolish.
Hello? Yeah, it is. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you to Event Horizon School for having us today. Thank you to Women in Games for being part of this and organizing this whole thing as well. As a message to you students or future game developers, never be afraid. Always stay true to yourself. Follow your dream. And again, reach out to everybody that you need to. We are human and we've been in your position before, so we completely feel what you're going through. So best of luck as well. Thank you.
So I would like only to add to other people that invites you to keep your dreams and keep your experience and keep your job as your future job also as your leading objective of your life and so on. But if you want to really to do this, just think about, okay, not to win, Just think about like you're choosing the best taste of your pizza for tonight, or whatever you like mostly, and take it to your product, to your work, and then will be always the best thing to do when you work.
And well, I'd also like to thank you, both my fellow devs who made their talks with me today, and you who patiently listened to our ramblings for hours, and of course to our glamorous assistants. Thank you so much. And one last word of advice for you is to be curious, including for jobs you didn't know existed in the industry before. So be curious and be persistent. That's the way you finally land a job in this industry. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. And I think all of us are a proof of that. So thank you, and break a leg for your future career in the industry.
Okay, so it seems we're at the end. We're at the real end now. So thank you again, and let's hope to see each other in the next edition, if it will ever be. Thanks a lot, everyone. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Have a good night.